What We Salvage. By Aressa. Chapter 1, Carbon and Neon. The transit car smelled like wet synthetic fabric and the particular desperation of people who'd been awake too long. Voss pressed his shoulder against the scratched plexiglass window and watched the lower districts blur past in layers of neon and corrosion, streets he used to know by heart now unrecognizable under 15 years of corporate development. Buildings he'd memorized as a kid, the meal dispensary with the broken sign, the repair shop where old Shin used to let them watch him work, had been demolished or renovated into something sleek and hostile, all chrome facades and biometric locks that wouldn't recognize him as someone who belonged. His hands were shaking. Not badly, not enough that anyone would notice in the crush of bodies swaying with the car's momentum, but enough that he had to grip the overhead rail harder than necessary. The medication had stopped working 3 months ago. He'd known it would, anxiolytics always did, eventually, his body learning to metabolize them into uselessness, but knowing didn't make the chemical absence any easier. He tried to get his prescription adjusted, but corporate healthcare required a psychiatric evaluation he couldn't afford to fail, questions about productivity and lifestyle optimization that had nothing to do with actual wellness and everything to do with maintaining a profitable employee. So he rode the morning commute with adrenaline spiking through his nervous system for no reason except that his brain had decided today was a threat, watching his reflection fragment across multiple windows, too thin, dark hair cut corporate short, the kind of face that disappeared in crowds because he'd spent 15 years learning how to be unremarkable. The transit car lurched as it switched tracks, and a woman stumbled into him, apologizing reflexively. Kai stepped aside, making himself smaller, and caught a glimpse of the street market below where vendors were already setting up, real vegetables grown in God knew what kind of contaminated soil, protein cultures that probably violated half a dozen health codes, the underground economy that kept people alive in the gaps between corporate rations. He used to run through those markets with Soren, 12 years old and fast enough to steal without getting caught, back when hunger was immediate and the future was something that happened to other people. The memory arrived with enough force that Kai had to close his eyes against it. Soren. He hadn't let himself think that name in years, had taught himself to redirect his thoughts whenever they tried to go there, but the landscape kept triggering things he'd thought he'd buried, that corner where they used to meet before school, the rooftop where they'd watched the corpo transports arrive to begin the district buyouts, the specific quality of light on a Tuesday morning that made Kai remember being 12 and convinced that nothing could separate them. Everything had separated them. The transit car began its deceleration sequence, and Kai checked his wristband for the time. 15 minutes until his shift started at the carbon scrubber facility, which meant he'd arrive with exactly enough time to clock in and get his station assignment without having to make conversation with anyone. He'd perfected the timing over 7 years of working there, late enough to avoid small talk, early enough that the supervisors couldn't cite him for tardiness. It was the kind of optimization that looked like conscientiousness but was actually survival: be useful, be punctual, be forgettable. The facility squatted on the western edge of the industrial sector, a massive complex of filtration towers and processing units that supposedly cleaned the air before it got pumped into the upper districts where people paid extra for breathable atmosphere. Kai had stopped believing the air actually got cleaner. The scrubbers just moved the contamination around, made it someone else's problem, but the work was legal and the paycheck cleared, and he tried not to think too hard about what he was contributing to. He scanned his ID at the entrance and felt the familiar clench in his chest when the system accepted it, that split second of fear that this would be the day they'd flagged him for something, that the door would lock instead of opening, that he'd be pulled aside for the kind of interview you didn't come back from. But the light flashed green and he was through, moving down corridors painted institutional beige, nodding at people whose names he'd never learned because learning names meant forming connections and connections meant having something to lose. His station was in Processing Unit 7, a corner desk surrounded by monitors displaying readouts he'd long since learned to interpret without conscious thought. Carbon levels, filtration efficiency, contamination indexes that were always worse than the official reports claimed. He logged in and let the rhythm of it settle over him like a familiar anesthetic, check the overnight reports, flag any anomalies, run the standard diagnostic protocols, submit his findings to supervisors who would sanitize them before passing them up the chain. Mindless. Safe. The kind of work that let him go somewhere else inside his head while his hands moved through practice motions. Today he thought about the seedlings in his apartment. Contraband, technically, growing unauthorized biologicals in corporate housing carried fines he couldn't afford, but he'd gotten careful about it, kept them in the back of his narrow closet under grow lights he'd built from scavenged parts. 3 tomato plants, small and struggling, their leaves the specific green that meant they were fighting contaminated soil and winning. He checked them every morning before work and every evening after his shift, talking to them the way he couldn't talk to people, telling them about his day in a voice he barely recognized as his own. They were the only living things he'd managed to keep alive in a city designed to suffocate hope. The shift crawled past in increments. Morning became afternoon, became the long stretch toward evening when the light through the facility's small windows turned the particular orange-gray of chemical sunset. Kai's hands had stopped shaking somewhere around hour 3, his body finally accepting that there was no threat here, nothing to run from, just the endless tedium of monitoring systems that barely worked and filing reports that no one read. He clocked out at exactly 1800 hours, scanned his exit badge, and stepped into rain that smelled wrong. Chemical precipitation, the kind that left residue on your skin if you didn't wash it off quickly. He pulled up his hood and joined the stream of workers heading toward the transit station, everyone moving with the same exhausted determination, and tried not to calculate how many more years of this he had before his body gave out or his mind did, or both simultaneously. The walk home from the transit stop took him through streets that had changed less than the main corridors, the lower districts the corporations hadn't bothered renovating because the people who lived here didn't have enough money to make gentrification profitable. Kai knew every shortcut, every alley that would save him 30 seconds, every corner where you didn't make eye contact because the people standing there were working and you weren't their business. He was 3 blocks from his building when he saw the figure in the alley mouth. Not saw, exactly. Noticed. The way you notice a sound that's out of place, a rhythm that doesn't match the ambient noise. Someone standing too still in a city where everyone was always moving, watching the street with the kind of attention that meant they were either waiting for someone or avoiding someone, and either way it wasn't Kai's concern except something in the way the figure held themselves. The specific angle of their shoulders, the distribution of weight that suggested coiled readiness rather than casual waiting. Kai's feet slowed without conscious decision, his brain trying to process why this stranger felt familiar, and then the figure shifted and caught the neon from the signs above and Kai saw his hands. He knew those hands. Knew them the way you know the shape of your own face in the mirror, the way muscle memory knows things that conscious thought has forgotten. Long fingers, slightly crooked from breaks that hadn't healed quite right, moving in a gesture Kai had seen 1,000 times, adjusting something at his hip, the automatic check of someone who carried tools or weapons and needed to know where they were. The figure turned, and the neon caught his face, and Kai's entire world reorganized itself around an impossibility. Soren was supposed to be dead or disappeared or living in some other city under some other name. Was supposed to be a memory Kai had learned not to examine too closely because the grief was still too sharp 15 years later. Was supposed to be a ghost that only appeared in the specific slant of morning light or the particular quality of silence in Kai's apartment when he couldn't sleep. But here he was, solid and real and looking exactly like what he'd become, someone who'd survived by learning to be a weapon. Soren was broader than Kai remembered, built like someone who'd spent years doing physical work, and there was something wrong with his eyes, optical implants, Kai realized, the faint blue glow visible even at this distance. His hair was in short locks now, and he wore the kind of layered clothing that meant you needed to move between different temperature zones, everything dark and practical and designed not to be memorable. He was staring at Kai with an expression Kai couldn't read. They stood like that for 3 heartbeats, 15 years of separation suspended in the chemical rain, and Kai's brain was screaming at him to move, to say something, to do anything except stand here like he'd been struck, but his body wouldn't cooperate. He'd imagined this reunion so many times in the first few years after Soren disappeared, had scripted conversations in his head, practiced what he would say, how he would explain that he'd looked for him, that he'd never stopped looking even when everyone told him to give up, but all those imagined scenarios evaporated in the face of the real thing. Soren moved first. Not toward Kai but away, stepping back deeper into the alley with the fluid economy of someone who'd spent years learning to be invisible, and the movement broke whatever paralysis had been holding Kai frozen. Wait. His own voice sounded strange, too loud in the rain-muffled street, and the word came out wrong, not commanding or confident but desperate, the sound of someone who'd already lost this once and couldn't survive losing it again. Soren stopped. Didn't turn around, but stopped, and that was something. Kai's feet were moving before his brain caught up, crossing the street without checking for traffic, and distantly he registered horns blaring, someone shouting, but none of it mattered because Soren was here, was real, was the first familiar thing Kai had seen in 15 years of living in a city full of strangers. He reached the alley mouth and stopped 2 meters away, close enough to see the scar tissue around Soren's optical implants, the way his jaw was tighter than it used to be, the way he held himself like someone who'd learned not to trust proximity. Soren, Kai said, and the name felt both strange and inevitable in his mouth. Soren finally turned to look at him fully, and his expression was complicated, surprise and something that might have been grief and something else Kai couldn't name. When he spoke, his voice was rougher than Kai remembered, lower register, with an edge that suggested he didn't waste words on things that didn't matter. You're not supposed to be here. Not hello. Not I thought you were dead. Not any of the 1,000 things Kai had imagined him saying. Just a statement of fact delivered with the flat certainty of someone who'd planned around Kai's absence and was now recalculating. I live 3 blocks away, Kai said, which wasn't what he meant to say but was at least true. I've lived here for 7 years. Something crossed Soren's face too quickly to interpret. He glanced past Kai toward the street, checking for threats or witnesses or both, and Kai saw the way his hand had moved automatically to whatever was at his hip, a weapon, probably, or tools that could be used as weapons, the instincts of someone who'd spent too long in places where safety was a luxury you couldn't afford. 7 years, Soren repeated, and there was something bitter in the way he said it. I've been in the city for 8 months. The math of it hit Kai like physical impact. 8 months. Soren had been here for 8 months, had been walking the same streets, breathing the same poison air, probably passing within blocks of Kai's apartment, and Kai had never seen him. Had never felt that pull he used to feel as kids when Soren was nearby, that awareness that had nothing to do with logic and everything to do with the way their lives had been braided together before the world pulled them apart. Why didn't, Kai started, then stopped, because the question was too big and too small simultaneously. Why didn't you look for me? Why didn't you let me know you were alive? Why did you leave and why did you come back and why are you looking at me like I'm a problem you need to solve instead of? Instead of what? What were they to each other now, after 15 years of becoming different people in different ways? Soren was watching him with that steady attention that used to make Kai feel seen and now just made him feel exposed. I wasn't looking for you, he said, and the honesty of it was worse than a lie would have been. I came to the city for work. Gray market tech repair. I'm good at it. There's enough demand that I can stay off the corporate radar if I'm careful. But you found me anyway, Kai said. Heard your name on a work manifest 3 weeks ago, Soren said. Thought I was hallucinating. Kai Voss isn't exactly common, but it's common enough that I figured it was someone else. Then I saw your employee photo and... He stopped, and for the first time since Kai had recognized him, there was something raw in his expression. Something that looked like the boy Kai remembered before survival taught him to hide everything. I've been trying to figure out what to do about it, Soren finished. The rain was getting heavier, the kind of chemical precipitation that would leave burns if they stood in it too long, and people were starting to move faster towards shelter. Kai should go home. Should get out of the rain, should wash off the contamination, should put distance between himself and this impossible reunion before he said something he couldn't take back. Instead he heard himself say, I have tea. Real tea, not the synthetic shit. And my apartment has a working heater. Soren's expression did something complicated. That an invitation? Yeah, Kai said, and felt the weight of the choice even as he was making it. Yeah, it is. For a long moment Soren just looked at him, and Kai could see him calculating, risk versus reward, the cost of accepting versus the cost of refusing. All the survival math that had kept him alive for 15 years in circumstances Kai could only imagine. Then something in his posture shifted, a decision made, and he nodded once. Lead the way, then. Kai's apartment was on the 4th floor of a building that had seen better decades, upstairs that creaked in ways that should have violated safety codes but didn't because the landlord knew which inspectors to pay off. He unlocked his door, physical lock, not biometric, because he'd never trusted the corpo systems enough to let them know every time he came and went, and stepped aside to let Soren enter first. The space was small. Smaller than Soren probably expected, even knowing Kai lived in corporate housing. A main room that served as kitchen and living area and everything else, a narrow closet where Kai slept on a futon that folded up during the day, a bathroom he shared with 3 other units on the floor. But it was clean, obsessively so, and the few things Kai owned were arranged with the kind of precision that came from having so little that every object mattered. Soren stood in the center of the room and looked around with the same careful attention he'd given the street, cataloging details, assessing. Kai saw him clock the grow lights visible through the closet's cracked door, the small shelf of real books Kai had collected over years, the recycler that clearly didn't work but that Kai hadn't reported because getting it fixed meant letting maintenance into his space. "You weren't kidding about the tea," Soren said, gesturing toward the shelf where Kai kept his contraband, loose-leaf tea in sealed containers, real sugar, coffee that hadn't been synthesized in a lab. "I trade for it," Kai said. "There's a woman 3 buildings over who deals in black market organics. She likes that I can fix her data pad." He moved to the galley kitchen while he talked, filling his kettle with water that needed to be filtered twice before it was safe to drink, pulling down 2 cups that didn't match because he'd gotten them at different times from different sources. His hands were steadier now, the routine of making tea settling his nervous system into something approaching functional. Behind him, Soren was quiet in the way that meant he was thinking too much, and Kai resisted the urge to fill the silence with words that didn't matter. They'd been good at silence once, comfortable enough in each other's presence that they didn't need to perform conversation. He didn't know if that was still true, didn't know if anything from their childhood translated to who they were now. The kettle clicked off and Kai poured water over tea leaves, watching them unfurl, and the smell that filled the small space was real and green and nothing like the synthetic versions. He'd started buying real tea the first year he'd had enough money to trade for luxuries, and he'd told himself it was just about taste, about having one thing in his life that wasn't fake. But he knew the truth. He drank it because Soren used to steal it from the market vendors when they were kids, because sharing stolen tea in the ruins of their old neighborhood was the closest thing to ceremony they'd ever had. He carried both cups to the small table and sat down, and after a moment Soren joined him, moving with the careful control of someone who'd spent years in close quarters and learned not to waste space. Up close, under the apartment's dim lighting, the changes were more visible. The implants had left thin scars at his temples, and there was a newer scar along his jaw that looked like it had been made by something sharp. His hands when he took the cup were calloused in patterns Kai recognized, tools and wires and the particular kind of damage that came from working with your hands in places that didn't care about safety protocols. "You take it the same way?" Kai asked, nodding toward the sugar. "Yeah," Soren said, and added after a pause, "You remember how I take my tea?" "I remember everything," Kai said before he could stop himself, and then felt exposed by the admission, by how completely it revealed that he'd spent 15 years not moving on the way he was supposed to. But Soren didn't look uncomfortable. If anything, his expression softened into something Kai almost recognized, something that might have been relief. "Me too," he said quietly. "I remember everything." They drank their tea in silence that felt less awkward than it should have, and Kai tried not to stare at the evidence of who Soren had become while they were apart, the implants, the scars, the way he checked the sight lines to both the door and window without seeming to move his head, cataloging exits like someone who'd needed them too many times to stop. This wasn't the boy who used to climb through Kai's bedroom window when his own home got too dangerous. This was someone who'd survived things Kai couldn't imagine by becoming someone his younger self wouldn't recognize. "What happened to you?" Kai asked, keeping his voice neutral, offering Soren the option to deflect if he wanted. Soren was quiet for long enough that Kai thought he wasn't going to answer. "Then, the district buyout. You remember?" Of course Kai remembered. The corporate acquisition that had scattered their neighborhood like seeds in contaminated wind, families relocated or displaced or worse, the systematic dismantling of everything that had made the lower districts livable. Kai's family had survived it by selling him, his education contract bought by Corp in exchange for housing and basic income. Kai sent to corporate training centers where they taught him to be useful and compliant and empty. "Your family?" Kai asked. "Scattered," Soren said. Mom took my younger siblings and got relocated to the outer rings. Figured I was old enough to manage on my own. He said it without inflection, like it was a fact rather than a wound, but Kai heard the truth underneath. Soren had been 13 when his mother chose to save the younger kids and leave him behind, old enough to survive but not old enough to forgive. I looked for you, Kai said. After the buyout. I tried to find out where they'd sent you, but the relocation records were sealed and I didn't have access in. I know, Soren interrupted. Dutch told me. Dutch. The name triggered something in Kai's memory, an information broker who operated in the gray spaces between corporate and street economies, someone Kai had used a few times over the years when he needed something the official channels wouldn't provide. He'd never thought about the fact that Soren might know the same people, might have been moving through the same networks, their lives running parallel without ever intersecting. Until now. So you've been here 8 months, Kai said, trying to piece together the shape of Soren's life from fragments. Doing gray market repair work. Living where? Capsule hotel in the industrial sector, Soren said. It's cheap. Clean enough. I don't need much space. The thought of Soren living in one of those coffin-sized rentals, the kind of place where people went when they'd run out of better options, made something twist in Kai's chest. He'd been there once, years ago, before he'd gotten the corporate housing. The claustrophobia of it, the sense of being stored rather than housed, the sound of other people's lives bleeding through thin walls. You could stay here, Kai said, and immediately wanted to take it back because it was too much too fast, the kind of offer that revealed too much about what he needed. But he didn't take it back. Just sat there with the words between them, letting Soren decide. Soren's expression cycled through surprise and something more complicated, something that looked like hunger quickly shuddered. That's not a good idea. Probably not, Kai agreed. But the offer stands anyway. They finished their tea in silence that felt heavier now, weighted with all the years they'd spent apart and all the ways they'd each learned to survive without the other. When Soren finally stood to leave, Kai didn't try to stop him, just walked him to the door and watched him check the hallway before stepping out, survival instincts too ingrained to override. Kai, Soren said, turning back. He stopped, and Kai watched him try to find words for something that maybe didn't have words. Finally Soren just shook his head and left, moving down the hallway with the same fluid economy he'd shown in the alley, and Kai stood in his doorway until he couldn't hear footsteps anymore. Then he went back inside, locked the door, and sat on his futon in the dark, his hands shaking again for entirely different reasons than they had been that morning. Soren was alive. Was here, in the city, close enough to find. Had been close enough to find for 8 months, and Kai had never known, had never felt that pull that used to exist between them. But he felt it now. Felt it like a wound reopening, like scar tissue tearing, like all the careful work he'd done to stop wanting things he couldn't have coming undone in a single evening. He made himself get up, made himself check on his plants even though they didn't need checking, made himself go through the routines that kept him functional. But when he finally lay down to sleep, he could still smell the tea on the air, could still feel the presence of someone else in his space after years of being alone, and he knew with sick certainty that this was going to change everything. Whether he wanted it to or not. Chapter 2, The Architecture of Avoidance. Kai spent 3 days convincing himself he'd imagined the whole thing. It wasn't difficult. His brain had been offering him hallucinations for years, shadows that moved like people he used to know, voices in crowded transit cars that sounded like Soren's laugh, the persistent sense that he was being watched by someone who cared whether he made it home safely. Anxiety did that, turned your perception into something unreliable, made you doubt the difference between memory and present tense. So he went to work. Monitored carbon levels that were always worse than they should be. Filed reports that would be sanitized before anyone important saw them. Came home to his small apartment and his contraband plants and the 2 teacups still sitting on his table because he hadn't been able to make himself wash them yet. Physical evidence. That was harder to explain away. He picked up the cup Soren had used, ran his thumb over the rim where Soren's mouth had been, and felt something in his chest that was too complicated to name. Wanton grief and the terrible hope that maybe this time the universe wouldn't take back what it had briefly returned. The cup smelled like tea and nothing else. Soren hadn't left anything behind except the fact of his presence, the confirmation that he was real and alive and living in the same city, breathing the same poison air. Kai washed the cups finally, on the third night, and told himself it didn't mean anything except that he needed them for his morning tea. On the fourth day, he saw Soren again. Not deliberately. Kai had stopped at a meal dispensary on his way home from work, one of the few places that still served real protein instead of synthetic substitutes, waiting in line with the kind of exhausted patience that came from knowing the food would be mediocre but at least it would be actual food. He was staring at the menu board without seeing it, his brain already 3 steps ahead to his apartment and the evening routine that kept him functional, when movement in his peripheral vision made him turn his head. Soren was standing near the back of the dispensary, talking to the owner with the focused attention of someone negotiating a job. Kai watched him gesture toward the refrigeration unit, explaining something technical with his hands, and saw the exact moment the owner's skeptical expression shifted into interest. Whatever Soren was offering, it was convincing enough that the owner was nodding, pulling out a data pad to take notes. Kai should look away. Should pretend he hadn't seen, should get his food and leave before Soren noticed him and they had to navigate the awkwardness of a second encounter when neither of them had figured out what to do with the first one. Instead he kept watching. Soren moved like someone who'd learned to be economical with every gesture, no wasted motion, his body language confident in a way that suggested he knew exactly how much space he took up and how to use it. The optical implants gave him an unsettling quality in the dispensary's fluorescent lighting, the faint blue glow visible when he turned his head to examine the refrigeration unit more closely. He was explaining something about compressor efficiency, his voice carrying just enough that Kai caught fragments: cooling cycles, refrigerant leaks, power optimization, technical language delivered with the casual authority of someone who'd been doing this work long enough to know it cold. The owner was convinced. Kai saw money change hands, saw Soren nod and make some arrangement about timing, and then Soren was gathering his tools and turning toward the exit and his eyes caught Kai's across the crowded room. For half a second neither of them moved. Then Soren's expression did something complicated, surprise and something that might have been resignation, and he changed trajectory, crossing the dispensary toward Kai with the same deliberate economy he brought to everything else. "Kai," he said when he was close enough that they wouldn't have to shout over the ambient noise. Not a question. Just acknowledgement. "Soren," Kai returned, and hated how uncertain his own voice sounded. "I didn't know you did refrigeration repair." "I do whatever pays," Soren said. "Refrigeration, data systems, electrical work. Anything that breaks, I can probably fix it." There was pride in the way he said it, the kind of hard-won confidence that came from teaching yourself skills because no one else was going to teach you and survival depended on being useful. Kai wondered what else Soren had learned in 15 years, what other pieces of himself he'd had to build from scratch when the world took away everything familiar. "You eating here?" Soren asked, nodding toward the line Kai had abandoned. "Was planning to," Kai said. "You can't afford it," Soren said without shame. "I was just here for the work." "But I could," he paused, something flickering across his face that might have been uncertainty. "I could sit with you. If you want. I've got time before my next job." The offer hung between them like something fragile, and Kai understood what it cost Soren to make it. This wasn't the boy who used to show up at Kai's window without warning, who treated Kai's space like it belonged to both of them. This was someone who'd learned to ask permission, to negotiate proximity, to treat every interaction as a transaction that might be refused. "Yeah," Kai said, and felt relief that Soren had been the one to suggest it, that Kai hadn't had to be the one reaching out. "Yeah, I'd like that." He ordered food for both of them, synthetic noodles that tasted almost right, protein cultured from cells that had never been part of an actual animal, vegetables that were probably more chemical than plant matter but at least had texture. Soren tried to refuse, saying he could eat later, but Kai ignored him and paid anyway, and when he brought the containers to a corner table Soren was already sitting with his back to the wall, eyes on both exits, the habits of someone who'd spent too long in places where relaxing your guard meant not waking up. They ate in silence for a while. Soren held his chopsticks the same way he had as a kid, slightly wrong, his grip too tight, but functional enough that Kai had never corrected him and wasn't about to start now. The familiarity of it made Kai's chest ache. "You still hold your chopsticks wrong," Kai said, the words slipping out before he could stop them. Soren glanced up, and something that might have been amusement crossed his face. "You still notice shit like that?" "Some things don't change," Kai said. "Most things do," Soren countered, but his tone wasn't harsh. Just factual, the observation of someone who'd learned that permanence was a lie people told themselves. Kai wanted to ask where Soren had been, what he'd done, how he'd survived the 15 years between the district buyout and this moment. But the questions felt too big, too invasive, the kind of thing you couldn't ask over synthetic noodles in a dispensary where anyone might be listening. So instead he asked, "How long have you been doing repair work?" "Since I was 16, Soren said. "Maybe 15. Frost taught me." "Frost?" "Someone who helped me after the buyout," Soren said, and his tone made it clear that was all the detail he was willing to offer. "I apprenticed with them. Learned enough to make myself useful. After that it was just practice and reputation building." Kai did the math. 15, maybe 16, when he'd started learning skilled trade work. Which meant whatever had happened in the immediate aftermath of his family's scattering had been bad enough that Soren had needed to find a mentor, someone to teach him survival that wasn't just scraping by. The fact that he'd survived it, had turned it into competence and autonomy, said something about Soren's capacity for endurance that Kai wasn't sure he wanted to fully understand. "You're good at it," Kai said. The owner looked convinced. Soren shrugged. "I know what I'm doing. And I'm cheaper than the corporate repair contractors. People in the lower districts can't afford the official rates, so they come to people like me. It works." There was something careful in the way he said it, an awareness that what he did existed in the gray space between legal and not, that corporate regulations said you needed licensing and certification to do the kind of work Soren did, but that those regulations were designed to keep people dependent on expensive official services. Soren had found a way to survive in the gaps, and Kai couldn't help but admire it even as he recognized how precarious it made Soren's position. "Where are you working out of?" Kai asked. "You said you're in a capsule hotel, but you must have somewhere you do the actual repairs." "I've got a corner in a shop in the industrial sector," Soren said. "Guy who owns it lets me use the space in exchange for keeping his equipment running. It's not much, but it's enough." Not much. Kai was learning that Soren had a habit of minimizing what he had, of treating basic necessities like luxuries he'd somehow managed to acquire through luck rather than effort. It made Kai wonder what the baseline had been, how low Soren's expectations had dropped in order to survive. They finished eating and Soren checked his wristband for the time, a gesture that suggested he was calculating whether he had a few more minutes or needed to leave immediately. Kai found himself hoping Soren would stay, would keep sitting here in this mediocre dispensary where at least they were in the same space, breathing the same air, existing together in a way they hadn't been able to for 15 years. "I should," Soren started, then stopped. "Your offer. The other night. Did you mean it?" It took Kai a moment to understand what Soren was asking. "Then, the futon?" "Yeah." Kai's heart was doing something irregular in his chest. "I meant it." Soren was quiet for long enough that Kai thought he was going to refuse, was going to come up with some reason why it was a bad idea or why he couldn't accept or any of the dozen ways people had of saying no without actually saying the word. Then Soren said, "I've been in the city 8 months. Sleeping in a capsule hotel because it's cheap and I can pay by the week, and if I need to disappear I'm not tied to a lease. But it's..." He stopped, and Kai saw him struggle with whatever he was trying to articulate. "It's not sustainable. And I keep thinking about your apartment. About having actual space. About not waking up to someone else's nightmares bleeding through the walls." There was more vulnerability in that admission than Kai had expected, and he handled it carefully, the way you'd handle something fragile that someone had offered you without quite meaning to. "The futon's yours if you want it," Kai said. "I'm not using it during the day anyway. And it's..." Now it was his turn to struggle with words. "It would be good having you there. I think." Soren's expression softened into something Kai almost recognized, something that looked like relief mixed with uncertainty mixed with the ghost of who they used to be to each other. Yeah, he said quietly. Yeah, I think it would be good too. They worked out logistics with the practical efficiency of people who'd both learned that survival required planning. Soren would come by tomorrow night after Kai's shift, would bring what little he owned, would take the futon, and they'd figure out the rest as they went. It wasn't a dramatic moment. There were no declarations or promises or any of the things that might have marked it as significant. Just two people arranging a practical solution to a practical problem. But when Soren left, checking the street before he stepped outside, his hand automatically going to whatever he carried at his hip, Kai sat at the table for another 10 minutes, staring at the empty container that had held Soren's noodles, and felt something in his chest that might have been hope or might have been terror. Possibly both. The next day crawled. Kai went through his shift at the carbon scrubber facility with the fraction of his attention it required, the rest of his mind occupied with the reality that tonight Soren would be in his apartment, would be sharing his space, would be close enough to hear if Kai's breathing changed in his sleep. It felt too fast and not fast enough simultaneously, like they were skipping steps that should have happened first, but also like they'd already wasted 15 years and any more delay was just cowardice. He stopped at the black market dealer on his way home and traded favors for actual food, real rice, protein that had come from an animal rather than a vat, vegetables that were probably contaminated but at least had grown in soil. Made sure his apartment was cleaner than it needed to be, that the futon had sheets that didn't smell like anxiety sweat, that the small bathroom was stocked with soap and towels and the other basic necessities of human dignity. Then he sat on his futon in the growing dark and waited, trying not to think about all the ways this could be a mistake. Soren arrived at 19:30, 3 hours after Kai's shift had ended. Kai heard him on the stairs, footsteps that were trying to be quiet but weren't quite succeeding, and opened the door before Soren could knock. Soren stood in the hallway with a waterproof pack slung over his shoulder, everything he owned apparently small enough to fit in a single bag. He looked uncertain in a way Kai hadn't seen before, like he was waiting for Kai to change his mind, to realize this was a bad idea and rescind the offer. "Come in," Kai said, stepping aside. Soren entered slowly, taking in the space with the same careful attention he'd given it the first time, but now there was something different in his expression. Not just cataloging for threats, but cataloging for permanence, for the reality that this might be where he stayed for more than one night. "I brought my own sheets," Soren said, gesturing to his pack. "And I can contribute to food. I don't have a lot, but I can." "Soren," Kai interrupted. "You don't have to negotiate. You're not a tenant. You're..." He stopped, because he didn't actually know how to finish that sentence. What was Soren to him? Childhood best friend felt inadequate. Person Kai had been trying not to grieve for 15 years felt too raw. The truth was somewhere in between, in a space that didn't have clean language. "I'm here," Soren finished for him. "That's enough for now." "Yeah." "Yeah," Kai agreed, and felt some of the tension in his shoulders release. They set up the futon together, Soren insisting on his own sheets even though Kai had clean ones, and Kai understood it was about maintaining some boundary, some sense that Soren wasn't completely dependent. When they were done, Soren sat on the edge of the futon and looked around the apartment with an expression Kai couldn't quite read. "This is weird," Soren said finally. "Yeah," Kai agreed. "Good weird or bad weird?" Kai considered the question honestly. "I don't know yet. Both, maybe." Soren laughed, brief and surprised, and the sound of it did something to Kai's chest. "That's fair," he said. They made tea because it was what they knew how to do, the ritual of it more comfortable than trying to navigate conversation. Kai showed Soren where things were, the bathroom schedule, the broken recycler that didn't actually recycle, the plants in the closet that were contraband and therefore secret. Soren listened with the focused attention of someone memorizing details, and when Kai mentioned that the landlord was relatively decent about not reporting minor code violations, Soren's expression shifted into something that might have been relief. "I've been worried about that," Soren admitted. "The capsule hotel doesn't do inspections, but anywhere with an actual lease. Rue doesn't care as long as rent's paid and you're not manufacturing explosives," Kai said. "They're good people." "For a landlord." Soren nodded, filing that information away, and Kai saw him start to relax in increments, the set of his shoulders dropping slightly, his hand no longer automatically checking his hip, the way he let himself settle back against the wall instead of staying coiled and ready. They stayed up later than Kai usually did, not talking about anything important, just trading observations about the city and the people in it and the small details of survival that made up their daily lives. Soren told him about the repair shop, about June, his apprentice who asked too many questions but had good instincts. Kai told him about Wei, who'd helped him get the under-the-table work when his medication stopped working and he couldn't afford the psychiatric evaluation. It wasn't deep conversation. They were still circling around the hard things, the 15 years that sat between them like a wall they'd have to dismantle brick by brick. But it was something. It was two people learning to share space again, learning whether the muscle memory of their childhood friendship could translate to who they were now. When Kai finally said he needed to sleep because his shift started early, Soren nodded and started setting up his own space with efficient movements that suggested he'd done this before, made temporary homes in places that weren't his, learned to take up minimal space, to be grateful for what he got. Kai retreated to his closet and lay down on his own futon, leaving the door cracked because the closet didn't have proper ventilation and closing it completely made him feel like he was suffocating. He could hear Soren moving in the main room, the small sounds of someone settling in for the night, and it was strange and familiar simultaneously, the presence of another person in his space after years of being alone. He fell asleep listening to Soren breathe, the rhythm of it steady and real, and for the first time in longer than he could remember, the anxiety that usually kept him awake seemed to quiet. When he woke before his alarm the next morning, Soren was already gone. But there was a note on the small table in handwriting Kai recognized immediately, had early job. Back tonight. S. Kai held the note for longer than was reasonable, reading the few words over and over like they contained some message beyond the obvious, then folded it carefully and put it in his pocket. He went to work with the note pressed against his chest, and if his hands were steadier than usual, if the anxiety that normally spiked during his commute stayed manageable, if he caught himself almost smiling at nothing, well, no one at the carbon scrubber facility cared enough to notice. That night Soren came back with food, real eggs, the kind that cost more than synthetic protein, and bread that was only slightly stale. They cooked together in Kai's tiny kitchen, navigating around each other with the careful choreography of people learning each other's rhythms, and when they sat down to eat Kai realized with sudden clarity that this was what he'd been missing for 15 years. Not romance. Not some grand declaration of feeling. Just this, someone to share meals with, someone who knew how he took his tea, someone whose presence made the apartment feel less like a cell and more like a home. They fell asleep in their separate spaces that night, Kai in his closet and Soren on the futon, but at some point in the early hours Kai woke to the sound of Soren's breathing changing, faster, shallower, the distinctive pattern of a nightmare. He lay there in the dark, listening, trying to decide if he should intervene or let Soren wake on his own. The decision was made for him when Soren jerked awake with a sharp intake of breath, and Kai heard him get up, heard water running in the bathroom, heard him return to the futon and lie back down with the kind of forced stillness that meant he was trying to calm himself. Kai should stay where he was. Should respect Soren's privacy, should let him have his nightmares without making them into something that required acknowledgement. Instead he got up and moved to the doorway of his closet, visible in the dim light from the street filtering through the window. "You okay?" he asked quietly. Soren turned his head, and in the half-light Kai could see the blue glow of his implants. "Yeah. Sorry. Didn't mean to wake you." "You didn't," Kai lied. "I was already awake." They both knew it wasn't true, but Soren didn't call him on it. "It's nothing. Just the usual shit. Happens sometimes. You want tea?" Kai offered. "It's 3 in the morning." That wasn't a no. Soren was quiet for a moment, then, yeah. Tea would be good. So Kai made tea at 3 in the morning, and they sat at the small table in comfortable silence, and when Soren eventually went back to sleep he seemed to do it easier, the nightmare not returning. Kai lay awake in his closet and thought about how quickly they'd fallen into this, how natural it felt to have Soren in his space, how right it seemed that when one of them couldn't sleep the other was there to make tea and sit in the dark and not ask questions that didn't need answering. It had been 3 days since Soren moved in. It felt like they'd been doing this forever. Chapter 3, The Geometry of Old Skin. They developed rhythms without discussing them. Soren left before Kai woke most mornings, his early repair jobs pulling him out the door while it was still dark, but he always left some small sign that he'd been there, a note with the time he'd be back, coffee already brewed in the small pot Kai kept on the counter, once a synthetic orange sitting on the table like an offering. Kai learned to read Soren's schedule through these artifacts. The days when he came back exhausted and quiet meant he'd been doing heavy work, probably in the flooded sublevels where the air was barely breathable. The days when he came back wired and talking meant he'd been doing something technical and satisfying, the kind of problem-solving that reminded him he was good at this. Kai's own schedule was more predictable. Shifts at the carbon scrubber facility that started at 7 o'clock and ended at 1800 hours, unless there was mandatory overtime, which there often was. He'd come home to find Soren already there, or waiting, or arriving shortly after, and they'd navigate the small space around each other with increasing ease, Soren at the table debugging code on a salvage tablet, Kai tending his plants in the closet, both of them comfortable with silence in a way that felt like muscle memory from childhood. 3 weeks in, Kai realized he'd stopped taking his anxiety medication completely. Not intentionally, he'd just forgotten to refill the prescription, had gone through his days without the chemical buffer, and his body had adjusted. Or maybe it was that having Soren in the apartment gave him something to focus on besides the constant low-level dread that used to follow him everywhere. Either way, his hands had stopped shaking. "You're not taking your meds anymore," Soren observed one evening, nodding toward the empty pill container on the bathroom shelf. Kai had been washing dishes, real dishes, not synthplast disposables, because Soren had brought actual plates from somewhere and cooking for 2 people justified the water cost. He dried his hands carefully before answering, buying himself time to figure out how Soren knew he'd been on medication at all. "How did you? You used to check your wristband every morning," Soren said. "For the med reminder. You haven't done it in 2 weeks." The observation was casual, but the fact that Soren had been paying that much attention made something in Kai's chest do a complicated thing. He'd been so careful to be unobtrusive, to not take up too much of Soren's mental space, and here was evidence that Soren had been cataloging Kai's habits with the same precision Kai had been cataloging his. "I forgot to refill it," Kai admitted. "And then I realized I didn't actually need to. I've been," he paused, trying to articulate something he barely understood himself. "More stable. I don't know if it's sustainable, but for now it's working." Soren was quiet, his expression doing something Kai couldn't quite read. "Then, is it me? Being here? Is that why you're more stable?" There was something careful in the way he asked it, like he was afraid of the answer either way. Kai understood. If the answer was yes, it made Soren responsible for Kai's mental health in ways that weren't fair. If the answer was no, it meant Soren's presence didn't matter as much as he might have hoped. "I don't know," Kai said honestly. "Maybe partly. But I think it's more that he struggled for the words. "I'm less afraid. Of everything. When you're here, the apartment feels less like a place I'm just surviving in and more like somewhere I actually live. And that changes things." Soren nodded slowly, and Kai saw him file that information away, saw the way his posture shifted slightly like he was trying to make himself worthy of that responsibility without taking on the weight of it in ways that would crush them both. They didn't talk about it again that night, but Soren stayed closer than usual, working at the table while Kai read on the futon, and when they went to sleep in their separate spaces the air between them felt charged with something unnamed. The next evening, Soren brought someone home. Kai heard voices on the stairs and had half a second of panic before recognizing Soren's voice saying something about voltage regulation, and then the door opened and Soren entered with a woman who looked like she'd been awake for 3 days straight, her eyes dark-circled and her movements carrying the jittery quality of someone running on stimulants and determination. "Kai, this is Bex," Soren said, and there was something different in his voice, warmer, more relaxed, the tone of someone introducing people who mattered to each other. "Bex, Kai." Bex looked at Kai with the kind of assessment that suggested she was cataloging him for future reference, taking in the small apartment and the plants visible through the closet door and Kai himself with an expression that cycled from curiosity to understanding. "So you're Kai," she said, and there was weight to the way she said it, like Soren had told her things. "Soren's mentioned you." "Has he?" Kai said, glancing at Soren, who had the grace to look slightly embarrassed. Might have come up, Soren muttered, already moving toward the small med kit he kept in his pack, pulling out supplies before Bex had even explained why she was there. But Kai could see why. Now that his eyes had adjusted to the dim lighting, he could see the blood soaking through the sleeve of Bex's jacket, the careful way she was holding her left arm, the professional calm of someone who'd been hurt before and knew exactly how bad it was. What happened? Kai asked. Stupid accident in the sublevel clinic, Bex said, already shrugging out of her jacket with Soren's help. Patient with a blade, didn't like being told he needed actual medical attention instead of just more stims. Caught me on the arm before I got the sedative in him. Soren had her sitting at the table now, was cutting away the blood-soaked sleeve with practiced efficiency, his hands steady and sure in a way that suggested this wasn't the first time he'd done field medicine. Kai watched him work, cleaning the wound, assessing the damage, applying antiseptic that made Bex hiss through her teeth, and saw a version of Soren he'd only glimpsed before. Someone competent and careful, someone who knew how to care for people in concrete ways. You need stitches, Soren said, his tone making it clear this wasn't up for debate. I can do it here or you can go to your clinic, but either way it's getting closed properly. Here's fine, Bex said. I trust your stitching more than I trust most of the medics who work for me anyway. Soren glanced at Kai. You okay with this? Kai realized Soren was asking permission to do medical work in Kai's apartment, to bring this piece of his life into their shared space, and the fact that he was asking rather than assuming felt significant. Yeah, Kai said. Of course. Whatever you need. So Soren stitched Bex's arm while Kai made tea, and Bex told stories about the underground clinic where she worked, a place in the flooded sublevels where people went when they couldn't afford corporate medical care, staffed by volunteers and supplied through black market channels. She spoke about it with the weary affection of someone who'd poured too much of herself into something that would never be enough but kept doing it anyway. Soren does our equipment maintenance, Bex said, watching Kai watch Soren work. Keeps our diagnostic machines running on salvaged parts and spite. We'd have shut down years ago without him. I didn't know that, Kai said, glancing at Soren, who was concentrating on making his stitches neat and even, his optical implants glowing faintly in the dim light. Soren doesn't talk about the good shit he does, Bex said. Just shows up and fixes things and refuses payment and then disappears before anyone can thank him properly. It's annoying. I take payment, Soren muttered. You pay me in medical supplies. Which you then give away to people who need them, Bex countered. Don't think I haven't noticed. Soren didn't respond, just tied off the last stitch and bandaged Bex's arm with the same methodical care he brought to everything. When he was done, he sat back and examined his work with a critical eye, checking for any irregularities. That should hold, he said. Change the dressing daily, keep it dry, and for fuck's sake stop letting patients stab you. I'll add it to my to-do list, Bex said dryly. She stayed for another hour, drinking the tea Kai had made and trading stories with Soren about people they both knew, a network of repair techs and medics and data couriers who kept the lower districts functional in ways the corporate systems never bothered with. Kai listened more than he talked, learning the shape of Soren's life through the spaces between Bex's words, the community he'd built, the people who relied on him, the version of himself he became when he wasn't sitting in Kai's apartment trying to figure out who they were to each other. When Bex finally left, with strict instructions from Soren about wound care and a promise to check in tomorrow, Kai helped Soren clean up the medical supplies, sorting the used items from the salvageable ones with the efficiency of people who'd learned that nothing could be wasted. Sorry about that, Soren said, not quite meeting Kai's eyes. I should have asked before bringing her here. You did ask, Kai pointed out. And even if you hadn't, it's fine. This is your space too. Soren looked at him then, something complicated crossing his face. Is it? I mean, I'm sleeping on your futon and using your kitchen, but I don't want to assume. Soren, Kai interrupted gently. It's your space. However long you want it to be. The words hung between them like a promise Kai hadn't meant to make but didn't want to take back. Soren was quiet for a long moment, then nodded, his expression softening into something that looked like relief. They finished cleaning in comfortable silence, and when Kai went to check on his plants before bed, he found that one of the tomatoes had finally started to fruit, a small green globe no bigger than his thumbnail, but undeniably real, undeniably alive. "Soren," he called, and heard Soren's footsteps crossing the small space. "Yeah?" Kai pointed to the tiny tomato, unable to keep the small smile off his face. "Look." Soren leaned in to examine it, his shoulder brushing Kai's in the cramped closet space, and Kai saw the corner of his mouth quirk up. "You did it. Actually grew something in this toxic hellscape." "We did it," Kai corrected, because Soren had been the one to suggest changing the soil mixture, had traded for better fertilizer through his network of contacts, had cared about Kai's illegal plants enough to help them survive. "It's both of us." Soren was quiet, still looking at the tomato, and when he spoke his voice was softer than Kai had heard it. "Yeah. I guess it is." They stood there for a moment longer, close enough that Kai could feel the warmth of Soren's body in the confined space, could smell the antiseptic on his hands from treating Bex's wound, could hear the small changes in his breathing that meant he was feeling something he wasn't saying. Then Soren stepped back, and the moment passed, and they went to their separate sleeping spaces like they always did. But that night, lying in the dark, Kai thought about what Bex had said, how Soren showed up and fixed things and refused to take credit, how he gave away medical supplies he could have sold, how he'd built a community of people who relied on him even as he insisted he didn't need anyone. And Kai wondered if Soren understood that the apartment had become part of that network, that Kai had become one of the things Soren was fixing without being asked, that this undefined thing between them was another kind of repair work. The thought should have bothered him, being someone's project, someone's responsibility. But instead it felt like the first time in 15 years that someone had looked at him and seen something worth the effort of tending. The weekend came, and with it a rare gift, 2 consecutive days off for both of them. Kai woke Saturday morning to find Soren already awake, sitting at the table with coffee and a tablet, scrolling through something with intense focus. "Morning," Kai said, his voice still rough with sleep. Soren glanced up and something in his expression shifted, not quite a smile but close. "Morning. I made coffee." "I see that," Kai said, pouring himself a cup. "You're up early for someone who doesn't have a job today." "Can't sleep past 6 anymore," Soren said. "Too many years of early shifts. My brain just," he gestured vaguely, "wakes up and won't shut off." Kai understood that. His own sleep schedule was governed by corporate hours and anxiety, neither of which cared about his actual need for rest. He settled at the table across from Soren and watched him work for a moment, the way his eyes tracked across the screen with the methodical precision of someone debugging code or mapping schematics. "What are you working on?" Kai asked. "Trying to find a cheaper supplier for optical calibration tools," Soren said. "My implants need maintenance and the corporate clinics charge 3 months' rent for a basic adjustment." Kai looked at the implants, the faint blue glow that never quite went away, the scar tissue at Soren's temples, the way Soren sometimes pressed his fingers there like the pressure helped with pain Kai couldn't see. "Do they hurt?" he asked. "The implants?" "Sometimes," Soren admitted. "Phantom pain, mostly. The neural integration is solid, but the hardware needs regular maintenance or it starts to drift. Nothing dangerous, just," he paused. "Uncomfortable." Kai wanted to ask why Soren had gotten them in the first place, wanted to understand what had necessitated the augmentation, but the question felt too invasive for a Saturday morning over coffee. So instead he asked, "Can I help? With finding a supplier?" Soren looked surprised. "You know people who deal in black market medical tech?" "I know people who know people," Kai said. "The woman I trade with for plants, she's connected to a whole network. Medical supplies, tech parts, things that fell off corporate trucks." "I could ask." "Yeah," Soren said after a moment. "Yeah, that would help. Thanks." They spent the morning on it together, Kai sending carefully worded messages through encrypted channels while Soren researched specifications and compatibility requirements. It was domestic in a way that felt almost mundane, 2 people solving a practical problem with the focused collaboration of partners who knew how to work together, and by noon they'd found a supplier who could do the calibration for 1/3 of the corporate price. This is good, Soren said, reading through the terms. This is actually really good, Kai. How did you? I told you, Kai said. I know people. But the truth was he'd spent years building a quiet network of his own, trading skills and favors in the spaces between official systems, learning who could get what and how to ask without drawing attention. It was survival work, the same as Soren's repair jobs, just less visible. Soren was looking at him with something new in his expression, reassessment, maybe, or the recognition that Kai wasn't just the corporate drone he appeared to be, that he'd been surviving in his own ways all along. What? Kai asked when the silence stretched too long. Nothing, Soren said. Just, you're more resourceful than I gave you credit for. You thought I was helpless? Kai asked, trying to keep his tone light but not quite succeeding. No, Soren said quickly. Not helpless. Just, I don't know. I had this picture of who you'd become, based on what I knew about the corporate contracts, about what happens to kids who get sold to Sinner Corp. But you're not, he struggled for words. You're not what I expected. Is that good or bad? Kai asked. Good, Soren said without hesitation. It's good, Kai. It means you didn't let them break you completely. It means you found ways to survive that aren't just compliance. The words settled into Kai's chest like warmth, like validation he hadn't known he needed. For 15 years he'd been performing corporate obedience while maintaining small rebellions, the contraband plants, the black market trades, the parts of himself he kept hidden from the systems that wanted to quantify him into productivity metrics. He'd thought of it as cowardice, as not being brave enough to refuse openly the way people like Soren did. But maybe it was its own kind of courage. Maybe survival in corporate spaces required different skills than survival in the streets, but it was still survival, still resistance, still a refusal to be completely consumed. You want to get out of here? Soren asked suddenly. I want to show you something. Kai agreed before his brain could catalog all the reasons it might be a bad idea to leave the safety of his apartment on a Saturday when they could just stay here, stay quiet, stay invisible. They dressed in layers against the chemical rain and headed out, Soren leading them through streets Kai had walked hundreds of times but had never really seen. They took transit to the eastern edge of the lower districts, to a sector Kai vaguely remembered from childhood but that had changed so much it might as well have been a different city. Soren navigated with confidence, taking shortcuts through alleys and across maintenance catwalks, his body language shifting into something looser, less guarded than it was in the apartment. Where are we going? Kai asked when they'd been walking for 20 minutes. You'll see, Soren said, and there was something in his voice that might have been anticipation. They ended up at what used to be a community garden, back before the district buyouts, when there was still public land that corporations hadn't claimed. Now it was officially condemned, contamination levels too high for safe habitation, the whole sector scheduled for eventual demolition, but people still lived here, still moved through these ruins like ghosts of a world that used to exist. Soren led Kai to a building that was more rubble than structure, climbing through a gap in the wall with the ease of someone who'd done this before. Kai followed, his heart rate picking up not from fear but from the transgression of it, the deliberate violation of corporate boundaries. Inside, the building was hollowed out, stripped of everything valuable, but there was light coming from somewhere, and as Kai's eyes adjusted he saw it, vegetation. Real vegetation, not the struggling contraband seedlings he kept in his closet but actual plants, vines climbing the walls, small trees growing from cracks in the concrete, a whole ecosystem that had claimed the ruins and transformed them into something alive. Holy shit, Kai breathed. Yeah, Soren said, and there was satisfaction in his voice. I found this about 6 months ago. Been coming back whenever I need to, he gestured vaguely. Remember that not everything here is dead. They walked through the ruins together, Soren pointing out different plants, explaining which ones were native and which were invasive, which were edible and which would kill you if you touched them wrong. He spoke about it with the kind of knowledge that suggested he'd spent real time here, studying, learning, turning survival into something more than just not dying. This is where I got the seeds for your tomatoes, Soren admitted. Figured if things could grow here, they could probably grow in your closet with enough care. The tomatoes. The gift that Kai had thought was just Soren being practical, helping with a problem, turned out to be something more deliberate, Soren bringing a piece of this impossible garden into Kai's life, sharing something that mattered to him without making it into a big gesture. Kai felt something in his chest crack open. "You've been coming here for months." "Yeah. And you wanted to show me." "Yeah," Soren said, and now he sounded uncertain, like he was worried he'd misjudged what this would mean to Kai. Is it okay?" Instead of answering with words, Kai reached out and took Soren's hand. Just that, nothing more, his fingers curling around Soren's calloused palm, holding on in the ruins of their old neighborhood, surrounded by impossible green. Soren looked down at their joined hands, then up at Kai's face, and his expression was so raw it hurt to see. "It's more than okay," Kai said quietly. "Thank you for bringing me here." They stood like that for a long moment, hands linked, surrounded by life that refused to give up, and Kai understood with sudden clarity that this was what they were building together, not romance in any traditional sense, but something wilder and more resilient, something that grew in the cracks of systems designed to keep them isolated and compliant. Something that shouldn't survive but did anyway. Chapter 4, The Pressure Point. The notification arrived on a Tuesday morning while Kai was getting ready for his shift, the kind of official corporate message that made his stomach drop before he'd even opened it. He stared at his wristband for 3 full seconds before actually reading the text, his hands already starting to shake with the old familiar anxiety he'd thought he'd left behind. Notice of Housing Subsidy Restructuring Employee ID, CC, 4782 effective date, 30 days from receipt. Due to organizational optimization initiatives, your current housing subsidy classification has been updated. To maintain current resident status, you must now qualify under one of the following categories. A. Partner exemption, proof of registered domestic partnership or engagement. B. Dependent care exemption, proof of minor or disabled dependent. C. Relocation to shared worker housing, Outer Ring District 7. Please submit qualifying documentation within 30 days or accept automated reassignment to available shared housing units. Kai read it 3 times, the words not making sense in any configuration that didn't end with him losing the apartment. Losing the space he'd made livable. Losing the plants. Losing Soren. The thought arrived with enough force that he had to sit down on the edge of the futon, the one Soren had slept on for the past month, still warm from his body heat even though he'd left for an early job an hour ago. Shared worker housing in the outer rings meant a bunk in a room with 15 other people, transit costs that would eat half his paycheck, air quality so bad that most workers developed respiratory problems within a year. It was exile dressed up as optimization, the corporation's way of clearing out employees who weren't productive enough to justify prime real estate. Kai's hands were shaking badly now, the old patterns reasserting themselves, his breath coming too fast, his thoughts spiraling into catastrophic scenarios, the physical sensation of his world narrowing to a pinpoint of panic that he couldn't think his way out of. He made himself stand up. Made himself go through the morning routine even though his shift started in 40 minutes and he was going to be late. Made himself tend the plants even though his vision was blurring at the edges, and when he saw the tomato, the one that had fruited, now bigger, turning from green to the first blush of red, something in his chest cracked. He couldn't lose this. Couldn't lose the first space he'd managed to make into something that felt like a home. Couldn't go back to survival mode, to living in a cell with strangers, to the constant assault of other people's noise and needs and nightmares bleeding through thin walls. He needed a partner exemption. Needed proof of a registered domestic partnership or engagement. He needed Soren. The thought arrived fully formed, and with it came a kind of clarity that felt like desperation but looked enough like a plan that he could work with it. They already lived together. Already shared space and meals and the comfortable silence of people who knew each other's rhythms. The engagement would just be making official what was already functionally true. They were partners, weren't they? Not romantic partners, maybe, not in the traditional sense, but partners in the ways that mattered. Partners in survival. He could ask Soren. Could propose it as the practical solution it was. Could frame it as mutual benefit because it would give Soren legal housing status too, might open up access to work permits he couldn't get as an unregistered gray market tech. It made sense. It was logical. It was the kind of bureaucratic workaround that people used all the time to navigate corporate systems that were designed to trap you. It wasn't real. It wouldn't mean anything except on paper. Soren would understand that. Kai made it to work 12 minutes late, which earned him a warning notation on his file, and spent the entire shift trying to figure out how to ask someone you've known for a month, someone you haven't seen in 15 years before that month, to marry you as a legal fiction to save your housing. By the time his shift ended, he'd worked himself into a state of controlled panic, his thoughts moving in tight circles that kept returning to the same impossible question: what if Soren said no? He came home to find Soren already there, sitting at the table with his tablet and a carton of synthetic noodles, his optical implants casting blue light across the schematics he was studying. He looked up when Kai entered, and something in his expression shifted: concern, maybe, or the recognition that Kai was barely holding it together. "You okay?" Soren asked. "I got a notice," Kai said, the words coming out flat and rehearsed because he'd been practicing them for 8 hours. "From corporate. They're revoking my housing subsidy. I have 30 days to either qualify for a partner exemption or relocate to shared worker housing in the outer rings." Soren's expression went very still. "Outer rings. That's basically exile," Kai finished. "The transit costs alone would make it unsustainable, and the conditions are..." He stopped, because Soren knew what the conditions were. Everyone knew. The outer rings were where the corporation sent people it was trying to get rid of without technically firing them. You either quit or you died of respiratory failure, and either way the corporation's problem was solved. "Fuck," Soren said quietly. Kai sat down across from him, his hands gripping the edge of the table hard enough that his knuckles went white. "I've been thinking about it. All day. Trying to figure out angles. And he stopped, his courage failing him, then forced himself to continue. "There's a solution. It's not ideal, but it works on paper." Soren was watching him with that steady attention that used to make Kai feel seen and now just made him feel like he was asking for something he had no right to ask for. "What if we registered as engaged partners?" Kai said, the words coming out in a rush. "It would lock in my housing. It might give you access to legal work permits. We already live together, we already have a history that could sell the story. It's just paperwork. It doesn't have to mean anything except what we need it to mean." The silence that followed felt like it lasted years. Soren's expression cycled through surprise and something more complicated, something that looked like pain or grief or maybe both, before settling into the careful blankness that meant he was calculating risk. "You want to get engaged," Soren said slowly, like he was testing the words. "To keep your apartment." "I want to not lose the first stable thing I've had in 15 years, Kai said, and heard the desperation bleeding into his voice. "I want to not go back to survival mode. He stopped, because what he wanted was too big and too undefined to put into words. He wanted Soren to stay. He wanted this undefined thing they were building to have a chance to keep developing. He wanted the apartment to keep feeling like a home instead of a cell he was counting down the days until he lost it. Soren was quiet for a long time, his fingers drumming against the table in a pattern that suggested he was thinking too hard. Finally he said, "You understand what you're asking? An engagement means biometric registration, means corporate databases linking us as a legal unit. If I get flagged for anything, it affects you. If you need to leave, the dissolution process takes months and costs money neither of us has." "I understand the risks," Kai said. "Do you?" Soren's voice was sharper now, edged with something that might have been anger or might have been fear. "Because I've spent 15 years staying off corporate radars, keeping my life compartmentalized so that when things go wrong, and things always go wrong, I can disappear without taking anyone else down with me. This is asking me to be visible in ways that scare the shit out of me." Kai felt something in his chest tighten. "I'm not asking you to be someone you're not. I'm asking," he stopped, trying to find words that didn't sound like he was guilting Soren into this. "I'm asking if you'd be willing to take that risk. For this. For whatever this is between us." "This," Soren repeated, and there was something raw in his voice. You mean the thing where we're playing house without actually defining what we are to each other? Where I sleep on your futon and we make tea and pretend that's enough? The words hit harder than Kai expected. Is it not enough? I don't know, Soren said, and he sounded exhausted. That's the problem, Kai. I don't know what this is. I don't know if it's me trying to recreate something from childhood that doesn't exist anymore, or if it's something new, or if it's just two fucked up people who are too broken to be alone. And now you're asking me to make it official, to put it in corporate databases, to legally bind myself to you when I can't even name what we are. Kai felt tears threatening and pushed them back with practiced efficiency. I'm not asking you to name it. I'm asking you to help me survive. That's what we do, isn't it? We help each other survive. Soren looked at him for a long moment, and Kai saw the exact moment something shifted in his expression, the moment calculation gave way to something softer, something that looked like resignation or acceptance or maybe just the recognition that he was going to say yes even though it terrified him. Okay, Soren said quietly. Okay, we'll do it. Kai felt relief wash over him so intensely it was almost physical. Yeah. Yeah, Soren said, and there was something that might have been a smile trying to happen at the corner of his mouth. But we need to make this look real. Corporate welfare audits check for fraud. They'll want documentation, proof of relationship history, evidence that this isn't just two people trying to game the housing system. So they spent the next 3 hours fabricating a narrative, sitting at Kai's small table with the tablet between them and pulling together pieces of their actual history into something that would satisfy bureaucratic requirements. They had known each other as children, that was real. They'd reconnected recently, also real. The engagement was a natural progression of that reconnection, two people who'd been separated by circumstances beyond their control and had found their way back to each other. It wasn't entirely a lie. The shape of it was true even if the specifics were manufactured. They scrolled through salvaged data from their childhood neighborhood, finding footage of them at 12, racing through the lower district markets before the demolitions. Kai watched his younger self and felt grief for that boy who thought nothing could separate them. Soren went quiet watching his own younger self, and Kai saw him touch the scar tissue around his optical implants with something like mourning. I used to look for you, Soren said suddenly, his voice soft enough that Kai almost missed it. After the buyout. For years. In crowds, in transit cars, in every face that looked even slightly familiar. I told myself it was stupid, that you'd moved on, that I should too. But I kept looking. Kai's throat felt tight. I looked for you too. I never stopped. They filled in the gaps in their story with half-truths, dates that were actually supply runs, intimate moments that were just survival partnerships, and somewhere in the fabrication, the line between what was real and what was performance started to blur. They'd been eating meals together for a month. They'd been sharing space, learning each other's rhythms, building something that didn't have a name but felt significant. Maybe the engagement was just making official what was already true in all the ways that mattered. The audit paperwork required them to list emergency contacts and next of kin, legal entanglements that would make their arrangement feel suddenly, terrifyingly permanent. Kai filled in Soren's name with hands that wanted to shake, and when he signed the forms designating Soren as his primary contact he felt something shift in his chest that had nothing to do with bureaucracy and everything to do with the fact that it had been true for longer than he'd been willing to admit. Soren looked at his own forms for a long time before filling them out, and when he wrote Kai's name in the emergency contact field his hand paused over the tablet, hovering for just a second before he committed to it. This is it, Soren said when they'd finished, looking at the compiled documentation. Once we submit this, we're legally entangled. Engaged partners in the eyes of every system that matters. Kai nodded, not trusting his voice. You're sure about this? Soren asked. Because once it's in the system, it's hard to undo. And I need you to be sure, Kai. I need you to understand what you're signing up for. I'm sure, Kai said, and meant it. I've never been more sure of anything. Soren held his gaze for a moment longer, then nodded and hit submit on the documentation. The system processed for 3 seconds that felt like forever, and then confirmation appeared on the screen. Engagement registration confirmed partners, Kai Voss, CC, 4782, and Soren Cade, unregistered, status, pending biometric verification, schedule verification appointment within 7 days. They sat in silence for a while after that, the weight of what they'd just done settling over them like dust. Finally Soren stood up and said he needed air, and Kai watched him go without trying to stop him, understanding that Soren needed to process this alone. But when Soren came back 2 hours later, smelling like chemical rain and the specific cold of the streets, he sat down next to Kai on the futon and said, "I need you to know this doesn't mean I'm good at this. At being engaged or partnered or whatever this is. I'm going to fuck it up. I'm going to pull away when I should stay close, and I'm going to be bad at the things engaged people are supposed to be good at." "Soren," Kai said gently. "I don't need you to be good at being engaged. I need you to be here. That's all." Soren looked at him with something raw in his expression, and Kai saw the fear underneath, the bone-deep terror that commitment meant eventual abandonment, that letting himself want this would inevitably lead to loss. "I'm here," Soren said finally, like he was trying to convince himself as much as Kai. "I'm here and I'm not leaving." That night they slept in their separate spaces like always, but something had shifted in the air between them, something that felt like a door opening onto possibility or a trap closing around them. Kai wasn't sure which. Maybe both. Chapter 5, Performance Metrics. The municipal registration kiosks smelled like disinfectant and desperation. Kai had been in this building before, for his initial housing assignment 7 years ago, for contract renewals, for the bureaucratic rituals that kept corporate employees tethered to systems designed to extract maximum labor for minimum cost. But this felt different. This felt like walking into something he couldn't take back. Soren stood beside him, close enough that their shoulders touched, his hands shoved deep in his jacket pockets in a way that suggested he was actively preventing himself from fidgeting. They'd barely spoken on the transit ride over, both of them processing the reality that in approximately 20 minutes they would be engaged in the eyes of every system that mattered. "You okay?" Kai asked quietly, keeping his voice below the ambient noise of other people processing their own bureaucratic needs. "Define okay," Soren muttered. "Fair enough." The intake clerk called them forward with the enthusiasm of someone whose soul had been slowly drained by years of processing human needs into data points. She didn't look at them directly, just at her screens, fingers moving across haptic interfaces with practiced efficiency. "Engagement registration," she said, not quite making it a question. "Biometric verification and ring encoding?" "Yes," Kai said when it became clear Soren wasn't going to be the one to answer. "IDs." They submitted their wristbands for scanning. Kai's went through immediately. He was already in every corporate database, his life quantified down to productivity metrics and health risk assessments. Soren's took longer, the system struggling to reconcile his gray market existence with the need for official documentation, and Kai saw Soren's jaw tighten as the scan cycled through multiple attempts. Finally it cleared, and the clerk's expression did something that might have been surprise if she'd had enough emotional energy left to express it. "Unregistered status," she said, looking at Soren for the first time. "You'll need to provide biometric samples for baseline registration. Retinal scan, fingerprints, DNA swab." Kai felt Soren go very still beside him. This was what Soren had been afraid of, being made visible, being catalogued into systems he'd spent 15 years avoiding. Once his biometrics were in the database, he couldn't disappear the way he used to. He'd be traceable, locatable, permanently marked as someone the systems recognized. "How long does that take?" Soren asked, his voice carefully neutral. 15 minutes for processing, the clerk said. "Then you're in the system. Permanent record." Permanent. The word hung in the air between them like a warning. Soren looked at Kai, and Kai saw the question in his expression. "Are we really doing this?" Kai nodded, hoping it conveyed more certainty than he actually felt. "Let's get it done," Soren said, and followed the clerk to the biometric station. Kai watched Soren submit to the scans, the bright light of the retinal reader making him flinch, his fingers pressed flat against the glass for printing, the DNA swab that he accepted with the resigned efficiency of someone who'd learned that resistance only made things harder. When it was done, Soren came back to Kai's side, and Kai saw the way his hands were shaking slightly, the physical manifestation of what it cost to make himself visible. All registered, the clerk said, already moving to the next phase of processing. Now for relationship verification. Standard intake questions. How long have you known each other? 15 years, Kai said, because it was true even if most of those years had been spent apart. We grew up in the same district before the buyouts. The clerk's fingers moved across her interface. And when did you reconnect? About a month ago, Soren said. Her fingers paused. 1 month? We've known each other since we were kids, Kai said, hearing the defensive edge in his voice. The month is just when we were in the same place again. The history goes back years. The clerk made a notation that Kai couldn't see but suspected said something about fraud risk. Current cohabitation? Yes, Kai said. He's been living in my apartment for the past month. Under what arrangement? He was in unstable housing, Kai said. I offered him my futon. We've been, he paused, trying to find language that would satisfy both bureaucratic requirements and actual truth. We've been rebuilding our friendship. Figuring out what we are to each other now. The clerk looked at them both with an expression that suggested she'd heard every variation of housing fraud and relationship manipulation in her years behind this desk. And what are you to each other? Kai felt Soren's hand find his under the desk, hidden from the clerk's view, and the contact steadied him enough to answer. We're partners. In the ways that matter. The clerk made another notation, then pulled up a new form. You'll need to demonstrate cohabitation history. Shared expenses, witness testimony, evidence of mutual support. The audit team will review within 30 days. We understand, Kai said. More questions followed, about their schedules, their living arrangements, the specific ways they divided household responsibilities. Kai answered most of them, Soren contributing details when asked, and somewhere in the interrogation Kai realized they actually had a real answer for every question. They did know each other's routines. They did share meals and expenses. They had fallen into domestic patterns that looked enough like partnership that the performance required almost no effort. Maybe that should have worried him. Maybe the fact that it felt this natural to claim Soren as his partner meant he was lying to himself about what this was, about what he wanted it to be. But right now, sitting in this clinical space with its harsh lighting and antiseptic smell, all Kai could feel was relief that they were convincing enough to pass. Finally the clerk pulled up a different interface. Ring encoding. Standard engagement marker, biometrically linked to both partners. You'll need to wear them whenever you're in public or during any housing inspections. She produced 2 rings from a dispensary, cheap chrome, mass-produced, the kind of thing that would leave a green stain on your finger after a few weeks. They weren't meant to be beautiful or meaningful. They were meant to be visible proof of status, markers that you'd successfully navigated the bureaucracy and earned the right to better housing. These will encode with both your biometric signatures, the clerk said. They'll ping corporate scanners as a registered partnership. Removal for more than 72 hours triggers a compliance review. She took Kai's hand first, pressing the ring into place and holding a scanner over it until the metal warmed against his skin, the biometric encoding activating. Then she did the same for Soren, and Kai watched the chrome catch the fluorescent light as it settled onto Soren's finger, watched Soren's expression do something complicated at the physical weight of what they'd just committed to. You're registered, the clerk said. Engagement status active. Housing exemption will process within 24 hours. Congratulations. She said it with all the warmth of someone reading a corporate script, but the words still hit Kai strangely. Congratulations. Like they'd achieved something to be celebrated instead of just successfully navigated a system designed to punish people for being alone. They left the building in silence, stepping into chemical rain that was light enough to tolerate for a few minutes. Kai looked down at the ring on his finger, the cheap chrome that caught the neon from signs above them, the physical proof that they were engaged in ways that mattered to the systems that controlled their lives. This is weird, Soren said finally, holding up his own hand to examine the ring. Yeah, Kai agreed. Are you okay? Soren asked, and there was genuine concern in his voice. With all of this? Kai considered the question honestly. Was he okay with being engaged to someone he'd reconnected with a month ago? Was he okay with the fact that this felt both completely fake and more real than anything he'd experienced in years? Was he okay with the way his heart had done something complicated when the clerk had called them partners? I don't know yet, Kai said. But he paused, trying to find words. I'm less afraid than I was yesterday. And that feels like something. Soren nodded, his expression softening into something that might have been relief. They started walking, not toward the transit station but just walking, letting the city flow around them while they processed what they'd just done. I need you to know something, Soren said after a few blocks. About why I agreed to this. Kai waited, giving him space to find the words. It's not just to help you keep your apartment, Soren continued. Or even to get myself legal housing status. He stopped, and Kai saw him struggle with something he didn't want to say but needed to anyway. I've spent 15 years not letting myself want things that could be taken away. And it scares the shit out of me because I want it. I want to keep waking up in your apartment and making tea and existing in the same space as you. I want whatever this undefined thing is between us to have time to figure itself out. And agreeing to the engagement felt like admitting I want something, which is terrifying, but also like giving us permission to actually build something instead of just surviving in proximity. Kai felt his throat get tight. Soren. I'm not saying I'm good at this, Soren interrupted. I'm not saying I know what we're doing or where this goes. But I'm saying I'm here, and I'm choosing to stay, and the ring is it's proof that I meant it when I said I'm not leaving. They'd stopped walking without Kai realizing it, standing in the middle of a street in the lower districts where no one looked at anyone else too closely, and Kai took Soren's hand, the one with the ring, and held it between both of his. I'm scared too, Kai admitted. I'm scared that I needed you too much to think this through properly. I'm scared that I'm using bureaucracy to force something that should happen naturally or not at all. I'm scared that 6 months from now we'll hate each other and be legally stuck until we can afford dissolution fees we don't have. But? Soren prompted. But I don't regret it, Kai said. Being engaged to you, even if it's just on paper, even if it doesn't mean what engagements usually mean, it feels right. In a way I can't explain and probably shouldn't try to. Soren was quiet for a moment, then pulled Kai into a hug that surprised them both. They stood like that in the chemical rain, two people who just legally bound themselves to each other for reasons that were half survival and half something neither of them could name, and Kai felt something in his chest settle. This was real. Maybe not in the traditional sense, maybe not in ways that other people would recognize or validate. But it was real to them, and maybe that was enough. They walked home together, hands linked loosely, and didn't talk about what came next because neither of them knew. When they got back to the apartment, their apartment now, legally speaking, Soren made tea while Kai checked on the plants, and they fell into the evening routine that had become familiar over the past month. But there was something different now. Some shift in the air between them that Kai couldn't quite name. They were engaged. They wore rings that proved it. They'd submitted themselves to systems that would track them as a unit from here forward. And somehow, despite all the logical reasons this should feel like a mistake, it just felt like the next inevitable step in whatever they were building. That night, lying in his closet in the dark, Kai couldn't sleep. Not from anxiety, but from awareness. The awareness that Soren was just a few feet away on the futon, that they were legally bound now, that the ring on Kai's finger felt both foreign and right simultaneously. He heard Soren get up, heard him move to the bathroom and back, heard him settle on the futon with a sigh that suggested he wasn't sleeping either. Kai. Soren's voice was quiet, barely carrying across the small space. You awake? Yeah, Kai said. This doesn't change anything, right? Soren asked, and Kai heard the uncertainty underneath the question. We're still us. Kai thought about lying, about agreeing that nothing had changed, that this was just paperwork and survival strategy and nothing more. But the truth was something had changed, even if neither of them knew quite what yet. I don't think we're just anything, Kai said carefully. But we're still figuring it out. Same as we were yesterday. Yeah, Soren said, and he sounded relieved. Yeah, okay. That works. They fell silent again, and Kai listened to Soren's breathing even out into sleep, and thought about the ring on his finger and what it meant and what it didn't mean and all the undefined space between. He fell asleep thinking about Soren's hand in his, about the way the clerk had called them partners, about the fact that for the first time in 15 years he had something to lose that wasn't just survival. And strangely, terrifyingly, that felt less like a burden and more like something worth protecting. Chapter 6: Habitual Adjustments. The engagement changed nothing and everything. They still moved around each other with careful distance, still slept in their separate spaces, still maintained the routines they'd built over the past month. But now there were biometric scans that read them as a legal unit, housing authority check-ins that required them to perform cohabitation with convincing detail, a chrome ring on each of their fingers that caught the light and reminded them of what they'd agreed to. Kai found himself learning Soren's patterns with anthropological precision. The way Soren debugged code by pacing, 3 steps forward, 2 back, always the same rhythm when he was working through a problem. The specific brand of synth coffee he drank at 3 in the morning when sleep wouldn't come, bitter enough to make Kai wince, but Soren drank it black without complaint. The nights when his optical implants flickered with phantom pain and he needed silence instead of company, sitting in the dark with his fingers pressed to his temples until the worst of it passed. Soren, in turn, was cataloging Kai. Kai caught him watching sometimes, the way Kai talked to his contraband plants like they were people, explaining his day in the quiet voice he couldn't use anywhere else. The way anxiety made Kai clean obsessively, scrubbing already clean surfaces until his hands were raw. The subtle tells that meant he'd had a bad shift at the carbon scrubber facility, the tightness around his eyes, the way he'd pour tea and then forget to drink it, the small tremor in his hands that took an hour to settle. 2 weeks after the registration, the housing authority sent an inspector. They'd had 24 hours notice, which was more generous than Kai had expected. He'd spent the evening making sure the apartment looked lived in by both of them, Soren's clothes in the closet alongside Kai's, toiletries in the bathroom that suggested 2 people used the space, the small domestic details that would convince a bureaucrat they were actually partners. The inspector arrived at precisely 10 o'clock on a Saturday morning, a woman in her 50s with the expression of someone who'd seen every variation of housing fraud and wouldn't be impressed by amateur attempts at deception. Voss and Cade, she said, scanning her tablet. Engaged partners, registered, she paused, her eyes narrowing slightly. 3 weeks ago. Quick turnaround from engagement to housing claim. We've known each other since childhood, Kai said, his voice steady even though his heart was racing. The engagement itself is recent, but the relationship goes back 15 years. The inspector said, non-committal. She moved through the apartment with practiced efficiency, checking the closet where Soren's clothes hung next to Kai's, examining the bathroom for signs of dual occupancy, noting the 2 sets of dishes in the drying rack. Soren appeared in the doorway of the main room, timing perfect, not too eager, not too distant, just a person returning home to find an inspection in progress. He'd been out on a repair job, but Kai knew he'd been timing his return to coincide with the inspector's visit, to make their cohabitation look natural rather than staged. Inspector, Soren said, nodding acknowledgement. Mr. Cade, the inspector returned. You work in tech repair? Gray market electronics, Soren said without hesitation. I've got a corner and a shop in the industrial sector. Keeps me busy enough. And you've been residing here for, she checked her tablet. Approximately 6 weeks? About that, Soren confirmed, and Kai kept his expression neutral, grateful Soren hadn't flinched at the exaggeration. Moved in before we registered the engagement. We were. He glanced at Kai, and something in his expression shifted into something softer, more genuine. We were figuring out what we were to each other first. The inspector made a notation. Tell me about your typical evening routine. Kai felt Soren move to stand beside him, close enough that their shoulders touched, and the contact steadied something in his chest. They'd practiced this, not rehearsed, exactly, but discussed what they'd say if asked, how they'd present the truth of their lives in ways that would satisfy bureaucratic requirements. I get home around 18:30, Kai said. Soren's usually already here, or he arrives shortly after. We cook together most nights, real food when we can afford it, synth protein when we can't. Then he paused, trying to find language for the comfortable silence, the shared space, the way they existed alongside each other without needing constant interaction. We exist in the same space. He works on his projects, I tend my plants or read. Sometimes we talk. Sometimes we don't need to. The inspector's expression didn't change, but she was watching them both with the kind of attention that suggested she was looking for tells, for the small inconsistencies that would mark this as performance rather than truth. And sleeping arrangements, she asked. I sleep in the closet, Kai said. It's where I've always slept. The main room is too exposed, too much street noise. Soren takes the futon in the living area. Separate sleeping spaces, the inspector noted, and Kai heard the implication. Engaged partners who didn't share a bed raised red flags. We're not, Kai started, then stopped, unsure how to explain what they were without making it sound fraudulent. Our relationship isn't traditional. We're figuring things out as we go. Soren's hand found Kai's lower back, a gesture that looked casual but felt deliberate, and when he spoke his voice carried more warmth than Kai had heard in it before. Kai has nightmares sometimes. I have my own sleep issues. The implants cause pain that makes it hard to stay still. We work better with our own spaces. It doesn't mean we're not committed to each other. The inspector studied them for a long moment. Kai could feel Soren's hand warm against his spine, could sense the way Soren had shifted slightly closer, creating the visual impression of partnership without making it feel forced. They were performing intimacy, yes, but the foundation was real. They did know each other's sleep patterns, did accommodate each other's needs, did exist in ways that required negotiation and care. You have documentation of shared expenses? The inspector asked. Kai pulled up the records on his tablet. Food purchases split between them, utility costs that had increased since Soren moved in, the small financial entanglements that marked two lives merging in practical ways. The inspector reviewed them with the same neutral expression, occasionally making notes Kai couldn't see. And emergency contacts, she said. You've listed each other as primary. Yes, Kai said. Why? The question caught him off guard. Because if something happens to me, Soren is the person who should know. The person who would. He stopped, realizing he was about to say something too revealing, too honest for a bureaucratic interview. The person who would care, Soren finished for him, and his hand pressed more firmly against Kai's back, a reassurance that felt both strategic and genuine. The inspector closed her tablet. The registration appears legitimate. Your housing exemption will remain in effect as long as the engagement status is maintained. You'll have quarterly check-ins to verify continued cohabitation. Any change in status must be reported within 72 hours. She left with the same efficiency she'd arrived with, and the moment the door closed behind her, Soren's hand dropped from Kai's back and he moved away, putting physical distance between them like he needed to shake off the proximity. That was, Soren started. Invasive, Kai finished. Yeah. They stood in the small apartment in the wake of the inspection, and Kai felt the strangeness of what they'd just done, performed a version of their relationship that was both true and manufactured, intimate and fraudulent, real enough to convince a skeptical bureaucrat but still undefined in ways that made Kai's chest tight. Your hand, Kai said quietly. On my back. That was good thinking. It felt right, Soren said, then added quickly, for the performance. It felt right for what we were trying to sell. Right, Kai agreed, and tried not to think about how natural it had felt, how his body had leaned into the touch without conscious decision. They didn't talk about it for the rest of the day, both of them retreating into their separate projects, Soren at his tablet working on some repair schematic, Kai obsessively reorganizing his already organized bookshelf. But that night, lying in his closet in the dark, Kai thought about the weight of Soren's hand against his spine and wondered when performance had started to feel like truth. The weeks developed their own rhythm. Kai's shifts at the carbon scrubber facility continued with their mind-numbing predictability, but coming home felt different now, less like returning to a cell and more like returning to a space where someone was waiting for him. Not always physically present, but present in the evidence of his existence, notes left on the table, food in the recycler that Kai hadn't put there, the small ways Soren made his presence felt even when he was out on jobs. They cooked together with increasing ease, navigating the tiny kitchen with the practiced choreography of people who'd learned each other's patterns. Soren would start the rice while Kai prepped vegetables, both of them moving around each other without collision, without the awkwardness that had marked their first attempts at shared domestic space. One evening, 3 weeks after the inspection, Kai had a particularly brutal shift, equipment failures that meant mandatory overtime, a supervisor who decided today was the day to question every report Kai filed, the kind of bureaucratic harassment that left him exhausted in ways that went beyond physical. He came home 2 hours late to find Soren at the stove, actually cooking rather than just reheating synth protein. "What's this?" Kai asked, the smell of real food making his stomach clench with hunger he'd been ignoring all day. "Actual chicken," Soren said without turning around. "Got it from Bex's partner, Cass. They've got connections to a farm collective in the outer districts. Figured we deserved something that wasn't synthesized in a lab." Kai felt something in his chest crack open. "You didn't have to." "I know," Soren interrupted. "But you had a shit day. I could tell from your message about the overtime, and I wanted to do something about it. This is what I can do." They ate in comfortable silence, and Kai tried not to read too much into the gesture, tried not to let himself believe that Soren cooking real food for him meant anything beyond practical care. But it was hard not to feel the intimacy of it. The fact that Soren had noticed Kai's bad day, had gone out of his way to acquire expensive food, had spent time cooking it instead of just reheating something quick. After dinner, Kai's anxiety finally caught up with him, the accumulated stress of the day hitting all at once, his hands starting to shake, his breath coming too fast. He tried to hide it, retreating to the bathroom to splash water on his face, but Soren noticed anyway. "You okay?" Soren asked when Kai emerged. "Just," Kai's voice cracked. "Give me a minute. I just need." He didn't finish the sentence because he didn't know what he needed. Space, maybe. Or company. Or for his brain to stop cataloging everything that could go wrong, for his body to stop reacting to threats that didn't exist. Soren didn't push. Just made tea, the ritual that had become their default response to emotional overwhelm, and sat at the table while Kai paced the small apartment, trying to walk off the adrenaline spike that was making his skin feel too tight. "You want to talk about it?" Soren asked after Kai had made his third circuit of the room. "No," Kai said, then reconsidered. "Maybe. I don't know." "Okay," Soren said simply, and that was it. No demands for explanation, no pressure to perform emotional openness, just presence and tea and the implicit offer to listen if Kai decided he wanted to talk. Kai sat down across from him, wrapped his hands around the warm cup, and felt the panic start to recede in increments. This was what Soren had been learning to do, how to be present during Kai's bad moments without trying to fix them, without treating Kai's anxiety like a problem that required solving. Just sitting there, solid and real, an anchor point when everything else felt unsteady. "Thank you," Kai said quietly. "For what?" "For not trying to make it better." "For just," Kai gestured vaguely. "Being here." Soren's expression softened into something Kai was starting to recognize, the look that meant Soren was feeling something he didn't have words for, something that scared him enough that he'd rather not examine it too closely. "That's what we do, right?" Soren said. "We show up. Even when it's hard." "Yeah," Kai agreed. "That's what we do." That night Soren had one of his bad nights, the implants malfunctioning in ways that turned his vision white with pain, phantom sensations that made him grip his temples hard enough to leave marks. Kai woke to the sound of Soren's harsh breathing, the small pain noises he was trying to suppress, and got up without thinking. "Soren," he said quietly from the doorway of his closet. "You need anything?" "No," Soren ground out, then reconsidered. "Maybe, can you just sit with me? I know it's late, I know you have work in the morning, but..." "Yeah," Kai interrupted. "Of course." He sat on the floor next to the futon, his back against the wall, and watched Soren curl into himself with pain. He didn't try to touch him. Soren had made it clear early on that physical contact during these episodes made it worse, but he stayed present, counting Soren's breaths, tracking the gradual easing of tension as the worst of the pain passed. It's getting worse, Soren said when he could talk again, his voice rough. The implants. They need calibration, but I keep putting it off because the cost. We'll figure it out, Kai said. Between my housing exemption and your network contacts, we'll find a way to get them maintained properly. Soren looked at him with something raw in his expression. You don't have to, I'm not your responsibility, Kai. The engagement is just paperwork. Is it? Kai asked, and heard the challenge in his own voice. Because it doesn't feel like just paperwork when I'm sitting here at 2 in the morning making sure you're okay. It doesn't feel like performance when you cook real food because you noticed I had a shit day. Soren was quiet for a long time. Finally, no. I guess it doesn't. They didn't define it that night, didn't try to name what they were becoming to each other, didn't force it into language that would make it legible to anyone else. But something shifted in the space between them, some acknowledgement that this had stopped being just a bureaucratic arrangement and had become something more complicated, more real. Kai stayed until Soren fell back asleep, then returned to his closet and lay awake thinking about the fact that he'd stopped being able to imagine this apartment without Soren in it, stopped being able to remember what it felt like to come home to empty space. The engagement was supposed to be practical. A solution to a housing crisis. A way to keep what little stability Kai had managed to build. But lying there in the dark, listening to Soren breathe in the next room, Kai had to admit that it had become something else entirely. Something he didn't have words for yet. Something that felt both terrifying and inevitable. Something that felt like coming home. Chapter 7, Documented History. The quarterly audit notification arrived 6 weeks after the engagement registration, and with it came a new requirement: proof of relationship history. The housing authority wanted documentation that their engagement wasn't fraudulent: photos, messages, testimony from mutual acquaintances, anything that would demonstrate a genuine relationship rather than two people gaming the system for housing benefits. Kai stared at the list of requirements on his tablet and felt his stomach drop. They had evidence of their childhood friendship, scattered fragments salvaged from databases before the district buyouts had erased most of the lower district records. But the 15-year gap was a problem. How did you prove a relationship that had existed mostly in the space of grief and memory? How did you document reconnection that was only weeks old? We need to fake it, Soren said when Kai showed him the requirements that evening. Fill in the gaps with plausible bullshit. Make it look like we stayed in contact even when we didn't. They'll check, Kai said. The audit team isn't stupid. If we fabricate message logs or photos, they'll find the inconsistencies. So we use real things, Soren said. Just recontextualize them. Dates that were actually supply runs become romantic evenings. Conversations we had about survival become intimate moments. We take the truth and reshape it into something they'll recognize. It felt dishonest in ways that made Kai uncomfortable, but the alternative was losing the housing exemption, losing the apartment, losing the fragile stability they'd built. So they spent the weekend excavating their shared history, turning archaeology into narrative. Kai pulled up salvaged footage from their childhood neighborhood, grainy surveillance clips from before the buyouts, back when the lower district still had public spaces that weren't monitored by corporate security. There was video of them at 12, racing through the market district on a Tuesday morning when they should have been in school, Soren's laugh unguarded in ways it hadn't been since. Soren went very quiet watching his younger self. Kai saw him touch the scar tissue around his optical implants with something like mourning, and understood that Soren was grieving for the boy in that video, for the version of himself who hadn't yet learned that survival meant becoming someone harder, someone armed. I used to think we'd stay like that forever, Soren said, his voice soft. Just kids who knew how to slip through the cracks. I didn't understand yet that the cracks would close up and we'd get separated. Kai wanted to reach out, to offer comfort, but he didn't know what form that comfort should take. So he just said, "We found each other again." That has to count for something. Does it? Soren asked. We're not those kids anymore. We're not even the same species of fucked up. No, Kai agreed. But we're here. And we're trying. That's more than most people get. They collected the childhood evidence, photos from school records, the video footage, testimony from Dutch who remembered both of them from before the buyouts and could attest to their connection. Then came the harder part, filling in the 15-year gap in ways that would look plausible to auditors. Soren pulled up his work history, the scattered jobs and gray market gigs that had kept him alive since he was 16. Kai cross-referenced it with his own corporate timeline, looking for overlaps, times when they'd both been in the same city, even if they hadn't known it, moments that could be reframed as deliberate reunions rather than parallel paths that never intersected. 3 years ago, Kai said, finding something. I had a week-long training assignment in the industrial sector. And you, he checked Soren's records. You were working in that same sector for a repair collective. We never actually met, Soren pointed out. But we could have, Kai said. The dates overlap by 4 days. We could say that's when we reconnected. Brief encounter, exchanged contact info, stayed in touch sporadically after. Soren nodded slowly. And then the recent move-in is just us finally deciding to make it official. The engagement is the culmination of a relationship that's been building for years, not something that happened in 5 weeks. It was a lie. But it was a plausible lie, built on the foundation of dates that actually aligned, locations that were verifiable. They fabricated a narrative timeline, the chance encounter 3 years ago, occasional messages over encrypted channels that couldn't be audited, the recent decision to cohabitate based on a relationship that had been simmering for years. The messages were the hardest part. They couldn't fake digital records. The audit team would check metadata, would verify timestamps and routing information. But they could reference messages that theoretically existed in encrypted channels that had since been deleted, could allude to conversations that happened verbally rather than digitally. Kai drafted a statement explaining their relationship history, threading truth and fabrication together until he couldn't quite tell where one ended and the other began. They'd known each other as children, true. They'd been separated by the district buyouts, true. They'd reconnected recently, technically true, just with the timeline extended backward. The engagement was a natural progression, true in feeling if not in fact. When they finished, they had a package of documentation that looked convincing, childhood evidence establishing their bond, manufactured timeline filling the gap, recent cohabitation proving current commitment. It felt both fraudulent and honest simultaneously, a story that captured the emotional truth even if the factual details were strategically adjusted. This should work, Soren said, reviewing the final submission. It's coherent, it's backed by real evidence where it matters, and the gaps are explained in ways that are hard to disprove. Kai felt sick. Not because they were lying, he'd been lying to corporate systems his entire adult life, had learned that survival required strategic dishonesty. But because in fabricating this narrative, they'd created a version of their relationship that was almost unbearably romantic. A story of childhood friends separated by circumstance who found each other again and chose to build a life together. It was the story Kai wanted to be true. And that was the part that scared him. You okay? Soren asked, noticing Kai's expression. I'm fine, Kai lied. It's a lot. But that night, after they'd submitted the documentation and were waiting for the audit team's response, Kai lay in his closet and thought about the story they'd told. About the version of events where they'd been trying to get back to each other for years, where the engagement was the fulfillment of longing rather than a bureaucratic workaround. Part of him wanted it to be true. Wanted to believe that their reconnection was fate rather than accident, that what they were building now was the inevitable conclusion of something that had been waiting 15 years to resume. But the rest of him knew better. Knew that romanticizing their arrangement was dangerous, that attaching too much meaning to what was essentially survival partnership would only hurt more when it inevitably fell apart. He heard Soren get up in the main room, heard him moving around with the restless energy that meant he wasn't sleeping either. After a few minutes, Soren appeared in the doorway of Kai's closet, backlit by the dim light from the main room. Can't sleep? Soren asked. No, Kai admitted. Me neither. Soren paused, then, can I come in? Not to, I just don't want to be alone right now. Kai's closet wasn't big enough for 2 people, but he made room anyway, shifting to one side of his futon. Soren settled next to him, careful to maintain space between them, both of them lying on their backs staring at the ceiling. The story we told, Soren said after a while. About reconnecting 3 years ago, about staying in touch, about this being something we'd been building toward. It's fiction, Kai said. We both know that. Yeah, Soren agreed. But it made me realize something. I did look for you. Not 3 years ago, but I looked for you in crowds for years after the buyout. Every transit car, every market, every fucking street corner. I'd see someone with your build or your walk and my heart would do this stupid thing, and then it wouldn't be you and I'd have to remember all over again that you were gone. Kai felt his throat get tight. I did the same thing. For years. I'd convince myself I saw you, would follow strangers because they had your shoulders or your hands, and every time it wasn't you it felt like losing you again. So maybe the story isn't completely fiction, Soren said quietly. Maybe we were trying to find each other. We didn't succeed until now. They lay there in the dark, close enough that Kai could feel the warmth of Soren's body but not quite touching, and something in the air between them felt heavy with things neither of them knew how to say. The engagement, Kai started, then stopped, unsure how to finish. What about it? I know it started as practical. As survival. But it's becoming, Kai struggled for words. I don't know what it's becoming. But it doesn't feel like just paperwork anymore. No, Soren agreed. It doesn't. Does that scare you? Kai asked. Terrifies me, Soren said honestly. Every time I start to want something, the universe takes it away. So wanting this, wanting you, wanting whatever this is we're building, it feels like signing up for inevitable loss. Yeah, Kai said. I know that feeling. They were quiet for a while, the only sound their breathing and the ambient noise of the city outside. Finally Soren said, I used to look for you in crowds. And now you're here, close enough to touch, and I still can't quite believe it's real. I keep waiting for you to disappear. I'm not going anywhere, Kai said, and meant it as much as he'd ever meant anything. Promise? Soren asked, and there was something young in his voice, something that sounded like the boy in the salvaged footage who hadn't yet learned that promises could be broken. I promise, Kai said, knowing it was a promise he might not be able to keep but making it anyway because Soren needed to hear it and Kai needed to believe it. Soren reached out in the dark and found Kai's hand, laced their fingers together. Just that, nothing more, two people holding hands in a closet barely big enough for one, choosing connection in the space where everything else had failed them. They fell asleep like that, hands linked, and when Kai woke in the morning Soren was gone but there was a note on the futon, gone to get breakfast. Back soon. S. Kai held the note and thought about the story they'd told the audit team, about the truth underneath the fabrication, about the way Soren had looked for him in crowds for years without finding him. About the fact that they'd found each other now, and maybe that was enough. The audit response came 3 days later, documentation approved. Relationship history verified. Housing exemption maintained. They'd passed. Their fabricated narrative had been convincing enough, their strategic dishonesty successful enough, that the systems accepted them as legitimate. Kai should have felt relieved. Instead he just felt strange, like they'd locked themselves into a story that was both true and false, like they'd created a version of their relationship that would now define them in official records even though the reality was more complicated. We did it, Soren said when Kai showed him the approval. But he didn't sound triumphant. He sounded uncertain, like he was also grappling with what it meant to have their relationship officially recognized based on a timeline that was mostly fiction. Yeah, Kai said. We did. That night they made dinner together in silence, both of them processing in their own ways. And when Soren's hand brushed Kai's while reaching for the cutting board, neither of them pulled away. Small things. Small touches. Small admissions that something was shifting between them. Something neither of them had the courage to name yet. But something real nonetheless. Chapter 8, Chemical Equilibrium. Kai's anxiety spiraled during a particularly brutal week at the carbon scrubber facility. It started with equipment failures, the main filtration system going offline for 6 hours, which meant everyone had to work double time to compensate, processing readings manually instead of relying on automated systems. Then mandatory overtime got extended from 2 hours to 4, which meant Kai didn't get home until after 2,200 hours 3 nights in a row, exhausted in ways that went beyond physical. By Thursday his hands were shaking again, the old patterns reasserting themselves despite weeks of being mostly stable. By Friday he'd forgotten to eat lunch and his thoughts were spiraling into catastrophic loops he couldn't redirect. And on Saturday morning, when he should have had the day off, his supervisor messaged saying they needed him to come in for an emergency system audit. Kai made it through the audit on autopilot, his body going through the motions while his brain screamed that everything was falling apart, that he was failing at his job, that they'd revoke his housing exemption for poor performance, that Soren would leave once he realized how fundamentally broken Kai was. He got home at 1800 hours, hands trembling so badly he had trouble with the door lock, and the apartment felt too small and too large simultaneously, the walls closing in while the space between him and safety kept expanding. He made it to the bathroom before the panic attack really hit. It was bad. Worse than it had been in months. His vision narrowed to a pinpoint, his breath coming in gasps that weren't bringing in enough oxygen, his heart racing so fast he was distantly worried it would just give up entirely. He ended up on the bathroom floor with his back against the wall, knees pulled to his chest, trying to remember the breathing exercises that never actually worked but were the only tool he had. He didn't hear Soren come home. Didn't register his presence until Soren was sitting on the bathroom floor across from him, not touching but close enough that Kai could focus on him instead of the panic. "Kai," Soren said, his voice steady. "You're okay. You're safe. Nothing's actually wrong right now." Kai wanted to explain that his brain didn't care what was actually happening, that anxiety didn't need real threats to convince him the world was ending. But he couldn't get enough air to form words, could only shake his head and try not to drown in his own nervous system. "Okay," Soren said. "Okay, you don't have to talk. Just, can you look at me? Can you focus on my voice?" Kai managed to meet Soren's eyes, and Soren started talking, not about anything important, just steady narration of mundane things. The repair job he'd finished that afternoon, the price of synth protein at the dispensary, the weather forecast for the next week. Boring, grounding details that gave Kai something to latch onto besides the panic. Slowly, incrementally, Kai's breathing started to even out. His vision expanded back to normal. His heart rate decreased from sprint to something closer to sustainable. The panic didn't disappear, but it receded enough that he could think again, could remember that this would pass like it always did. "Better?" Soren asked after Kai had been breathing normally for a few minutes. "Yeah," Kai managed, his voice rough. "Sorry. I'm sorry, Don't apologize," Soren interrupted. "You didn't do anything wrong. Your brain just, sometimes it does this. It's not your fault." Kai felt tears threatening and pushed them back with practiced efficiency. "It's been months. I thought I was getting better." "You have been getting better," Soren said. "But better doesn't mean fixed. It just means you've had more good days than bad. This week was hard. Your body's responding to that." "I should be able to handle it," Kai said. "I've been handling worse for years." "Yeah, and that's probably part of the problem," Soren pointed out. "You've been running on empty for so long that your nervous system doesn't know how to process actual safety. It keeps waiting for the other shoe to drop." Kai looked at him, surprised by the insight. "How do you know that?" Soren's expression did something complicated. "Because I do the same thing. Different symptoms, same root cause. We both learned survival in environments that required constant vigilance. Takes time to unlearn that." They sat there on the bathroom floor for a while longer, neither of them moving. Finally Soren said, "You want to try getting up? Or you want to stay here for a bit?" "Can we?" Kai stopped, feeling embarrassed by what he was about to ask. "Can we just stay here? I don't want to be alone yet." "Yeah," Soren said simply. "We can stay." So they stayed on the bathroom floor, backs against opposite walls, and Soren kept talking, easier topics now, stories about June's latest questions at the repair shop, Bex's ongoing campaign to get Soren to accept actual payment for his work. Kai listened and felt himself slowly come back into his body, felt the panic fully recede into background noise. Eventually Soren suggested tea, and Kai nodded, and they migrated to the kitchen where Soren made tea with the same methodical care he brought to everything. Kai watched his hands move through the familiar ritual and felt grateful that Soren knew not to ask questions, not to demand explanations for things that didn't have rational explanations. "Thank you," Kai said when they were sitting at the table. For just being there." "That's what we do," Soren said, echoing what he'd said weeks ago. "We show up for each other. Even when it's ugly?" Kai asked. "Especially when it's ugly," Soren confirmed. "I've seen you at your worst now, Kai. And I'm still here." The words hit harder than they should have. Kai had spent years believing that if anyone saw him fully unraveled, saw the extent of his anxiety and fragility, they'd leave. That being broken was something you had to hide or risk abandonment. But Soren had sat on the bathroom floor and talked about the weather until Kai could breathe again, and he hadn't looked disgusted or frustrated or any of the things Kai had feared. He just looked present. Like this was just another thing that happened, not a character flaw to be judged. "I'm still going to mess up," Kai said. "Have more weeks like this. More panic attacks. More times when I can't function the way I should." "I know," Soren said. "And I'm still going to have nights when my implants make me useless, when the pain is bad enough that I can't think straight, when I'm an asshole because my nervous system is on fire. We're both going to have ugly moments. That's just part of this." "Part of what?" Kai asked, because he still didn't know what to call what they were building. "Part of whatever this is," Soren said, gesturing between them. "Partnership. Engagement. Friendship on steroids. I don't know what the right word is. But it's not conditional on us being okay all the time." Kai felt something in his chest expand. No, Soren said firmly. "I've had enough relationships that fell apart the moment things got hard. I'm not interested in that anymore. If we're doing this, whatever this is, we're doing it honestly. Which means showing up even when it's not convenient, even when it's uncomfortable, even when one of us is falling apart on the bathroom floor." "Okay," Kai said, and felt the weight of the agreement settle over him. "Okay, I can do that." They finished their tea in comfortable silence, and when Kai finally felt steady enough to sleep, Soren walked him to his closet and said goodnight with the same casual intimacy that had become their default. But before Soren could leave, Kai caught his hand. "If you have a bad night with the implants or whatever, you can come get me. Wake me up if you need to. He struggled for words. "I want to show up for you the way you showed up for me today." Soren's expression softened into something Kai was learning to recognize, the look that meant Soren was feeling more than he knew how to articulate. "Yeah. Okay. I'll remember that." 3 days later, Soren took him up on it. Kai woke around 2 o'clock to find Soren standing in the doorway of his closet, his optical implants flickering in a way that suggested serious malfunction, his face tight with pain. "Sorry," Soren said. "I know it's late, but it's bad tonight and I needed." "Come here," Kai said, sitting up and making room on the futon. Soren hesitated, then climbed in next to Kai, careful to maintain space even in the cramped quarters. Kai could see the pain in every line of his body, the way he was holding himself rigid trying to manage it. "What helps?" Kai asked. "Nothing really helps," Soren admitted. "But sometimes, pressure. On my temples. It doesn't stop the pain but it kind of redirects it. Can I?" Kai asked, and when Soren nodded, Kai reached out and pressed his fingers gently to Soren's temples, careful around the implant scar tissue. Soren's eyes closed and his breath shuddered out. Yeah, that's good." They stayed like that for a while, Kai's fingers applying steady pressure while Soren's breathing gradually evened out. Kai could feel the tension in Soren's body slowly releasing, could sense the moment when the worst of the pain started to recede. "Better?" Kai asked quietly. "Getting there," Soren said. "Thank you." For this. For not, he stopped. For not what? For not making it into a bigger thing than it is, Soren finished. For just, helping. Without making me feel like I'm broken. You're not broken, Kai said. You've got malfunctioning hardware. That's not the same thing. Tell that to everyone who's looked at me like I'm defective because I need implant maintenance I can't afford, Soren muttered. Kai kept the pressure steady on Soren's temples. We're getting them maintained. I've been saving, and Beck said she knows someone who does calibrations for cost. We'll get it taken care of. You don't have to do that, Soren said. I know, Kai said. But I want to. You helped me through a panic attack by sitting on a bathroom floor and talking about the weather. I can help you get your implants calibrated. That's how this works, right? We take care of each other. Soren made a sound that might have been a laugh or might have been something more emotional. Yeah. That's how this works. The pain eventually receded enough that Soren could sleep, and rather than going back to the futon in the main room he just stayed in Kai's closet, both of them too tired to navigate the awkwardness of moving. They ended up falling asleep back to back, Kai's shoulder blades warm against Soren's spine, the proximity more comfortable than it should have been. When Kai woke in the morning, Soren was already gone, but there was a note on the futon, getting breakfast. Your coffee preference is burnt tar, right? S. Kai smiled despite himself and got ready for his shift. That night when Soren came back with actual coffee, expensive, real, the kind that cost too much but tasted like it was worth it, Kai didn't question the gesture. Just accepted the cup and said thank you, and understood that this was Soren's way of reciprocating care, of acknowledging that something had shifted between them. They were taking care of each other now. Not because the engagement required it, not because of bureaucratic obligations, but because they wanted to. Because they'd seen each other at their worst and stayed anyway. Because showing up was what they did. And maybe that was enough. Chapter 9, Structural Integrity. The woman who appeared at Kai's door on a Wednesday evening looked like she'd been awake for 3 days straight and was running on spite and adrenaline. Kai had just gotten home from his shift, was still in his work clothes and hadn't yet washed off the smell of the carbon scrubber facility, when the knocking started. Not the polite tap of a neighbor, but urgent hammering that suggested someone who didn't have time to wait. He checked the peephole and saw a woman he didn't recognize, mid-30s, dark hair pulled back in a practical braid, the kind of face that suggested she'd seen too much and stopped being surprised by any of it. She was looking around the hallway with the hypervigilance of someone checking for threats. Kai opened the door cautiously, keeping the chain lock engaged. Can I help you? You're Kai, the woman said. Not a question. Soren's, she paused, seeming to search for the right word. Partner. Yeah, Kai said, feeling something cold settle in his stomach. And you are? Vera, she said. I knew Soren years ago. In the streets. Before he got out, she stopped, her eyes tracking to something behind Kai. Is he here? He's at a job, Kai said. Should be back in a couple hours. What's this about? Vera's expression did something complicated. I need his help with something. And before you tell me he doesn't do that kind of work anymore, I know. Bex told me he's trying to stay clean, keep his head down. But this is, she stopped, her jaw tightening. This is an emergency. And he owes me. The last 3 words hung in the air like a threat. Kai felt his protective instincts kick in, the same ones that had made him offer Soren his futon, that made him buy expensive coffee when Soren had bad implant days, that made him want to stand between Soren and anything that might hurt him. What kind of emergency? Kai asked. The kind I can't talk about in a hallway, Vera said. Can I come in? I promise I'm not here to cause trouble. I need to talk to Soren. Please. Kai studied her for a moment longer, then made a decision that was probably stupid but felt necessary. He unlatched the chain and stepped aside. Come in. But if this is going to put Soren in danger, you can turn around and leave right now. It's not, Vera started, then reconsidered. Everything puts people like us in danger. But I wouldn't be here if I had any other option. She entered the apartment with the same careful attention Soren always showed, cataloging exits and sight lines, and Kai saw her clock the domestic details, the 2 sets of dishes, the plants in the closet, the futon that was obviously Soren's sleeping space. Her expression softened slightly, something that might have been relief or might have been sadness. So it's real, she said. The engagement. Beck said it was just for housing, but, she gestured vaguely. This looks real. It is real, Kai said, surprising himself with how defensive he sounded. Just not in the way people usually mean. I know that kind of real, Vera said quietly. The kind that doesn't fit in boxes. Kai made tea because he didn't know what else to do, and Vera accepted the cup with the weary gratitude of someone who'd been surviving on nothing but necessity for too long. They sat at the small table in silence for a while, Kai trying to figure out how much to ask and Vera clearly trying to figure out how much to reveal. How do you know Soren? Kai finally asked. Street years, Vera said. We ran together for a while, did jobs that kept us fed. Nothing that would get you killed, usually, but nothing legal either. Soren was good at it, fixing things, bypassing security, making tech do things it wasn't supposed to do. He saved my ass more than once. Kai tried to reconcile this with the Soren he knew, the one who maintained equipment for free at Bex's clinic, who brought expensive coffee as apologies, who held Kai on bad nights without asking questions. But he was also learning that Soren contained multitudes, that the person he'd become to survive in the streets was just one version of who he was. And now you need his help with something, Kai prompted. My daughter, Vera said, and there was something raw in her voice. She's 16. Got caught boosting tech from a corpo warehouse, stupid kid shit, trying to impress the wrong people. But the corporation pressed charges instead of just confiscating the gear. She's being held pending trial, and if she's convicted she'll get sent to a work camp. Minimum 5 years. She won't, Vera's voice cracked. She won't survive that. She's smart but she's soft. The camps will break her. Kai felt his stomach clench. He knew about the work camps, everyone did. They were where the corporation sent people convicted of property crimes, extracting labor to offset the cost of rehabilitation. People went in functional and came out hollow, if they came out at all. And you think Soren can help? Kai asked carefully. I think Soren can get her out, Vera said. Before the trial, before they transfer her to permanent holding. There's a window, maybe 48 hours, where she's in a corporate detention facility that's got old security, the kind Soren used to bypass when we were running jobs. If he can get her out, I can get her off-world. I've got connections in the outer colonies. She'd be safe there. It was a lot. The kind of thing that would mark Soren as hostile to corporate interests if he got caught, that would burn every bridge to legitimate work he'd been building. Kai thought about the chrome ring on his finger, the engagement that had given Soren legal housing status for the first time in years, the fragile stability they'd constructed together. That's not a small ask, Kai said. I know, Vera said. And I know what it would cost him. But I wouldn't be here if I had any other option. I've tried everything else. Bribery, legal channels, calling in every favor I'm owed. Nothing's working. Soren is my last hope. The door opened before Kai could respond, and Soren entered with the easy confidence of someone coming home to a space that was safe. But he froze when he saw Vera, his entire body language shifting into something guarded, something that looked like the street kid he used to be. Vera, he said, his voice carefully neutral. What are you doing here? I need your help, Vera said, standing. It's Maya. She's in corporate holding and I need. No, Soren interrupted. I'm out. I don't do that work anymore. I know, Vera said. But this is my daughter, Soren. You remember her? She was 8 the last time you saw her. She used to follow you around asking about circuit boards. Something flickered across Soren's face, memory, maybe, or guilt. That doesn't change what you're asking. If I do this, if I help you extract her from corporate holding, I'm marking myself as hostile. I lose everything I've built here. I know, Vera said again, and there was desperation in her voice now. I know what I'm asking. But you owe me, Soren. 7 years ago, when you got caught on that warehouse job, who covered for you? Who took the heat so you could get out? Soren's jaw tightened. You swore we were even. You said covering for me cleared the debt. I lied, Vera said flatly. I've been holding this for when I really needed it. And I really fucking need it now. Kai watched Soren's expressions cycle through anger and resignation and something that looked like grief. He'd known Soren had a past, had done things to survive that he wasn't proud of. But seeing it confronted like this, seeing someone call in a debt that could cost Soren everything he'd built, made it viscerally real in ways Kai hadn't fully processed before. Soren, Kai said quietly. Can we talk? Privately? Soren looked at him with something that might have been relief or might have been dread. Yeah. Vera, give us a minute. They retreated to Kai's closet, the only space in the apartment that offered any privacy, and Soren immediately started pacing the cramped space like a caged animal looking for an exit that didn't exist. I can't do this, Soren said. If I help her, I burn everything. The legal housing status, the work permits, the stability. I go back to being a fugitive, and this time I'm dragging you down with me because we're legally partnered. I know, Kai said. So you understand why I have to say no, Soren continued. Why I can't risk what we've built for a debt I thought was already paid. I understand the logic, Kai said carefully. But do you actually believe it? That you can tell Vera no and live with yourself after? Soren stopped pacing and looked at Kai with something raw in his expression. What are you saying? I'm saying I know you, Kai said. I've watched you maintain equipment for free at Bex's clinic. I've seen you give away medical supplies you could have sold. You helped me keep my plants alive because you cared about the fact that I cared about them. You're not someone who can walk away from a 16-year-old girl facing 5 years in a work camp, debt or no debt. That's not fair, Soren said. You're not, you can't ask me to sacrifice everything for someone else's kid. I'm not asking you to do anything, Kai said. I'm just saying that if you do this, if you help Vera get her daughter out, I'm not going to abandon you. Whatever consequences come from it, we deal with them together. Soren stared at him. You don't know what you're offering. If I do this and get caught, you lose the housing exemption. You lose your job. You end up exactly where you were afraid of ending up, in shared worker housing in the outer rings, assuming you don't get charged as an accessory. I know, Kai said. And I'm still telling you that if you need to do this, you should do it. Because I've been watching you for weeks, Soren, and I know you'll hate yourself if you don't help. And I'd rather risk the housing than watch you destroy yourself with guilt. Soren made a sound that might have been a laugh or might have been a sob. You're an idiot. You know that? A complete fucking idiot. Probably, Kai agreed. But I meant what I said during the inspection. You're my partner. My person. Whatever that means, it means I'm with you. Even when it's stupid. Even when it costs us everything. Soren closed the distance between them and pulled Kai into a hug that was fierce and desperate and said everything they couldn't articulate with words. Kai held him back and felt the tremor in Soren's body, the weight of the choice settling over both of them. When they finally pulled apart, Soren's eyes were wet but his voice was steady. If we do this, we do it smart. We minimize risk. We plan every step. And we have an exit strategy if things go wrong. We? Kai asked. Yeah, Soren said. We. If I'm burning my life down, you're not going to be left out of the planning process. They returned to the main room where Vera was waiting with the tension of someone who'd been holding her breath for too long. Soren looked at her with an expression that was equal parts anger and resignation. I'll help you, Soren said. But we do this my way. No improvisation, no heroics, no unnecessary risks. We get Maya out, we get her to you, and then we're done. The debt is paid and you never contact me again. Vera's entire body sagged with relief. Thank you. God, Soren, thank you. Don't thank me yet, Soren said. We haven't even started the hard part. They spent the next 3 hours planning the extraction with the kind of meticulous detail that spoke to Soren's years of experience with illegal work. Kai contributed what he could: corporate security protocols, shift change schedules, the bureaucratic weak points that could be exploited. Vera provided information about the detention facility, Maya's location within it, the window of opportunity that was rapidly closing. By midnight they had a plan that was risky but possible. Soren would bypass the facility's outdated security, Kai would create a bureaucratic distraction that would pull guards away from the holding area, and Vera would have transport waiting 3 blocks away. They'd move in 2 days, giving them time to acquire equipment and verify the plan was solid. When Vera finally left, promising to be ready when they needed her, Kai and Soren sat at the table in exhausted silence, the weight of what they'd just committed to pressing down on both of them. We're really doing this, Kai said. Yeah, Soren confirmed. We're really doing this. And if it goes wrong? Then it goes wrong, Soren interrupted. And we deal with it. Together. Kai reached across the table and took Soren's hand, lacing their fingers together the way they had that night in his closet. Together, he agreed. They sat like that for a long time, hands linked, knowing that in 2 days everything might fall apart but choosing to do it anyway because some things were worth the risk. Some things were worth protecting, even when protection meant putting yourself in danger. Some things mattered more than safety. And maybe, Kai thought, that was what love looked like when you stripped away all the romantic bullshit. Just choosing someone. Over and over. Even when it cost you everything. Chapter 10, Load-Bearing Walls. Soren didn't come back for 3 days. The extraction had gone according to plan, mostly. They'd gotten Maya out of the detention facility without triggering alarms, had delivered her to Vera's transport, had watched them disappear into the industrial sector where off-world shuttles launched from unauthorized ports. Soren had returned to the apartment long enough to grab his pack and tell Kai he needed to lie low until they knew whether the extraction had been traced back to him. That had been 72 hours ago. Kai went through the motions of his shifts at the carbon scrubber facility with the fraction of his attention it required, the rest of his mind occupied with calculating worst-case scenarios. Soren caught and detained for corporate interference. Soren injured somewhere and unable to get help. Soren deciding that the risk of coming back was too high and disappearing the way he'd learned to do, leaving Kai with a chrome ring and an empty futon and no way to know if he was alive. The apartment felt wrong without Soren in it. Too quiet. Too empty. Kai kept catching himself listening for the sound of Soren's key in the lock, for footsteps on the stairs, for any sign that Soren was coming home. He didn't let himself think about the possibility that Soren might not come home at all. On the 3rd night, Kai couldn't sleep. He lay in his closet staring at the ceiling and trying not to calculate how many more nights he'd spend alone, how long he should wait before accepting that Soren was gone. The engagement ring on his finger felt heavy, a reminder of promises made and commitments that apparently weren't strong enough to guarantee someone would stay. Around 2 o'clock he heard it, the specific sound of Soren jimmying the window lock, the one in the main room that didn't quite close properly, the route Soren used when he didn't want to be seen entering through the front door. Kai was out of his closet before his brain caught up with his body, emerging into the main room to find Soren climbing through the window with practiced efficiency. He looked exhausted, deeper than physical tired, the kind of exhaustion that came from running on adrenaline and paranoia for days without rest. "You're back," Kai said, and hated how his voice cracked on the words. Soren turned to look at him, and something in his expression crumpled. "Yeah. I'm back. He stopped, seeming to struggle for words. "I'm sorry I didn't send word. I couldn't risk any communication until I was sure we were clear." "And are we?" Kai asked. "Clear?" "Seems like it," Soren said. "The extraction's been attributed to a security system failure. No one's looking for outside involvement. Vera and Maya got off-world clean. He stopped, and Kai saw exhaustion and relief warring in his expression. "We actually pulled it off. Kai closed the distance between them before he could think better of it, pulling Soren into a hug that was probably too tight, too desperate, too revealing of exactly how worried he'd been. But he didn't care. Soren was here, was solid and real and alive, and that was all that mattered. Soren hesitated for half a second, then hugged back just as fiercely, his face buried against Kai's shoulder. They stood like that for a long time, neither of them speaking, just holding on like they were afraid the other might disappear if they let go. "I thought you might not come back," Kai finally admitted, his voice muffled against Soren's jacket. "I promised you I wouldn't leave," Soren said. "Remember? In your closet, after we submitted the audit documentation." "I promised." "People break promises," Kai said. "Yeah," Soren agreed. "But I'm not people. I'm me. And when I make you a promise, I keep it." They finally pulled apart, and Kai saw that Soren was bruised. Nothing serious, just the kind of scrapes and contusions that came from moving through tight spaces and climbing over barriers. There was dried blood on his knuckles and a cut above his left eye that needed cleaning. "You're hurt," Kai said. "It's nothing," Soren said. "Just occupational hazards." "Sit down," Kai said. "Let me clean that up." Soren looked like he wanted to argue, but exhaustion won out and he sat at the table while Kai got the first aid kit Soren kept in his pack. Kai cleaned the cut above Soren's eye with careful attention, trying not to think about all the ways this could have gone worse, all the scenarios where Soren didn't come back at all. "You were really worried," Soren observed, watching Kai's hands shake slightly as he applied antiseptic. "Of course I was worried," Kai said. "You disappeared for 3 days with no word. What was I supposed to think?" "I told you I needed to lie low," Soren pointed out. "You told me you'd be gone for a while," Kai corrected. "Not that I wouldn't hear from you at all. Not that I'd have to wonder if you were alive or dead or arrested or—" He stopped, his throat getting tight. "I didn't know what to think." Soren caught Kai's wrist gently, stilling his movements. "I'm sorry. I should have found a way to get word to you. I was trying to keep you safe. If they traced the extraction back to me, I didn't want there to be any communication between us that would implicate you." "I don't care about being implicated," Kai said. "I care about knowing you're okay. Even if knowing puts you at risk?" "Yes," Kai said without hesitation. "Even then. We're supposed to be partners, Soren. Partners don't just disappear on each other." Soren's expression did something complicated, guilt and relief and something else Kai couldn't name. "You're right. I'm sorry. I won't. Next time I'll find a way to let you know I'm alive, even if I can't give details." "Next time?" Kai asked, trying to keep his voice light. "You planning to make illegal extractions a regular thing?" "God, I hope not," Soren said with feeling. "Once was more than enough." Kai finished cleaning Soren's wounds and started packing up the first aid kit, but Soren caught his hand again, this time lacing their fingers together. "Thank you," Soren said. "For standing with me on this. For not trying to talk me out of it or making me feel like I had to choose between doing the right thing and keeping you safe." "You shouldn't have to choose," Kai said. That's not what this is supposed to be." "What is it supposed to be?" Soren asked, and there was genuine question in his voice. "We keep calling each other partners, keep saying we're in this together, but we've never actually defined what this is." Kai sat down across from him, their hands still linked across the table. "I don't know if I can define it. It's not romantic in the traditional sense, we're not dating, we don't have that kind of physical relationship. But it's not just friendship either. He struggled for words. "It's more important than friendship. More essential. You're the person I think about when I'm deciding what matters. The person whose opinion weighs more than anyone else's. The person I want to come home to." "Yeah," Soren said quietly. That's what you are to me too." "So what do we call that?" Kai asked. "I don't know," Soren admitted. "Maybe it doesn't need a name. Maybe it's okay for it to just be what it is, two people who found each other again and decided to build something that doesn't fit in neat categories. The engagement gives it a name, Kai pointed out. Legally, officially, we're engaged partners. But that's not what this actually is, Soren said. The engagement was a bureaucratic workaround. This, he gestured between them. This is something else. Kai thought about the past few months. About Soren moving in and making tea and showing up when Kai was falling apart. About learning each other's patterns and accommodating each other's needs and building a life together that looked nothing like what engagements were supposed to look like but felt more real than anything Kai had experienced. I think the engagement became real, Kai said slowly. Not in the way we planned, not in the way it's supposed to work, but it's real now. We're actually partners. We're actually committed to each other. The fact that it doesn't look traditional doesn't make it less genuine. Soren was quiet for a long time, his thumb tracing patterns on the back of Kai's hand. Finally he said, when I was gone these past 3 days, all I could think about was getting back to you. Not to the apartment, not to the stability, to you specifically. I kept thinking about how you'd be worried, how you'd be checking the door every time someone walked past, how you'd probably be catastrophizing about all the ways this could go wrong. And I wanted, he stopped, his voice getting rougher. I wanted to be here to tell you it was okay. To prove that I keep my promises. To come home to you. Kai felt tears threatening and didn't try to push them back this time. You did come home. That's what matters. I'm always going to come home, Soren said. That's what I'm trying to say. However long it takes, however hard it gets, I'm going to keep coming back to you. Because this, what we have, it's the first thing I've wanted to protect in 15 years. The first thing that feels worth staying for. Even though it's weird? Kai asked. Even though we can't define it properly and it doesn't fit how relationships are supposed to work. Especially because of that, Soren said. I've spent my whole life not fitting into the boxes people try to put me in. Why would I want a relationship that fits in boxes? This undefined thing we're building, it's ours. We get to decide what it means, what it requires, what it looks like. No one else gets a say in that. Kai squeezed Soren's hand, feeling the weight of the chrome ring against his skin. So we're engaged. But not in the traditional sense. Right, Soren agreed. We're engaged in the sense that we're committed to showing up for each other. In the sense that we've chosen to build a life together, whatever that life looks like. In the sense that he paused, seeming to search for the right word. We're essential to each other. That's the engagement that matters. I can work with that, Kai said. They sat there at the table as the early morning light started to filter through the window, hands linked, both of them exhausted but unwilling to break the connection. Finally Soren said he needed sleep, and Kai said he should take the closet since he'd been sleeping rough for 3 days, but Soren refused. The futon's fine, Soren said. I'm used to it. Soren. Kai, Soren interrupted gently. Let me keep this one thing familiar. Everything else feels uncertain right now. Let me have the futon and you have your closet and we can both sleep in our own spaces. Kai understood what he meant. The extraction had worked, but it had also destabilized things, reminded them both how precarious their stability was, how quickly things could fall apart. Keeping their sleeping arrangements the same was a way of holding on to normalcy, of proving that not everything had changed. Okay, Kai agreed. But if you need anything, I'll wake you up, Soren promised. I'm learning to do that. To ask for help instead of trying to handle everything alone. That night they slept in their separate spaces like always, but something felt different. The air between them felt less uncertain, less undefined. They named it, finally, not with a label that would make sense to anyone else, but with an understanding that felt more true than any traditional category. They were partners. They were engaged. They were essential to each other. And maybe that was all the definition they needed. Kai fell asleep thinking about Soren climbing through the window instead of using the door, about the fact that even when he could have disappeared permanently, he'd chosen to come back. About the chrome ring on his finger that had started as bureaucratic necessity and had become something more honest. About the fact that love, real love, the kind that mattered, didn't have to look like anything except two people choosing each other over and over, in whatever form that choosing took. And for the first time in years, Kai fell asleep feeling genuinely safe. Not because nothing bad could happen, but because if it did, he wouldn't have to face it alone. Chapter 11, What Gets Said in Daylight. The audit happened on a Thursday. Kai received the notification at 6:47 a.m. while standing in his kitchen watching water drip from the recycler into a bowl he positioned underneath to catch the leak. The message materialized in his visual feed with the corporate seal that meant official business, non-negotiable, and his stomach dropped before he'd even finished reading the first line. Housing compliance audit scheduled engagement verification required Thursday 1400 hours failure to comply will result in exemption revocation. Soren appeared in the doorway of the main room, hair disheveled from sleep, and took one look at Kai's face before asking, "What happened?" "Audit," Kai said. The word came out flat. "They're sending someone to verify our engagement. Today. 2 p.m. Soren was fully awake immediately, that street-trained alertness that meant he'd processed the threat level and was already calculating angles. What do they check? Everything. Kai pulled up the compliance documentation on his tablet, hands steady through years of practice even though his pulse was hammering. Shared finances, cohabitation evidence, relationship authenticity markers. They interview us separately, cross-reference our answers, look for inconsistencies. So they're checking if we're actually engaged or if we're running a housing scam. Yes. Soren crossed to the kitchen table and sat down, his movement deliberate. What happens if we fail? I lose the housing exemption immediately. 30 days to relocate. You lose whatever legal protections the partnership status gives you. Kai kept his voice clinical, factual, because if he let any emotion in he wouldn't be able to think, and thinking was the only thing that would get them through this. And we both get flagged in the system as fraudulent, which means increased scrutiny on everything we do from now on, Soren finished. Great. Perfect. This is exactly what I didn't need right now. The words landed sharper than Soren probably intended, and Kai felt something contract in his chest. I'm sorry. I didn't think they'd actually. The exemption usually just processes automatically. I didn't realize they audited. Stop. Soren's voice cut through Kai's spiral. I'm not blaming you. This is the system being the system. We just need to deal with it. They spent the next 6 hours preparing. Soren moved his few possessions from the duffel bag under the futon into Kai's closet, making it look like he'd been living there permanently rather than just crashing most nights. They staged evidence of shared life, toiletries in the bathroom, Soren's clothes hung in the closet next to Kai's, food in the fridge that looked like it belonged to both of them rather than Kai's careful rationing plus whatever Soren brought home. We need a story, Soren said around noon, standing in the middle of the apartment doing a final visual scan. About how this happened. How we went from childhood friends to engaged partners. Kai nodded, already pulling up the documentation they'd fabricated for the initial registration. We reconnected 8 months ago. You were doing repair work in my building, recognized me. We started spending time together, realized we'd never stopped. He stopped, the language suddenly feeling wrong in his mouth. Never stopped what? Soren prompted. Caring about each other. Kai looked at the tablet rather than at Soren. That's what we said in the initial application. That the engagement was formalizing something that had always been there. Soren was quiet for a moment. Is that what we're supposed to tell them? That we're in love? The question hung in the small apartment, and Kai realized they'd been carefully avoiding defining anything about what they were to each other for weeks now. They lived together, slept in the same space, cooked for each other, had built routines and accommodations, but they'd never actually said what it meant. I don't know, Kai admitted. I think they're looking for markers of a traditional romantic partnership. Evidence that he struggled for the right words. That we're actually committed to each other in the way engaged people are supposed to be. Physical affection, Soren said. They'll be looking for that. How comfortable we are touching each other. Probably. And Soren gestured between them. We're not really physical like that. No. They'd been careful about touch since Soren moved in. Accidental brushes in the kitchen, Kai's hand on Soren's shoulder when he was having a bad night with the implants, the way they'd fallen asleep back to back on the futon a few times, but nothing that looked like romance, nothing that resembled the kind of intimacy engaged couples were supposed to have. We need to practice, Soren said, and his voice had gone carefully neutral. So it doesn't look awkward when they're watching. Kai's mouth was dry. Practice what? Being engaged. Soren crossed to where Kai was standing by the table. Is it okay if I touch you? Yes, Kai said, because what else could he say? Soren's hand came up to Kai's face, palm cupping his jaw with a gentleness that felt devastating in its unfamiliarity. Kai went very still, hardly breathing, hyper-aware of every point of contact, Soren's calloused thumb against his cheekbone, the warmth of his palm, the way his fingers curled slightly against Kai's neck. This okay? Soren asked, his voice low. Yeah. Kai's own voice came out rougher than intended. Yeah. They stood like that for a moment, Soren's hand on Kai's face, and Kai thought distantly that this should feel performative, rehearsed, but instead it felt like something breaking open in his chest, some wall he'd been maintaining without consciously choosing to. They'll expect us to know each other, Soren said. Small things. How you take your tea. What you do when you're anxious. The things people learn from living together. I know how you take your coffee, Kai said. Black, 2 sugars when you can get real sugar, synthetic sweet otherwise. You don't sleep well, the implants hurt more when the weather's bad. You pace when you're thinking. You're left-handed but you use your right hand for precision work because that's where the nerve damage is less severe. Soren's hand stilled against his face. You've been paying attention. Of course I have. Kai stopped, not sure how to finish that sentence. You're the only person who's mattered to me in 15 years. You're the only thing in this apartment that feels real. You're the person I listen for in the middle of the night when I wake up afraid. You take your tea with honey when you have it, nothing otherwise, Soren said. You get up at 5:30 every morning, even on your days off. You talk to your plants like they're people. When you're really anxious you organize things, the dishes, the plants, anything you can control. You apologize for existing, for taking up space, for needing things. Your hands shake when you've had a bad day at work but you try to hide it. Kai felt something in his throat that might have been grief or might have been something else entirely. We know each other, Soren said, and it wasn't a question. Yeah, Kai agreed. We do. The auditor arrived at exactly 1400 hours, a middle-aged woman with the kind of professional neutrality that suggested she'd done this hundreds of times and found it as tedious as any other bureaucratic function. She introduced herself as Officer Chen, scanned their biosignatures for verification, and proceeded to examine the apartment with the systematic thoroughness of someone following a checklist. Kai and Soren stood in the kitchen while she worked, close enough that their shoulders almost touched, presenting a unified front. Kai could feel Soren's tension radiating through the small space between them. Officer Chen documented everything. The shared closet space, the toiletries in the bathroom, the food in the fridge. She pulled up their financial records on her tablet, scanning for evidence of merged accounts or shared purchases. She looked at the futon, still unmade from this morning, and made a note. You share a sleeping space, she said, not quite a question. Yes, Kai said. The apartment is small. One futon made more sense than trying to fit 2. She nodded, made another note. And you've been cohabitating for 8 months? Yes. Prior to the engagement registration? We were, Kai glanced at Soren. We were figuring things out. The registration formalized it, but we'd already been spending most nights together for a few months before that. Another note. Officer Chen's expression gave nothing away. I'll need to interview you separately, she said. Standard procedure. Mr. Voss, you'll stay here. Mr. she checked her tablet. You're listed as Soren Cade? That's me, Soren said. You'll come with me to the hallway. We'll talk there. Soren shot Kai a look that was impossible to read before following Officer Chen out of the apartment. The door closed behind them, and Kai was alone with his racing thoughts and the certainty that everything was about to fall apart. He made tea he didn't want, just to have something to do with his hands. Organized the dishes in the drying rack. Checked on the plants, even though they didn't need checking. When Officer Chen knocked on the door 15 minutes later, he'd reorganized the entire kitchen and his hands had stopped shaking. Soren slipped past Officer Chen without looking at Kai, his face carefully blank, and disappeared into the bathroom. The door closed with a soft click. Your turn, Mr. Voss, Officer Chen said. The hallway was cold and smelled like disinfectant and old cooking oil. Officer Chen positioned herself between Kai and the stairs, effectively blocking any exit, and pulled up her questionnaire. How did you and Soren Cade meet? We were childhood friends, Kai said, the story smooth because it was true. We grew up in the lower districts before the restructuring. Lost contact when my family moved and the districts were redeveloped. And you reconnected when? 8 months ago. He was doing repair work in my building. Recognized me. What drew you to formalize the relationship with an engagement? This was the tricky part. Kai had practiced the answer, but standing here under Officer Chen's neutral scrutiny, the words felt thin and unconvincing. We'd already been spending time together, building something. The engagement made it official. Gave us legal protections, housing stability. It felt like the natural next step. Describe a typical evening together. Kai thought about the truth, Soren appearing through the window most nights, both of them too tired to talk much, falling asleep back to back on the futon without discussing what it meant. He thought about the meals they shared in silence, the way Soren fixed things around the apartment without being asked, the plants that had started appearing after Kai mentioned being interested in real greenery. We cook together, he said. When work schedules allow. Talk about our days. Soren usually has repair jobs lined up, I do data processing for Corp. We're both pretty quiet people, so there's a lot of comfortable silence. We go to bed around the same time, wake up around the same time. He searched for the right word. It's domestic. Simple. Physically intimate? Kai felt heat creep up his neck. Yes. How would you characterize Cade's role in your life? He's my partner. The word came easier now, after months of using it. The person I come home to. The person I think about when I'm making decisions. The person who, Kai stopped, aware he was saying too much, revealing too much. He's important to me. The most important person. Officer Chen made notes. Does Cade have employment? Freelance repair work. Electronics, mechanical systems, some programming. He's skilled but the work is irregular. And you support him financially when the work is scarce? It was a trap question, Kai realized. Say yes and it looked like Soren was using him for housing and money. Say no and it looked like they weren't actually functioning as partners. We pool resources, Kai said carefully. I have steady income, he has skills and contacts I don't. We support each other in different ways. More notes. Officer Chen's stylus moved across her tablet with mechanical precision, and Kai wondered what story was emerging in her documentation. Whether they looked like a legitimate couple or like two people running an elaborate scam. Last question, Mr. Voss. Why Soren Cade? Of all the people you could have chosen to build a life with, why him? Kai thought about Soren at 12, laughing as they raced through the market. Soren at 28, watching Kai's plants with an expression that suggested he didn't understand why anyone would care about living things but was trying to understand because Kai cared. Soren's hands on his face this morning, gentle and careful and nothing like the hardness he wore for the rest of the world. Because he knows me, Kai said finally. The version of me that existed before I learned to perform for corporate systems. And he's never asked me to be anything other than who I actually am. Officer Chen looked up from her tablet, and for the first time her expression shifted slightly. Something that might have been approval, or might have been pity. Thank you, Mr. Voss. You can return to your apartment. Soren was sitting at the kitchen table when Kai came back in, hands wrapped around a mug of coffee that had probably gone cold. He looked up when Kai entered, and the question was clear in his eyes. Kai shook his head slightly, not yet, not while Chen might still be in the building, and went to make fresh tea. They sat in silence until they heard the building's front door close 3 floors below. What did she ask you? Kai said. How we met, when we registered the engagement, what our daily routine looks like. Why we decided to formalize things. Soren's voice was flat. What you mean to me? What did you tell her? Soren was quiet for a moment. The truth. That you're the person I've been looking for since I was 13 years old. That I'd been surviving for 15 years and started living again when I found you. That the engagement might have been bureaucratic convenience, but you're not convenient, you're necessary. Kai's hands tightened around his mug. What did you tell her? Soren asked. Same, Kai said. That you know me. That you're the most important person. They sat with that for a while, the admission hanging between them like something fragile and incendiary. Do you think we passed? Soren asked finally. I don't know. The notification came 3 hours later. Housing exemption audit complete, status approved, exemption remains valid. Kai stared at the message until Soren took the tablet from his hands. We did it, Soren said, and there was something complicated in his voice. We convinced them we're actually engaged. Yeah, Kai said. The problem was, sitting there in the small apartment they'd spent all day making look like 2 people actually built a life together, Kai wasn't sure what part of it had been performance and what part had been true. Soren stood abruptly. I'm going to go out for a while. Get some air. Okay. I'll be back later. Through the window. Said like a promise, like reassurance. Okay, Kai said again. After Soren left, Kai sat at the kitchen table and thought about the difference between saying something to pass an audit and saying something because it was true. Thought about Soren's hand on his face, the way his own voice had roughened when he said he's important to me, the fact that somewhere in the past few months the performance had stopped feeling like performance and started feeling like something else entirely. The chrome rings sat on his finger, cheap and encoded with their biometrics, official documentation of a relationship they'd never defined. Kai twisted it absently, watching how it caught the light, and wondered what it would feel like to stop pretending they were just pretending. Chapter 12, Archaeology of Us. The message from Soren came at 4 a.m. on a Saturday. Want to show you something. Meet me at the old transit hub. Kai was already awake, had been for an hour, lying in the dark listening to Soren breathe on the other side of the futon. Since the audit 3 days ago, they'd been circling each other with a new kind of carefulness, both of them hyper-aware of how much they'd revealed to Officer Chen and neither of them willing to name what that meant. He texted back, when? Now. If you can. Kai dressed quietly in the dark, pulling on layers against the chemical rain that had been falling for 2 days straight. Soren's eyes were open when Kai looked back at the futon, reflecting ambient light from the windows like something predatory and watchful. You don't have to come with me, Soren said. I can tell you about it later. I want to come. Soren studied him for a moment, then nodded and got up. They dressed in silence, moving around each other in the small apartment with the choreography of people who'd learned each other's patterns, and headed out into the city that never fully slept, just dimmed to different levels of desperate activity. The old transit hub was in Sector 7, the part of the lower districts that had been condemned after a chemical plant explosion 15 years ago made the groundwater toxic and the air thick with particulates that turned your lungs to scar tissue if you breathed them long enough. Corporate had declared it uninhabitable, rerouted transit lines, and left it to rot. But people still lived there. The ones who had nowhere else, who'd been priced out of every other sector, who decided that slow death by contamination was preferable to the faster death of exposure or starvation. Soren moved through the ruins with the unconscious confidence of someone who knew every crack in the pavement, every collapsed structure, every safe path through the debris. Kai followed, hyper-aware of his own breathing, the way the air tasted like copper and burning plastic even through his filtration mask. "You been here recently," Kai said. "Not a question. I come back sometimes." Soren's voice was muffled behind his own mask. "When I need to remember." "Remember what?" "That I survived worse than a housing audit." They walked deeper into the ruins, past buildings that had been residential blocks before the explosion, now just concrete skeletons colonized by the hardiest weeds and the people who'd given up on corporate promises of safety and stability. Kai saw evidence of habitation everywhere: tarp shelters, salvaged furniture, small fires burning in oil drums, the kinds of survival infrastructure that emerged when the official system stopped caring whether you lived or died. Soren stopped in front of what had once been a community garden, or what Kai assumed had been a garden based on the remnants of raised beds and the suggestion of pathways now overgrown with toxic vegetation. Nothing healthy grew here anymore. Everything was twisted, mutated by whatever cocktail of chemicals had soaked into the soil. "We used to steal vegetables from here," Soren said. "Do you remember?" Kai did, distantly. Running through the market at 12 with Soren beside him, both of them laughing, pockets full of tomatoes they'd swiped while the vendor wasn't looking. It felt like something that had happened to different people in a different world. "Your family lived 3 blocks that way," Soren continued, pointing toward a collapsed apartment complex. "Mine was 2 blocks north. This garden was run by this woman named Mrs. Chen, no relation to the audit officer, who never actually caught us but definitely knew we were stealing and didn't stop us. I think she thought it was funny. Or maybe she just understood we were hungry." Kai looked at the toxic wasteland that had been a place of abundance, and felt something twist in his chest. "After the buyout," Soren said, his voice going flatter, more distant, "after your family moved and my family scattered, I came back here. I was 13. I didn't have anywhere else to go, and I kept thinking if I just stayed in the neighborhood, maybe you'd come back. Maybe I'd see you at the dispensary or the transit hub or..." He stopped, shook his head. "Anyway. I stayed. Squatted in one of the condemned buildings over there, the one that's completely collapsed now. Lived on whatever I could scavenge or steal." Kai's hands were tight fists in his pockets. "Frost found me about 6 months into that," Soren continued. "I was trying to fix a broken vending machine, not to buy anything, just to see if I could do it, and they watched me work for 20 minutes before telling me I was doing it wrong. Then they showed me how to do it right. Offered to teach me more if I was interested in learning." "The mentor you mentioned," Kai said. "Yeah. They had a setup in an old factory building, doing repair work for people who couldn't afford corporate contractors. I apprenticed with them for 3 years. Learned everything: electronics, mechanical systems, some programming." Frost was, Soren paused, searching for words. "They saved my life. But they also taught me that the only way to survive was to not need anyone, to be completely self-sufficient, to treat every relationship as temporary and transactional." "And you believed them?" "Why wouldn't I? It was working. I was alive, I had skills, I could support myself. The fact that I was also completely fucking alone didn't seem relevant because at least I was safe." Kai watched Soren's profile, the way he stared at the dead garden like it was a grave he was visiting. "When did you leave?" Kai asked. "Couple years ago. Frost and we had a disagreement about whether I should take a job that would have paid well but put me on corporate radar. I wanted to take it. They said it was too risky, that I was being stupid, that I'd survived this long by being invisible and I shouldn't throw that away. We fought. I left." Soren's jaw tightened. "Haven't talked to them since. Don't even know if they're still alive." The rain intensified, drumming against their masks, and Kai thought about the ways people survived trauma. How Soren had learned to be a weapon, how Kai had learned to be a ghost, how both of them had armored themselves against a world that seemed designed to break anyone who showed softness. "Why did you bring me here?" Kai asked. Soren turned to look at him finally, and there was something raw in his expression that the mask couldn't quite hide. "Because you keep trying to figure out who I was when we were kids," Soren said. "And I need you to understand that person doesn't exist anymore. That kid who laughed with you in the market, who climbed through your window, who thought the world was basically good, he died here. In this sector. Slowly, over about 3 years. And I'm what's left. I know that, Kai said. Do you? Because sometimes I think you're waiting for me to turn back into him. To be easy and uncomplicated and safe. And I can't do that, Kai. I tried, at the beginning, when I first moved into your apartment. I tried to be what I thought you wanted. But it's not sustainable. This is who I am now, someone who's been surviving alone for so long I don't actually know how to be part of something. Kai took a step closer, close enough that their shoulders almost touched. I'm not trying to resurrect a dead person. I'm trying to know the one standing in front of me. Why? The question came out almost desperate. Why do you care? We barely knew each other for a few years when we were children. Whatever we had back then, it's gone. We're strangers who happen to share some memories. We're not strangers, Kai said quietly. We've been living together for months. Eating together, sleeping in the same space, building routines. You know how I take my tea. I know when your implants are bothering you. We know each other, Soren. Maybe not the way we used to, but we know each other now. Soren was quiet for a long time, staring at the toxic garden. When he spoke again, his voice was rougher. After I left Frost, I told myself I'd never let anyone matter that much again. That relying on someone, caring about someone, giving a fuck what happened to them, it was all just setting myself up to get hurt. And then I saw you on that street corner 8 months ago and every single defense I'd built he made a gesture like something crumbling. Gone. All of it. I've been trying to get them back, trying to remember how to not care, but I can't. You matter, and I hate it, and I don't know how to stop it from being true. Kai's throat felt tight. I don't want you to stop. You should. Caring about me is a liability. I do dangerous work, Kai. I'm involved with people who would use you to get to me if they knew you existed. The engagement already puts you at risk. If anything happened to you because of me. Stop, Kai interrupted. You don't get to make that choice for me. I'm an adult. I can assess my own risks. Can you? Because from where I'm standing, you've spent your entire adult life in corporate systems that made all your decisions for you. How do you even know what you want versus what you've been conditioned to want? The words hit like a physical blow, partly because they were true and partly because Soren had aimed them with precision born of knowing exactly where Kai was vulnerable. I know I don't want to go back to being alone, Kai said, and his voice came out harder than he intended. I know I spent 15 years in that apartment with nothing alive in it except contraband plants I was terrified would get me flagged by corporate. I know that when you showed up it was the first time in years I felt like I could breathe properly. So maybe you're right, maybe I am just conditioned to latch onto anyone who shows me basic human connection, but I don't care. I'd rather have whatever fucked up thing this is than go back to that. Soren turned to face him fully, and Kai could see his chest rising and falling too fast behind his jacket. This isn't romance, Soren said. I need you to understand that. I'm not. I can't give you that. The engagement is legal convenience. What we have is, I don't know what it is, but it's not a love story. I know. Then what do you want from me? I want you to stop trying to leave before you're actually gone, Kai said. I want you to stop treating this like it's temporary. He stopped, struggling for language to describe something he didn't fully understand himself. I want you to stay. Not because you have nowhere else to go, not because the engagement gives you legal benefits, but because you actually want to be here. With me. The rain fell harder, turning the ruins into watercolor smears of gray and brown and the sick orange of safety lights. Soren stood very still, like he was calculating risk the way he always did, weighing the cost of honesty against the safety of deflection. I do want to be here, he said finally. That's the fucking problem. I want it so much it scares me. Because the last time I wanted something this badly, I spent 3 years sleeping in condemned buildings waiting for someone who never came back. Kai understood then, with sudden clarity, that Soren wasn't just afraid of losing him, he was afraid of wanting him in the first place, of the vulnerability that came with admitting someone mattered enough to hurt you. "I'm here now," Kai said. "For how long? Until the next promotion offer? Until corporate decides to relocate you? Until you realize you're wasting your life with someone who can't give you what you need? What do you think I need?" "I don't know. Stability. Safety. Someone who isn't carrying 15 years of trauma and a corporate security file that could get you flagged by association. What if what I need is someone who knows what it feels like to survive in a world that wants you dead?" Kai asked. "What if I need someone who understands that safety is a lie corporate sells to keep you compliant? What if I need you specifically, all the broken parts and the trauma and the fact that you jimmy my window instead of using the door?" Soren made a sound that might have been a laugh or might have been something else. "You're an idiot." "Probably." Kai took another step closer, close enough now that he could feel the heat radiating off Soren's body through the layers. "But I meant what I told Officer Chen. You know me. The version of me that existed before I learned to perform. And I'm trying to know you, not who you used to be, but who you are now. The person who survived all this." Soren reached up and pulled down his filtration mask, and Kai did the same, both of them breathing poison air because apparently the need to see each other's full faces was worth the contamination. Soren's eyes were too bright, his jaw tight with the effort of keeping his expression controlled. "I'm not good at this," Soren said. "At being honest. At letting someone see," he gestured vaguely. "All of it. The parts that aren't pretty or functional. I don't need you to be good at it. I just need you to try." They stood there in the ruins of their childhood, breathing toxic air, and Kai thought about all the ways people learned to survive and all the ways survival could hollow you out until you forgot what it felt like to be human. Thought about Soren at 13, waiting in condemned buildings for someone who never came back, and himself at 13, sold to a corporation by parents who decided his contract value was worth more than his personhood. "We're both so fucked up," Kai said, and it came out almost gentle. "Yeah," Soren agreed. "We really are. But we're here. We survived. And we found each other again. Pure accident. Maybe. Or maybe we were always going to find each other eventually. Maybe that's just what happens when you matter to someone that much." Soren pulled him into a hug then, sudden and fierce, and Kai went willingly, wrapping his arms around Soren's waist and holding on. They stood like that for a long time, two people in a toxic garden holding each other like anchors against the world trying to sweep them away, and Kai felt Soren shaking slightly, felt the tremor that meant he was barely holding himself together. "I'm sorry," Soren said into Kai's shoulder, his voice muffled. "For bringing you here. For making you look at all this. Don't be. I needed to see it." Kai tightened his grip. "I needed to understand what you survived." When they finally pulled apart, both their faces were wet, rain or tears or both, impossible to tell. Soren pulled his mask back up and Kai did the same, and they walked back through the ruins toward the functional parts of the city where people pretended contamination and desperation and corporate violence were problems that happened to other people in other sectors. At the transit hub that marked the edge of the condemned zone, Soren stopped and turned to look back at the ruins one last time. "I'm trying," he said. "To be less," he searched for words. "Less frost. Less convinced that self-sufficiency is the only way to survive. It's just hard to unlearn 15 years of conditioning." "I know," Kai said. "I'm trying to unlearn my own conditioning. Corporate taught me that safety comes from compliance, from making myself useful, from never asking for anything. We're both trying to figure out how to exist outside the systems that raised us. Think we'll manage it? I don't know. But I think we have a better chance together than apart." Soren looked at him for a long moment, and something in his expression softened. "Yeah. Maybe we do." They took the transit back to Kai's apartment, their apartment, Kai corrected himself mentally, and spent the rest of the morning in comfortable silence, Soren fixing the recycler that had been leaking for weeks while Kai tended his plants and tried not to think about how much it would hurt if Soren ever actually left for real. Around noon, Soren looked up from the recycler and said, I'm going to reach out to Frost. Kai paused with his hands in the soil of his largest planter. Yeah. I need to. Soren wiped his hands on his jeans. I left things badly between us. And I think I need to see them again. To make sure I don't end up like that. Alone and brilliant and completely fucking isolated. You want me to come with you? Would you? Of course. Soren nodded, something loosening in his shoulders. Okay. I'll send a message. See if they're willing to meet. And if they're not? Then at least I tried. Soren returned his attention to the recycler, but there was something different in the set of his body now, some small surrender to the idea that reaching out didn't have to mean weakness. Kai went back to his plants, his hands steady in the soil, and thought about the difference between growing things in toxic earth and in soil that had been carefully tended. Thought about Soren's dead garden and Paza's rooftop collective and the ways people found to nurture life even in places designed to kill it. When he looked up again, Soren was watching him with an expression Kai couldn't quite read. What? Kai asked. Nothing, Soren said. Just, thank you. For coming with me today. Any time. And sitting there in their small apartment with the recycler finally working properly and the plants reaching toward the meager sunlight that made it through the smog, Kai thought maybe that was enough. Maybe building a life together didn't require grand gestures or perfect understanding. Maybe it just required showing up, again and again, and trusting that the other person would do the same. Maybe that was all love had ever been. Chapter 13, Structural Damage. The promotion offer came in a personal message from Harrow, Kai's supervisor, delivered not through official channels but through a private communication that pinged his wristband while he was tending his plants on a Wednesday evening. Stop by my office tomorrow morning. 7 o'clock, something I want to discuss. H. Kai stared at the message long enough that Soren looked up from the repair job he'd spread across the kitchen table and asked, What's wrong? Harrow wants to meet with me. Personal message, not official channels. Soren's hands paused over the circuit board he'd been examining. That's not standard procedure. No. Could be good. Could be bad. With Harrow it's always both. Kai set his wristband down and returned to pruning the basil that was threatening to overtake its container. His hands were steady but his mind was already spiraling through possibilities, calculating angles the way he'd learned to do after 15 years of corporate employment. Soren watched him for a moment longer, then returned to his work. They spent the rest of the evening in comfortable silence, but Kai caught Soren glancing at him periodically with the kind of attention that suggested he was tracking Kai's stress levels and preparing to intervene if needed. At 6:45 the next morning, Kai stood outside Harrow's office on the 15th floor of the Synarcorp administrative building, breathing recycled air that tasted like metal and trying not to think about all the ways this conversation could destroy the fragile stability he'd built. Harrow's office was exactly what Kai expected, minimalist corporate aesthetic, floor-to-ceiling windows looking out over the mid-districts, everything designed to remind employees that management existed in rarefied air while workers breathed chemical rain. Harrow sat behind a glass desk that probably cost more than Kai made in a year, impeccably dressed as always, with the kind of grooming that required time and resources Kai couldn't imagine having. Kai. Sit. Harrow gestured to the chair across from them without looking up from their tablet. Coffee? No, thank you. Still doing that thing where you pretend you don't have needs. Fascinating. Harrow finally looked up, their expression unreadable. How long have you been with the company now? 15 years. Since I was 13. Contract transfer from your parents. I remember. Harrow made a note on their tablet. You've been consistent. Never missed a shift, never filed a complaint, no disciplinary issues. Thoroughly unremarkable, which in our industry is actually remarkable. Kai said nothing, waiting. We're restructuring the district management for the carbon scrubber plants, Harrow continued. Creating a new position, District Operations Manager for Sectors 5 through 9. It's a significant step up from your current role. Better pay, benefits upgrade, and most importantly, housing relocation to the upper districts. The words hung in the air between them, and Kai felt his pulse hammer in his throat. The position requires someone who understands the infrastructure intimately, Harrow said. Someone who's spent years at the ground level. You're qualified, Kai. More than qualified. The job is yours if you want it. What's the catch? The question came out before Kai could stop himself. Years of corporate conditioning warring with the survival instinct Soren had been slowly reawakening. Harrow smiled slightly. Smart. There's always a catch, isn't there? They pulled up something on their tablet and turned it to face Kai. The position requires full integration with upper district social protocols. That means mandatory attendance at company networking events, lifestyle compliance reviews, partner verification processes for anyone in your household. Kai's stomach dropped. Partner verification? The upper districts have different standards. We can't have district managers with, Harrow paused delicately. Complicated personal situations that might reflect poorly on the company. Your current living arrangement would need to be formalized or dissolved. I'm already engaged, Kai said carefully. We passed the housing audit last week. Yes, I saw that in your file. Soren Cade. Harrow's tone suggested they'd done more research than just reading official documentation. Gray market tech repair, no formal employment history, multiple gaps in residential tracking. Not exactly upper district material. Kai's hands tightened on the arms of the chair. He's my partner. That's not changing. I'm not asking you to end the engagement, Kai. I'm asking you to consider whether this arrangement serves your long-term interests. The promotion comes with resources, better housing, healthcare access, financial stability. The kind of security you've been working toward your entire life. You could help your partner find legitimate employment, get him out of the gray market. Build something sustainable. It sounded reasonable. It sounded like everything Kai had been taught to want. And that was precisely why every instinct Soren had been nurturing in him was screaming that this was a trap. I need to think about it, Kai said. Of course. You have until Monday to decide. Harrow made another note. But Kai, this opportunity doesn't come around often. And the company has been watching your housing situation with interest. It would be unfortunate if you turned down advancement and then found yourself facing administrative complications anyway. The threat was delivered with the same pleasant neutrality as everything else, and Kai understood with sudden clarity that refusing the promotion wouldn't mean maintaining the status quo. It would mean being punished for the refusal. He left Harrow's office feeling like he'd been underwater too long, his lungs tight and his vision slightly blurred. The elevator ride down to ground level felt endless, and when he finally stepped out into the chemical rain he just stood there for a moment, breathing, trying to process what had just happened. His wristband pinged. Soren, how'd it go? Kai stared at the message for a long moment before typing back, can you meet me at Paz's rooftop? I need to think. The response was immediate, on my way. Paz's rooftop garden was in Sector 6, accessible through a service ladder that technically violated about 14 building codes but that the landlord ignored because Paz had fixed their heating system for free 3 years ago. Kai climbed up through the drizzle, his hands slipping slightly on the wet rungs, and emerged into the green sanctuary that Paz had been building for the past decade. Paz was there, kneeling in the dirt beside a row of tomato plants, their hands buried in soil as they transplanted seedlings with the kind of focused patience that made everything else feel frantic by comparison. They looked up when Kai's footsteps crunched on the gravel path and smiled. Kai. Good morning. They stood, wiping their hands on their work pants. You look like you're carrying something heavy. Kai managed a weak laugh. That obvious? You've got that look. The one people get when they're trying to decide between what they've been taught to want and what they actually want. Paz gestured to a bench fashioned from reclaimed wood. Sit. Tell me about it if you need to. Or just sit with the plants. Whatever helps. Kai sat, and for a few minutes he just breathed in the smell of growing things and tried to unknot the panic in his chest. Paz returned to their transplanting, giving him space, and the quiet was exactly what Kai needed. I got offered a promotion, Kai said finally. District manager. Upper district housing, better pay, all the stability I've been working toward since I was 13. But, Paz prompted gently. But it requires full lifestyle integration. Social compliance reviews. Partner verification that Soren would never pass. They're basically asking me to choose between the promotion and him. Paz was quiet for a moment, their hands steady in the soil. What do you want to do? I don't know. That's the problem. I don't know what I actually want versus what I've been conditioned to want. I've spent 15 years believing that security comes from corporate compliance. That if I just followed the rules and met the metrics and made myself useful enough, I'd eventually get to a place where I felt safe. And now they're offering me exactly that, and all I can think about is, he stopped, the words catching. All you can think about is what you'd be giving up, Paz finished. Yeah. Paz settled back on their heels, looking at Kai with the kind of calm attention that made him feel seen without judgment. Can I tell you something I learned the hard way? Please. The corporations don't offer you safety. They offer you the illusion of safety in exchange for your autonomy. And the trade seems fair when you're desperate, when you're 13 and your parents just sold your contract, when you're trying to survive in a city designed to kill you slowly. But once you're not actively dying anymore, once you have a moment to breathe and think, you start realizing that what you traded away was the ability to define your own life. Kai felt something crack open in his chest. I spent 10 years working corporate agricultural contracts, Paz continued. Good pay, stable housing, all the metrics of success. I was miserable in ways I didn't even have language for because I'd been taught that misery was the price of survival. It took me a long time to understand that there were other ways to survive. Harder ways, maybe. More precarious. But mine. How did you know? Kai asked. How did you know it was the right choice to leave? I didn't. Not at first. I just knew I couldn't keep living the way I was living. And then I started growing things, started remembering that life could be more than just not dying. Started building community with people who were also trying to remember. And slowly, over years, I realized I'd made the right choice. Not because it was easy or safe, but because it was true. Kai thought about Soren, about the past few months of learning to share space with someone who knew him before corporate conditioning taught him to perform. Thought about the plants in their small apartment, the way Soren had started bringing home soil additives and seed packets without being asked. Thought about how the engagement that was supposed to be bureaucratic convenience had become something else entirely, something that mattered in ways Kai couldn't fully articulate but that felt more real than any corporate promise. I don't want to leave, Kai said, and hearing the words out loud made them true. I don't want the promotion. I don't want upper district housing or lifestyle compliance reviews or any of it. I just want, he stopped, struggling to name it. You want to choose your own life, Paz said. Even if it's harder. Even if it means giving up the illusion of safety. Yeah. Then that's your answer. Paz returned their attention to the seedlings, their voice gentle. The hard part is what comes after, learning to live with that choice when it gets difficult. And it will get difficult, Kai. The system doesn't like it when people step outside the approved paths. They'll make it hard. But you'll be making that choice for yourself, not because someone else decided your life for you. Soren arrived 20 minutes later, his jacket soaked from the rain and his hair plastered to his forehead. He spotted Kai immediately and crossed the garden with long strides, his expression tight with concern. You okay? Yeah, Kai said, and found it was mostly true. I'm okay. We need to talk. They found a sheltered corner of the garden, under a corrugated roof Paz had erected to protect the more delicate plants. The rain drummed overhead, creating a bubble of relative privacy, and Kai told Soren about the promotion offer and the implicit threat if he refused. Soren listened with his entire body gone very still, the kind of stillness that suggested he was calculating threat levels and possible responses. You should take it, Soren said when Kai finished. Kai stared at him. What? The promotion. You should take it. Better housing, better pay, actual security, it's everything you've been working for. You'd be stupid to turn it down because of me. Because of you? Kai felt anger flash hot in his chest. You think this is about you? Isn't it? They basically told you the engagement is a problem. That I'm a problem. That if you want to advance you need to either formalize things in a way that makes me respectable or end it entirely. Soren's voice was carefully neutral, but Kai could see the tension in his jaw. And we both know I'm never going to be respectable by upper district standards. So the logical choice is to cut your losses and take the promotion. Don't do that. Do what? Don't decide what I want and then frame it as logic. Don't push me away under the guise of being practical. Kai's hands were shaking now, anger mixing with something that felt like grief. I spent 15 years letting other people make my choices for me. My parents sold my contract because it was practical. Corporate tells me where to live and how to present myself because that's the logical path to security. And now you're doing the same thing, deciding that I should take the promotion because it makes sense on paper, without asking what I actually want. What do you want? Soren asked, and there was something raw in his voice now. I want to stay, Kai said. Here. In the lower districts. In our apartment with the leaking recycler and the contraband plants. With you. I don't want upper district housing or lifestyle compliance reviews. I don't want to spend the rest of my life making myself smaller to fit into corporate expectations. I want, he stopped, the enormity of it catching up to him. I want my life to be mine. Even if it's harder. Even if it's more precarious. I want to choose it. Soren was very quiet, his eyes searching Kai's face. You're serious? Yes. You'd turn down guaranteed security for, Soren gestured between them. For this. Whatever this is. Yes. That's possibly the stupidest decision I've ever heard anyone make. Probably, Kai agreed. But it's my stupid decision. And I'm making it. Soren closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them again there was something that might have been hope or might have been terror. You're really choosing this. Choosing me. I'm choosing myself, Kai corrected. And that means choosing the life I actually want, which includes you. Not because you're convenient or because the engagement gives me housing benefits, but because he struggled for words. You're the first person who's asked me what I want instead of telling me what I should want. You're the person who makes me feel like I can be something other than a corporate productivity metric. You matter to me more than upper district housing ever could. They sat with that for a long moment, the rain loud overhead and the air thick with the smell of wet earth and growing things. They're going to make it hard, Soren said finally. Harrow basically told you they'd retaliate if you refuse. That could mean anything from increased scrutiny on the housing arrangement to manufacturing a reason to terminate your contract entirely. I know. You could lose everything. I could, Kai agreed. Or I could keep building something that's actually mine. It's a risk either way. Soren reached over and took Kai's hand, his grip almost painfully tight. Okay. Okay, then we do this together. We figure out how to survive the retaliation, how to build something sustainable outside the corporate path. Together. Together, Kai echoed, and the word felt like a promise. They sat there until the rain eased to drizzle, holding hands in Paz's garden, and Kai thought about all the ways people learn to survive and all the ways survival could become something more than just not dying. Thought about Soren at 13, choosing to stay alive in condemned buildings because maybe Kai would come back. Thought about Paz building gardens in contaminated soil because growing things was the most radical act available. Thought about himself at 13, learning to make himself useful to corporate masters, and himself now, learning to want things for himself instead of accepting what he was told to want. When they finally left the garden, Kai sent a message to Harrow from his wristband, short and professional. Thank you for the opportunity. After careful consideration, I'm declining the promotion. I'm satisfied with my current position. The response came within minutes, noted. We'll need to discuss your housing arrangement at your next performance review. Schedule with my assistant. Soren read the message over Kai's shoulder and said quietly, they're not going to let this go. I know, Kai said. But I don't care. Whatever comes next, we'll handle it. And walking back to their apartment through streets slick with chemical rain, Kai felt something he hadn't felt in years, the weight of a choice that was entirely his own, made not out of fear or conditioning but out of knowing what he wanted and choosing to reach for it, consequences be damned. That night, they sat on opposite ends of the futon like they had after their first real argument, the space between them charged with everything they'd said and everything they were still learning to say. Soren broke the silence first. "I've been using the engagement as an excuse," he said. "To keep you at arm's length emotionally while having you close physically. Telling myself it was just bureaucratic convenience so I didn't have to admit it mattered." "I know," Kai said. "And you've been doing the same thing. Treating it like a housing solution instead of acknowledging that this," Soren gestured between them, "that this is something we both want. Not just because it's practical but because it's real." "Yeah." They were quiet for a moment, the admission sitting between them like something fragile and essential. "I don't know what this is," Soren said finally. "It's not romance in any traditional sense. We're not that." "No," Kai agreed. "But it's not just friendship either. It's something else. Something we don't have language for. Maybe that's okay. Maybe it doesn't need a name." Soren looked at him with an expression Kai was learning to read, vulnerability mixed with the terror of being seen. "I want this. Whatever it is. I want to keep building it. Even though it scares me. Even though I don't know how to do it right." "Me too," Kai said. "And we'll probably fuck it up sometimes. But we'll be fucking it up together." Soren laughed, the sound rough but genuine. "That's possibly the worst romantic declaration I've ever heard." "Good thing this isn't romance then." "No," Soren said, his voice going softer. "It's better." Later, lying in the dark with Soren's breathing steady beside him, Kai thought about the promotion he'd turned down and the life he'd chosen instead. Thought about Harrow's implied threat and the retaliation that was almost certainly coming. Thought about how terrifying it was to want something for himself instead of accepting what the system offered. But he also thought about Soren's hand in his, about Paz's garden growing in contaminated soil, about the contraband plants on his windowsill reaching toward meager sunlight. Thought about all the small, quiet acts of resistance that added up to a life that was his own. And for the first time in 15 years, Kai fell asleep feeling something that might have been hope. Chapter 14, Meeting Frost. The message from Frost came 3 days after Kai declined the promotion, delivered through an encrypted channel Soren hadn't used in 2 years. Kai was at work when Soren received it, staring at readouts at the carbon scrubber plant and trying not to think about the performance review Harrow had scheduled for next week. He came home to find Soren sitting at the kitchen table with his wristband in his hand, staring at it like it might detonate. Frost responded, Soren said without preamble. Kai set down his bag carefully. "And? They'll meet with us. Tomorrow night, their place in Sector 9. They want to," Soren's jaw tightened. "They want to meet you. Said if I'm serious about unlearning old patterns I should bring the person I'm trying to build something with." That doesn't sound like someone who's completely isolated and alone. "No," Soren admitted. "It doesn't. I think maybe I've been using Frost as a cautionary tale without actually checking whether it was true. You ready for this?" Soren looked up at him, and there was something vulnerable in his expression. "I don't know. Frost was, they're the person who kept me alive when I had nothing. But they're also the person who taught me that attachment was weakness. Seeing them again means confronting both of those things." "We don't have to go," Kai said. "No, I want to. I need to." Soren stood and crossed to where Kai was standing. "But I'm glad you're coming with me. I don't think I could do this alone." The next evening they took the transit to Sector 9, the industrial heart of the lower districts where factories belched chemical smoke and workers moved like ghosts through streets that never fully darkened. Frost's building was an old warehouse that had been converted to residential units in the way that meant the conversion was barely legal and definitely not up to code. They climbed 4 flights of stairs that smelled like rust and cooking oil, and Soren stopped outside a door marked only with a serial number. He raised his hand to knock, hesitated, then looked at Kai. Whatever happens in there, whatever Frost says about me or about us, I need you to remember that I'm trying to be different from what they taught me. Even if I'm not succeeding yet. I know, Kai said. Soren knocked. The person who opened the door was not what Kai expected. Frost was shorter than Soren, maybe mid-50s, with close-cropped silver hair and the kind of wiriness that suggested a body that had been pushed hard for decades. Their eyes were sharp behind wire-rimmed glasses, the kind of gaze that saw too much and catalogued everything. Soren. Frost's voice was rough, like they didn't use it often. You look like shit. Good to see you too, Frost. And you must be Kai Voss. Frost's attention shifted to him, and Kai felt assessed in about 3 seconds. The corporate drone who's got Soren all twisted up. Come in, both of you. Place is a mess, but it's clean. The apartment was exactly what Kai imagined a hacker's lair would look like if that hacker had been living alone for decades. Screens covered one entire wall, displaying what looked like security feeds and data streams. The furniture was minimal and functional. Books, actual physical books, lined shelves along the opposite wall. The kitchen was pristine in a way that suggested it was rarely used. But what caught Kai's attention was the single photograph on the wall near the window. Frost and a woman, both younger, both smiling, standing in front of what looked like a garden. Frost caught him looking. My wife. She died 12 years ago. Cancer from the contamination, the kind you can't fix with black market meds or corporate healthcare. I'm sorry, Kai said. Yeah, well. We all lose people in this city. Frost gestured to a battered couch. Sit. I'll make tea. Real stuff, not the synthetic shit. They sat while Frost moved through the kitchen with the kind of efficiency that suggested years of living alone. Soren was tense beside Kai, his hands opening and closing in his lap. You're nervous, Frost called from the kitchen. Never seen you nervous before, kid. It's unsettling. Haven't seen you in 2 years, Soren said. Wasn't sure how this would go. Figured you'd either come back or you wouldn't. Not much point in being upset about things outside my control. Frost returned with 3 mugs of tea that actually smelled like real leaves. So. You want to tell me what's going on, or should I guess based on the body language and the fact that you're holding hands like teenagers? Kai looked down and realized he and Soren had unconsciously linked fingers at some point. He started to pull away but Soren held on. We're engaged, Soren said. Legally. Started as a housing workaround but it's become, he paused. Something else. Not romance, Frost said, and it wasn't a question. No, Kai said, surprised. How did you? Because I know Soren, and I know that look on his face. I care about this person but I don't know what to call it, look. Frost settled into a chair that had definitely been repaired multiple times. And because I'm not actually as isolated as Soren seems to think I am. Soren's head snapped up. What? After Chen died, I told myself I was done with people. That caring just made everything hurt more. Spent about 5 years living exactly the way you thought I lived, alone, paranoid, convinced self-sufficiency was the only way to survive. Frost took a sip of tea. Then I met someone at a repair collective. Started talking about technical problems, then about other things. Now we play chess twice a week and they make sure I eat actual food instead of just nutrient paste. You, Soren looked genuinely shocked. You have a friend? Don't sound so surprised. Even old paranoid hackers can learn new patterns. Frost's expression softened slightly. I'm not saying I'm suddenly well-adjusted and social. But I realized that the way I was living wasn't actually honoring Chen's memory. She would have wanted me to keep building connections, keep being part of something larger than just me and my screens. Kai watched Soren process this, watched him recalibrate everything he'd believed about his mentor. You told me attachment was weakness, Soren said quietly. I did. And I was wrong. Frost met his eyes directly. I was grieving and terrified and I taught you all my worst survival strategies because I didn't know any better ones. But that doesn't mean those strategies are good, Soren. It just means we were both trying to survive and I gave you the only tools I had. So all of it, everything you taught me about self-sufficiency, about not needing anyone, was me trying to protect you from the kind of hurt I was feeling, Frost said. But hurt isn't actually avoidable, kid. It's just the price of caring about anything. And the alternative, living completely alone, building walls so high nothing can touch you, that's not safety. That's just a different kind of death. Soren was very still, and Kai could feel the tremor in his hand where they were still linked. Why are you telling me this now? Soren asked. Because you came back. Because you're trying to build something with someone and you're scared you're going to fuck it up the way I fucked things up. And I wanted you to know that it's possible to unlearn bad patterns. Hard, but possible. Frost looked at Kai. He's going to be difficult. Probably push you away when he gets scared. Treat the relationship like it's temporary even when he desperately wants it to be permanent. Did any of that himself? Yes to all of it, Kai said. Figured. Because that's what I taught him. Frost's expression was something like regret. I'm sorry for that, by the way. Both of you. I saved Soren's life when he was 13, but I also gave him a blueprint for living that was designed to keep him safe at the cost of keeping him alone. That's on me. You did save my life, Soren said, his voice rough. I would have died in those condemned buildings if you hadn't found me. Taught me skills, gave me a way to support myself, kept me alive. That matters too. Yeah, but survival isn't the same as living. And I'm only just learning the difference. Frost set down their mug. So. You too. What are you trying to build here? Kai and Soren exchanged glances. We don't know exactly, Kai said. Something that doesn't fit traditional categories. We're engaged legally but it's not romantic. We live together and care about each other but it's not what engagements are supposed to look like. Why does it have to look like anything? Frost asked. The system wants you to fit into legible categories because that makes you easier to track and control. But you don't actually have to comply with that. You can just build what works for you and let everyone else figure out what to call it. That's what Paz said, Kai murmured. Paz Sanchez? The Garden Collective organizer? At Kai's nod, Frost smiled slightly. Smart person. I've traded with them before, they get me seeds for the window boxes, I fix their irrigation systems. We should all be so certain about who we are. They spent the next 2 hours talking, about Soren's years since leaving, about the work Frost was doing now, still repair work, but increasingly for resistance networks rather than just individual clients, about the corporate pressure Kai was facing after turning down the promotion. Frost asked pointed questions and gave blunt advice, and gradually Kai understood why Soren had both revered and feared this person. Frost was brilliant and uncompromising and had clearly survived more than most people could imagine. But underneath the armor was someone who was lonely and trying not to be, someone who'd learned too late that isolation wasn't actually safety. As they were preparing to leave, Frost put a hand on Soren's shoulder. You did good, kid. Coming back here, bringing him to meet me, trying to build something real. That takes courage. I'm terrified, Soren admitted. Of course you are. Attachment is terrifying when you've spent years believing it was weakness. But terror means you're doing something that matters. Frost squeezed his shoulder once, then let go. Come back sometime. Bring Kai. We'll have dinner. I'll tell him stories about young Soren being an absolute disaster at basic life skills. Please don't. Too late, I'm already planning the menu. On the transit back to their apartment, Soren was quiet in the way that meant he was processing something large. Kai didn't push, just sat close enough that their shoulders touched and waited. Finally, Soren said, I've been using Frost as an excuse. How so? Telling myself that if I got too attached to you, I'd end up like them, isolated and alone and brilliant but hollow. Using that as justification for keeping you at arm's length even while living in the same space. Soren's voice was rough. But Frost isn't actually like that. They're trying. They have a chess partner and they trade with paws and they're learning how to exist in community again. Which means the cautionary tale I've been telling myself is just another way of being scared. You're allowed to be scared, Kai said. I know. But I don't want to let the fear run everything anymore. I don't want to wake up in 20 years and realize I pushed away the best thing I had because I was too terrified to hold on to it. Kai took Soren's hand. You're not going to push me away. You don't know that. I do, actually. Because even when you try to push, I'm still here. And I'm going to keep being here. That's what this is, you and me, choosing to keep showing up even when it's hard. Even when we're both terrified. Soren looked at him with an expression that was raw and vulnerable. What if I fuck this up? Then we fix it. Together. Kai squeezed his hand. That's what partners do, right? We figure it out. Partners, Soren repeated, and the words sounded different in his mouth now, not a legal designation but something more essential. Yeah. When they got back to the apartment, Soren went directly to the window and stood there for a long moment, looking out at the city lights. Kai joined him, and they stood shoulder to shoulder in the dark. I think I've been waiting for you to leave, Soren said quietly. Ever since you proposed the engagement. Waiting for the moment when you'd realize I'm not worth the trouble and you'd kick me out or move to upper districts or just disappear. The way everyone else has. I'm not everyone else. No. You're really not. Soren turned to look at him. You're the person who turned down corporate advancement to stay in this shitty apartment with me. You're the person who went to the ruins and didn't flinch when I showed you all the ugly parts. His voice caught. You're the person who makes me think maybe I don't have to be alone anymore. Kai felt something shift in his chest, some final wall coming down. You don't, he said. Have to be alone. You're not alone, Soren. You have me. And I know that's terrifying because it means risking being hurt again. But I'm here, and I'm staying, and you're going to have to accept that eventually. I'm trying, Soren said, and it sounded like a promise. They stood there at the window for a long time, watching the city pulse with light and movement, two people learning how to trust that showing up was enough, that presence could be its own kind of promise. Later, lying in the dark with Soren's breathing steady beside him, Kai thought about Frost's photograph. Two people smiling in front of a garden, evidence of a love that had existed and mattered even though it ended in grief. Thought about Frost learning to play chess and make connections even after loss had tried to convince them isolation was safer. Thought about how love, in whatever form it took, was always a risk. Always terrifying. Always worth it anyway. He reached out in the dark and found Soren's hand, and Soren's fingers immediately curled around his, holding on. Still here, Soren murmured, half asleep. Still here, Kai echoed. And in the morning, when Kai woke to find Soren already up and making tea, moving through their small kitchen with the unconscious ease of someone who'd claimed the space as home, he thought maybe they were going to be okay. Maybe they'd fuck it up sometimes and have to fix it. Maybe it would be hard and precarious and nothing like what either of them had been taught relationships should look like. But it would be theirs. Built from scratch, defined on their own terms, real in ways that all the corporate promises of security had never been. That felt like enough. That felt like everything. Chapter 15, What We Can't Salvage. The performance review was scheduled for Thursday at 9 o'clock, 1 week after Kai had declined the promotion. He knew it was retaliation before he even walked into Harrow's office. The notification had come through official channels this time, cold and procedural, mandatory performance review, employee CC, 4782, failure to attend will result in contract termination. Soren had read it over Kai's shoulder that morning and gone very quiet. They're going to fire you, Soren said. Probably not directly. That would be too obvious. Kai was getting dressed with mechanical precision, his hands steady even though his pulse was racing. They'll find something in my performance metrics to justify contract renegotiation. Manufacture a reason that looks legitimate on paper. Kai. I know. Kai turned to face him. I knew this was coming when I turned down the promotion. It's fine. It's not fine. You're losing your job because of me. Because you chose, Soren gestured between them helplessly. This. Whatever this is. I chose myself, Kai corrected. And you're part of that choice. But the decision was mine. Soren looked like he wanted to argue, but Kai kissed him on the forehead, a gesture that had become casual between them in recent weeks, small affections that weren't romantic but meant something deeper, and left for what might be his last shift at Sinner Corp. Harrow's office looked exactly the same as it had a week ago. Same minimalist corporate aesthetic, same windows overlooking the mid-districts, same glass desk that cost more than Kai's annual salary. But Harrow's expression was different. Colder. The professional neutrality had been replaced with something that looked almost like disappointment. Kai. Sit. He sat. Harrow pulled up something on their tablet, and Kai watched his own productivity metrics scroll across the screen. Numbers that represented 15 years of perfect compliance, perfect attendance, perfect corporate citizenship. You've been with us a long time, Harrow said. Since you were 13. Contract transfer from your parents. We invested in you, training, housing subsidies, health maintenance. And you've been a reliable asset. Kai noted the past tense and kept his expression neutral. Which makes your recent choices particularly concerning. Harrow's fingers moved across the tablet, pulling up new screens. The engagement to Soren Cade was flagged in our system. Gray market technician, no formal employment history, multiple residential gaps. Not the kind of partnership that reflects well on company employees. We passed the housing audit, Kai said. Yes. You were convincing enough to meet minimum standards. But company advancement requires more than minimum standards. It requires judgment. Discretion. An understanding of how personal choices reflect on corporate reputation. Kai said nothing. And then there's the promotion you declined. Harrow's tone was still pleasant, still professional, but there was steel underneath it. A significant opportunity that you refused, citing satisfaction with your current position. Which would be acceptable, except your productivity metrics had been declining for months. They turned the tablet to show him. Numbers that Kai knew for a fact were falsified. His output had been consistent, maybe even slightly improved since Soren moved in and he'd stopped spending every evening catastrophizing in isolation. These numbers are wrong, Kai said carefully. According to our monitoring systems, they're accurate. Increased absenteeism, decreased efficiency ratings, multiple instances of substandard output. Harrow's expression was sympathetic in the way that meant it was performed. We understand that personal situations can affect professional performance. Which is why we're offering you an opportunity to address these concerns. They pulled up another document. Kai scanned it quickly. Contract renegotiation, reduced pay, probationary status, mandatory counseling sessions to address lifestyle optimization issues. If you sign this, you can keep your position, Harrow said. Reduced scope, certainly, and you'll need to demonstrate significant improvement over the next 6 months. But it's a path forward. And if I don't sign? Then we'll have to consider contract termination. With appropriate severance, of course. We're not unreasonable. Harrow's smile was glacial. Though I should mention that contract termination for performance issues does affect your housing status. The engagement exemption only applies while you're employed. There it was. The real threat. Sign the renegotiation and accept demotion, surveillance, and control. Or refuse and lose everything, job, housing, the stability that had taken 15 years to build. I need time to review this, Kai said. Of course. You have until end of business today. Kai left the office with the contract on his wristband, feeling numb in the way that preceded panic. He made it to the transit station before the shaking started, his hands trembling so badly he had to sit down on a bench and just breathe. His wristband pinged. Soren, how bad? Kai stared at the message for a long moment before responding. Can you meet me at the apartment? I just need you there. 10 minutes. Soren beat him home somehow, was already there when Kai climbed the stairs to their floor. He took one look at Kai's face and pulled him inside, closed the door, wrapped his arms around him without asking what happened. Kai stood in that embrace for a long moment, breathing in Soren's familiar scent of metal and ozone and something distinctly him, letting the panic ebb slightly before pulling back. They're forcing a choice, Kai said. Sign a contract renegotiation that's basically corporate control of my entire life, or lose everything. Job, housing, stability. All of it. Soren's expression went very still. Show me. Kai pulled up the contract on the kitchen table's interface and watched Soren read it, watched his jaw get tighter with each clause. This is punitive, Soren said finally. They're not trying to improve your performance. They're trying to break you. Make you so desperate and controlled that you'll never step out of line again. I know. And the housing clause, if you don't sign and they terminate your contract, the engagement exemption becomes void. You lose the apartment within 30 days. Yeah. Soren was quiet for a long moment, his hands flat on the table. When he spoke again, his voice was carefully controlled. You should sign it. Kai felt something cold settle in his stomach. What? You should sign the renegotiation. Keep your job, keep the housing. This is, Soren gestured at the contract. This is my fault. You're being punished because you chose me over corporate advancement. And I won't let you destroy your life for me. This isn't your choice to make, Kai said, and his voice came out harder than he intended. Isn't it? You're about to lose everything because of me. Because I'm gray market and suspicious and exactly the kind of person corporate doesn't want associated with their employees. If you sign this, at least you keep something. If you refuse. If I refuse, I keep my autonomy. Kai cut him off. I keep the ability to make my own choices instead of letting corporate dictate every aspect of my life. And yeah, that means losing stability. But I'm starting to think stability was never real anyway. It was just a more comfortable version of control. Soren looked at him with something like grief. You don't know what you're saying. You've never been actually poor, Kai. Never lived in condemned buildings or gone days without food or slept in places where you had to stay alert because someone might slit your throat for your shoes. That's what you're choosing if you refuse this contract. That's the reality of life without corporate protection. Then I'll learn, Kai said. The way you learned. The way thousands of people in this city have learned. I'm not special. I'm not too fragile to survive outside corporate systems. You are, though. Soren's voice cracked slightly. You're, Kai, you have anxiety so bad you can barely leave the apartment some mornings. You need routine and stability and structure. This will destroy you. Maybe, Kai admitted. Or maybe I've been underestimating myself for 15 years because corporate convinced me I couldn't survive without them. Maybe I'm stronger than either of us think. They stared at each other across the small kitchen, and Kai could see Soren's internal war playing out across his face. The instinct to protect versus the need to respect Kai's autonomy, the terror of loss versus the recognition that Kai was making his own choice. I can't watch you suffer, Soren said finally. I can't watch you lose everything and know it's because of me. It's not because of you. It's because I chose to define my own life instead of letting corporate define it for me. You're part of that choice, but you're not the reason. That's a meaningless distinction when you're sleeping in condemned buildings. Kai crossed to where Soren was standing and took his hands. Listen to me. I've spent 15 years being afraid. Afraid of losing housing, afraid of losing employment, afraid of doing anything that might make me visible to the systems that control me. And I'm done. I'm done being afraid. I'm done letting fear make my decisions. So you're choosing to be reckless instead? I'm choosing to be free. Even if freedom is harder and scarier and more precarious. Kai squeezed Soren's hands. And I need you to trust that I can handle this. That I'm not some fragile corporate drone who'll shatter the moment things get difficult. I survived my parents selling my contract. I survived 15 years of corporate compliance that was slowly killing me from the inside. I can survive this too. Soren's eyes were too bright. What if you can't? What if I watch you try to survive and fail and it's because I let you make this choice instead of convincing you to take the safe option? Then that's on me, not you. My choice, my consequences. Kai pulled him closer. I know you want to protect me. But I need you to let me make this decision, even if you think it's wrong. Even if you're terrified. Can you do that? Soren was silent for a long moment, and Kai could feel him trembling slightly. I don't know, Soren admitted. Every instinct I have is screaming at me to make you sign that contract. To keep you safe even if it means taking away your autonomy. I know. But you're not going to do that. Kai said it with certainty, even though he wasn't entirely sure. Because you're trying to be different from what Frost taught you. You're trying to trust that care doesn't have to mean control. Fuck, Soren said, and it came out like a prayer or a curse or both. Okay. Okay, you're right. This is your choice. And I'll support it. Even though it terrifies me. Kai pulled him into a hug, and Soren held him so tightly it almost hurt. What happens now? Soren asked into Kai's shoulder. I refuse the contract renegotiation. They terminate my employment. We lose the apartment in 30 days. Kai said it calmly, like he was reading a transit schedule instead of describing the demolition of his entire life structure. And then we figure out the next part together. Together, Soren repeated, and it sounded like an anchor. Kai sent the refusal to Harrow at 16:47, exactly 13 minutes before end of business. The response was instantaneous and impersonal. Contract termination processed. Final paycheck will be deposited within 72 hours. Housing exemption voided. Vacate premises within 30 days. He showed the message to Soren without commentary. Soren read it and set Kai's wristband down carefully. 30 days. Yeah. That's not a lot of time to find new housing in the lower districts. Everything's overcrowded, waiting lists are months long. I know. And without employment, you won't qualify for most rentals. No proof of income, no housing history outside corporate subsidy. Soren. Kai caught his hand. I know. It's going to be hard. But we'll figure it out. How? Soren's voice was edging toward panic. How are we going to figure this out? You have no job, no housing, no safety net. And I have, what? Gray market repair work that barely keeps me fed and a squat in a building that should have been condemned years ago? That's not a foundation, Kai. That's barely survival. Then we build a foundation. Kai squeezed his hand. We use your repair network to find work. We talk to Paws about the collective, see if they know anyone with space. We ask Frost if they have contacts. We do what people in the lower districts have always done. We survive through community and mutual aid instead of corporate structures. Soren looked at him like he was insane, but there was something else in his expression too. Something that might have been hope. You're serious about this? Completely. You just burned every bridge to corporate life and you're okay? Kai thought about it honestly. His hands were shaking and his chest felt tight and part of him was screaming that he'd just destroyed 15 years of carefully built stability. But underneath the panic was something else. Something that felt almost like relief. I'm terrified, Kai admitted. But yeah. I'm okay. For the first time in a long time, I actually feel like I'm making choices instead of just reacting to things happening to me. Soren pulled him close again, and they stood in the small kitchen of the apartment they'd be losing in 30 days, holding onto each other like anchors. We're going to figure this out, Kai said. Together. Together, Soren echoed, and this time it sounded less like an anchor and more like a promise. That night, they lay in the dark on the futon they'd soon have to abandon, not sleeping but not talking either, just existing in proximity. Kai's mind was racing with logistics, where they'd go, how they'd survive, what would happen to his plants, whether he'd made the right choice or just destroyed both their lives in a fit of misguided autonomy. But Soren's hand found his in the dark, fingers interlacing with the casual ease of something they'd done 1,000 times, and Kai thought maybe it didn't matter whether he'd made the right choice. Maybe what mattered was that he'd made a choice at all. That for the first time since his parents sold his contract when he was 13, he'd looked at what the system offered and said no. "Still here," Soren murmured. "Still here," Kai answered. And in the morning, they'd start figuring out what came next. They'd reach out to Paz and Frost and whoever else might have resources or knowledge or just a willingness to help two people trying to build a life outside corporate control. They'd pack what they could carry and say goodbye to the contraband plants Kai had been nursing for years. They'd walk into an uncertain future with nothing but each other and the fragile belief that survival was possible even in a city designed to kill you. It wouldn't be easy. It might not even be sustainable. But it would be theirs. And sitting there in the dark with Soren's hand in his, Kai thought maybe that was enough. Maybe it was everything. Chapter 16, Triage. Kai moved through the first 72 hours in survival mode he didn't know he still possessed. The muscle memory of childhood poverty kicked in automatically, the mental inventory of what mattered versus what could be abandoned, the calculation of who might help versus who would turn their back, the quiet panic of counting days until eviction against resources that wouldn't last half that long. He couldn't stay in the apartment. That much was clear. Even with 30 days technically remaining on the eviction notice, the atmosphere had shifted the moment his contract termination hit the building's management system. The landlord's enforcer had appeared within hours, making it clear that corporate employees who lost their status weren't welcome to linger, that accidents happened to people who overstayed they're no longer welcome. Soren had wanted to fight it, had pulled up building codes and tenant rights with the manic energy of someone who refused to accept that laws only protected people with the power to enforce them. But Kai had looked at the enforcer's dead eyes and understood exactly what staying would cost. They packed what mattered into 2 bags each, moving through the small apartment with practiced efficiency born of months of cohabitation. Kai's hands shook when he had to choose which plants to take, the basil that had been thriving, the tomatoes that were finally producing fruit, the fern Soren had brought home with the note "saw you looking at it." In the end he took cuttings of everything he could propagate and left the rest, his chest tight with the specific grief of abandoning living things you'd kept alive against impossible odds. "We'll grow new ones," Soren said quietly, watching Kai wrap the cuttings in damp cloth. "Wherever we end up. We'll start over." Kai nodded without speaking, because if he spoke he'd have to acknowledge what starting over meant, what they were losing, how precarious everything had become in the 72 hours since he'd refused to sign his autonomy away to corporate control. Wei answered on the 3rd ring, their voice rough with exhaustion from a double shift at the underground clinic where they did work the medical licensing board would call illegal but that kept people alive when corporate healthcare decided they weren't profitable enough to save. "Kai. It's 2 a.m. Someone better be dying." "I need a place to stay," Kai said. "Short term. Just until we figure out next steps." Wei was quiet for a moment. "Then, both of you?" "Yeah." "How short term are we talking?" "A week, maybe 2. "I'll pay." "Shut up about paying," Wei interrupted. "You know I don't care about that. I'm just trying to figure out logistics. My spare room smells like disinfectant and the futon's shit, but it's yours if you need it." Kai felt something loosen in his chest. "Thank you." "Don't thank me yet. You haven't seen the state of my apartment." Wei paused. "What happened?" "I'll explain when we get there." They moved in the pre-dawn dark, Soren leading them through back routes that avoided main streets and surveillance cameras, both of them hyper-aware that Kai's biometric signature was probably flagged in corporate systems as a former employee who'd refused contract renegotiation. Not illegal, technically. But enough to make him worth watching. Wei's apartment was in Sector 8, the kind of mid-level building that existed in the gray zone between corporate maintained and condemned. The spare room was exactly as advertised, narrow, smelling of antiseptic, with a futon that had seen better days and a window that looked out onto an air shaft. But it was space that wasn't actively trying to kill them, and after 3 days of hypervigilance that felt like luxury. "Make yourselves at home," Wei said, leaning in the doorway with their arms crossed. Kitchens shared, bathrooms down the hall. I work weird hours so you probably won't see me much. They looked at Kai with the kind of attention that suggested they were cataloging symptoms. You look like shit, by the way. Thanks, Kai said. When's the last time you ate? Kai tried to remember and came up blank. Yesterday, maybe? Right. I'm making food. Both of you, kitchen, now. Wei turned and headed down the hall without waiting for a response. In the kitchen that smelled like old coffee and something medicinal, Wei assembled a meal from a combination of ration bars and actual vegetables that must have cost a week's wages. Kai and Soren ate in silence while Wei watched them with the clinical detachment of someone who'd seen too many people reach the edge of what they could endure. So, Wei said when they'd finished. You want to tell me what happened, or should I guess? Kai told them. The promotion offer, the refusal, the retaliatory contract termination and housing eviction. Wei listened without interrupting, their expression neutral in the way that meant they were processing something that made them angry but had learned not to show it. Corporate's getting more aggressive, Wei said when Kai finished. Used to be they'd at least pretend there were rules. Now they gestured vaguely. Showing you exactly how little your autonomy matters to them. I couldn't sign it, Kai said. The contract they offered. It would have meant. I know what it would have meant. Wei's voice was gentle. You don't have to justify the choice to me. I'm just sorry you're dealing with the consequences. We'll figure it out, Soren said, and his hand found Kai's under the table, fingers interlacing with automatic ease. Wei noticed, their eyes tracking the gesture. You two seem, they paused, searching for the right word. More solid than the last time I saw you. The engagement's not romantic, Kai said, the clarification automatic after months of having to explain. We're not, it's not like that. I didn't say it was romantic, Wei said. I said you seem solid. Those aren't the same thing. The observation sat in the air for a moment, uncomfortably accurate. Over the next few days, Kai fell into a pattern that felt like holding his breath underwater. Wei left for work before dawn and didn't return until late, giving them privacy that felt both generous and slightly awkward. Kai spent his days filing bureaucratic appeals he knew were performative, requests for housing assistance, unemployment benefits, contract mediation. The responses came back with corporate efficiency: denied, ineligible, request rejected. He tried not to think about the 30-day eviction timeline that had become irrelevant, about the fact that he had no income and no prospects and was now living in a borrowed room on the charity of someone who was barely making it themselves. At night, he tracked Soren through a network of contacts he'd been building carefully over the months since their reunion. Soren had repair jobs lined up, was still taking gray market work, but the volume had dropped. Corporate systems had flagged anyone associated with Kai's terminated contract, and that association was making Soren's work harder to find. On the fourth night, Kai couldn't sleep. He lay in the dark listening to Wei move around the apartment preparing for a night shift, and the weight of what he'd cost Soren, what his choice had cost both of them, sat on his chest like something physical. Soren wasn't sleeping either. Kai could tell from his breathing, the way his body was too still beside him on the terrible futon. You're thinking too loud, Soren said finally. Sorry. Don't apologize. Just talk to me. Kai was quiet for a moment, trying to find words for the formless anxiety that had been building since they'd left the apartment. I keep wondering if I made the right choice. If refusing the contract was, if it was brave or just stupid. If I destroyed both our lives over principle that doesn't actually matter when you're homeless and unemployed. It matters, Soren said. Does it? Because from where I'm lying, in a borrowed room in someone else's apartment because I couldn't afford to keep my own, it feels like maybe corporate was right. Maybe I should have just signed and kept the illusion of security instead of. He gestured at the dark room. This. Soren rolled onto his side to face him, close enough that Kai could see his expression in the ambient light from the air shaft window. You want me to tell you that you made the right choice? That refusing to let corporate own every aspect of your life was worth losing housing and employment and stability? Maybe. I can't do that, Soren said. Because I don't know if it was the right choice. I think it was the brave choice. I think it was the honest choice. But whether it was right, he shook his head. That's going to depend on what we build from here. And if we can't build anything? If this is just the beginning of a slow descent into the kind of poverty that kills people? Then we tried. Soren's voice was steady. We tried to live outside the systems that want to control us, and we failed, but at least we tried. That's more than most people manage. Kai thought about that. About trying versus succeeding, about the difference between refusing control and achieving freedom. I'm terrified, he admitted. Me too. You don't act like it. I've had more practice hiding it. Soren's hand found his in the dark. But I'm fucking terrified, Kai. I'm terrified we're going to run out of options. I'm terrified I'm going to watch you suffer because you chose me over security. I'm terrified I won't be able to protect you from the consequences of your own choices. I don't need you to protect me from my choices, Kai said. I just need you to. He stopped, not sure how to finish. To stay, Soren finished for him. I know. And I'm trying. Even though every instinct I have is telling me that the smart thing to do is disappear before I make this worse for you. Kai's grip tightened on Soren's hand. Don't. I won't. I'm just saying the instinct is there. The voice in my head that sounds like Frost before they learned better, telling me that attachment is liability, that the best thing I could do for you is leave before I drag you down further. That voice is wrong. Probably. But it's loud. They lay in the dark holding hands, and Kai thought about all the ways people learn to survive and all the ways survival could convince you that loneliness was safety. Thought about Soren at 16, learning from Frost that self-sufficiency meant never needing anyone. Thought about himself learning from corporate that security came from compliance. We're both so fucked up, Kai said quietly. Yeah, Soren agreed. But we're fucked up together. That's got to count for something. On the 5th day, Kai went to see Paz. The rooftop garden was the same as always, green and thriving against all logic, proof that life could grow even in contaminated soil if someone was stubborn enough to make it happen. Paz was there, kneeling in the dirt, their hands buried in soil as they transplanted seedlings with the kind of patience that made everything else feel frantic. Kai, they said without looking up. Wondered when you'd show up. You heard. Everyone heard. Corporate made sure of that, flagging you in their systems, making an example of what happens when people refuse advancement. Paz sat back on their heels, finally looking at him. How are you holding up? I don't know, Kai admitted. I feel like I'm in freefall and I won't know if I made the right choice until I hit the ground. And if you do hit the ground? If this all falls apart? Then I guess I learned to get back up. Paz smiled slightly. That's more resilience than you had 3 months ago. I don't feel resilient. I feel terrified. Terror and resilience aren't opposites. Paz gestured to the bench, and Kai sat. You know what the difference is between the plants that survive in this garden and the ones that don't? Hardiness. Adaptability. The plants that make it aren't necessarily the strongest or the most resistant to toxins. They're the ones that can adjust to changing conditions. That can find ways to thrive even when everything about their environment is hostile. Paz looked at him directly. You're learning to adapt. That's not nothing. Feels like nothing when I'm sleeping on someone else's futon and have no idea where my next meal is coming from. Give it time. You're what, 5 days out from losing everything? That's not even enough time to figure out what questions to ask, let alone find answers. Kai thought about the appeals he'd filed, the job listings he'd scrolled through without finding anything he was qualified for that didn't require corporate sponsorship. I don't know how to survive outside corporate structures. I've been part of that system since I was 13. So learn. You learn to survive inside it, you can learn to survive outside it. Paz handed him a small cloth bag. Seed packets. The stuff that grows fast and hardy. Start a window garden wherever you end up. It won't solve the housing crisis or the employment gap, but it'll give you something living to tend while you figure out the rest. Kai took the bag, feeling the weight of seeds against his palm. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. Growing things in this city is an act of stubborn defiance, not a solution. Paws returned their attention to the seedlings. But sometimes stubborn defiance is all we have. And sometimes that's enough. Kai stayed for another hour, helping with the transplanting and listening to Paws talk about the collective's plans for expanding to another rooftop in Sector 7. When he finally left, the seed packets in his pocket felt like a promise of something, not security, exactly, but possibility. When he got back to Wei's apartment, Soren was there with Frost. They were sitting at the small kitchen table, and the air had the weight of a conversation that had been happening for a while. Kai, Frost said, looking up. We were just talking about you. Good things, I hope. Practical things. Frost pushed a tablet across the table toward him. Soren says you're looking for work that won't require corporate sponsorship. I've got a network of people who need data analysis and system optimization, nothing flashy, but it pays. Interested? Kai looked at the tablet, scanning the job descriptions. They were exactly what Frost said, boring, technical, the kind of work that required skills he had but that corporate wouldn't bother with because the margins were too small. This is resistance work, Kai said, recognizing some of the organization names. Some of it's just survival work, helping collectives manage their resources, optimizing supply chains for black market operations, data security for people who can't afford corporate protection. Frost leaned back in their chair. It's not glamorous and it's not stable. But it's work that matters, and it'll keep you fed while you figure out what comes next. Why are you helping me? Kai asked. Because Soren asked me to. And because I like you, you made a choice that terrified you instead of taking the safe option. That's worth supporting. Frost's expression softened slightly. Also because I spent too many years thinking that being alone was the only way to be safe, and I'd rather not watch the next generation make the same mistake. Kai looked at Soren, who was watching him with something hopeful in his expression. Okay, Kai said. Yes. Thank you. That night, lying on Wei's terrible futon with Soren warm beside him and the seed packets from Paws on the makeshift nightstand, Kai thought about what Paws had said about adaptability. About plants that survived not because they were strong but because they could adjust to changing conditions. He'd spent 15 years believing that safety came from making himself fit into corporate systems. But maybe safety was never the point. Maybe the point was learning to grow in hostile soil. Maybe the point was finding people who'd help you adapt instead of demanding you perform. Soren's hand found his in the dark. You okay? Getting there, Kai said. Ask me again in a few weeks. I will, Soren promised. Every day if you need me to. And in the dark of Wei's spare room that smelled like disinfectant and possibility, Kai thought maybe they were going to survive this after all. Not because they had a plan or because the path forward was clear. But because they were learning to adapt together. And sometimes that was enough. Chapter 17, Cartography of Absence. Kai learned to navigate a life shaped by adaptation the way you'd learn to walk after losing a limb, functional but fundamentally altered. Wei got him started on the resistance work Frost had lined up, and it turned out Kai was good at it in ways that surprised him. 15 years of corporate data processing had given him skills that translated well to optimizing supply chains for underground markets, to building secure communication protocols for collectives that couldn't afford official encryption, to finding patterns in resource distribution that could mean the difference between a community eating or going hungry. The work was grueling in different ways than corporate had been. He worked irregular hours from whatever terminal he could access, often Wei's battered desktop in the early morning hours when they were at the clinic. The pay was inconsistent, sometimes enough to cover his share of expenses and save a little, sometimes barely enough to buy real food instead of ration bars. But it was his. He chose which projects to take, which collectives to prioritize, how much energy to spend on work that would never make him rich but that kept people alive. 3 weeks in, he and Soren moved out of Wei's spare room and into a squat in Sector 7, not because Wei kicked them out but because they'd found something that might work longer term. The space was barely larger than a storage closet, on the 4th floor of a building that had been condemned 2 years ago but still housed 15 families who had nowhere else to go. The landlord was an old woman named Rosa who charged rent in a combination of cash and labor. Soren fixed broken systems, Kai helped with her bookkeeping, and in exchange they got a roof that mostly didn't leak and walls that mostly kept the cold out. It wasn't the apartment they'd lost. It wasn't even close. But it was theirs. Kai started a window garden with the seeds Paws had given him, nursing sprouts in salvaged containers while Soren rigged up a grow light from scavenged parts. The basil cutting took root. The tomato struggled but persisted. It felt like building something from nothing, like proof that life could thrive even in the most hostile conditions. The nights were the hardest. Not because of the physical discomfort, he was getting used to sleeping on a futon that was more lumps than padding, to the sounds of the building settling and other residents moving through thin walls, to the way the cold crept in through gaps in the window frames. He could adapt to that. What he couldn't adapt to was the way his mind kept narrating his day to Soren before remembering that Soren wasn't there. Because Soren was there, physically, most nights. But he was also increasingly absent in ways that had nothing to do with physical proximity. The work Soren had been doing, the gray market repair jobs that kept him fed and gave him purpose, had dried up almost completely. Corporate's flagging of Kai's associates had made Soren radioactive in ways that mattered to people who needed to stay invisible. No one wanted a technician whose biometric signature might trigger corporate scrutiny just by proximity. Soren tried to hide how much it was affecting him, tried to act like the loss of income and purpose was just a temporary setback. But Kai watched him withdraw incrementally, day by day, pulling back into the self-sufficient isolation that Frost had taught him was the only way to survive. Some nights Soren didn't come home at all. He'd send a message, working late, don't wait up or crashing at Frost's, and Kai would lie awake in their closet-sized room wondering if this was how it started, the slow dissolution of proximity into absence. He started writing letters he'd never send. It was Wei's idea, suggested during one of their early morning conversations when Kai couldn't sleep and Wei was between shifts. You're having conversations with him in your head anyway, Wei had said, watching Kai stare at his cold tea. Might as well externalize them. Write them down. See what patterns emerge. So Kai started writing. Old school text on salvaged paper, because digital felt too permanent and too easily discovered. Dear Soren. You didn't come home last night. I know you sent a message, said you were helping Frost with some security system overhaul that needed 2 pairs of hands. I know it's work, legitimate work, the kind of thing that's keeping you employed when everything else has dried up. I know all of this logically. But I still lay awake listening for the window latch, the specific sound of you jimmying the lock because you'd rather climb 4 stories than use the door like a normal person. I still checked my wristband compulsively every 15 minutes in case you'd send another message. I'm trying to give you space. Trying not to be the kind of person who demands accounting of every hour, who needs constant reassurance that you're coming back. But I'm also terrified that space is just another word for distance, and distance is how people disappear. I miss you even when you're here. K. He didn't send it. Just folded it and tucked it into the box under the futon where he was keeping all the others, angry ones, grieving ones that dissected their relationship with surgical precision trying to understand where the engagement ended and the real thing began. Writing helped. It gave him somewhere to put the conversations he was having with an imagined Soren, the version who was emotionally available and communicative and not slowly building walls between them with every unreturned message and unexplained absence. For weeks after losing the apartment, Kai got a message from Harrow. He stared at it for a full minute before opening it, his heart hammering in a way that annoyed him. Harrow had no power over him anymore. The contract was terminated. The eviction had happened. There was nothing left they could take. Except apparently there was. Mr. Voss. Your final employment review has been processed. Please note that your termination status has been updated to include a notation of refused advancement due to unsuitable partnerships. This notation will appear on all future employment verification requests. Additionally, your engagement to Soren Cade has been flagged in municipal systems as a potential fraudulent arrangement given the termination of your corporate status. Please be advised that housing exemptions granted based on partnership status are subject to ongoing verification and may be revoked if the relationship is determined to be non-authentic. We wish you well in your future endeavors. Harrow. Synercorp Human Resource Management. Kai read it 3 times, the corporate speak translating in his head to what it actually meant. They were making sure he couldn't get legitimate employment anywhere in the corporate sector. They were signaling to municipal systems that his engagement was suspect. They were systematically closing every door he might have used to crawl back to stability. It was vindictive and petty and exactly what he should have expected. He showed the message to Soren that night, one of the rare nights when Soren actually came home before Kai was asleep. Soren read it in silence, his jaw getting progressively tighter. They're trying to force you back. I'm not going back. Even if it means permanent unemployment? Even if every system you interact with flags you as unreliable, fraudulent, unsuitable for anything except the most desperate edge work? Even then, Kai said. Soren looked at him with something complicated in his expression. I don't understand you. What don't you understand? How you can be so, Soren gestured helplessly. Certain. You had a path. Security, advancement, all the things you'd been working toward your entire life. And you threw it away he stopped. For you? Kai finished. I wasn't going to say that. But you were thinking it. Soren was quiet for a moment. Maybe. Yeah. I'm thinking it. You threw away 15 years of building corporate status and for what? To live in a condemned building doing unstable resistance work? To be flagged in every system as unemployable and suspicious? To be with someone who can't even manage to come home most nights? The last part came out bitter, self-directed, and Kai felt something crack in his chest. I didn't throw it away for you, Kai said carefully. I threw it away because it was killing me. Slowly. In ways I'd stopped noticing because I'd been dying by inches for so long I forgot what being alive felt like. And this, Soren gestured at their tiny room with its window, garden and salvaged furniture. This feels like being alive? More than corporate ever did. Yeah. Soren looked at him for a long moment, and Kai could see him trying to understand, trying to reconcile his own experiences of survival with Kai's choice to walk away from guaranteed security. I don't know how to do this, Soren said finally. How to be someone worth staying for. How to not feel like I'm the reason you destroyed your life. You're not the reason. You're part of what I chose when I chose myself. When I chose autonomy over security. That's a meaningless distinction when you're flagged in every system as fraudulent and unsuitable. Maybe. But it's the distinction that matters to me. They were both quiet for a while, the weight of things unsaid sitting heavy in the small space. I got another job, Soren said abruptly. Through Frost. Security system installation for one of the resistance collectives in Sector 9. It's 3 weeks of work, maybe 4. Good pay, enough to cover our expenses and put some aside. That's good, Kai said, already knowing there was a catch. I'd need to be on site most of the time. The collective is paranoid about outside communications, so I wouldn't be able to come home much. Maybe once a week if transit schedules align. There it was. Another absence, this one with a duration and justification. Okay, Kai said. Okay? Soren looked surprised. That's it? No argument about being gone for weeks? You need to work. We need the money. Those are facts. Kai's voice came out steadier than he felt. What do you want me to do, tell you not to take it because I can't handle a few weeks of you being gone? I don't know. Maybe. At least then I'd know you care about me being here. Of course I care. Kai felt frustration flare hot in his chest. I care so much that I lie awake most nights wondering if you're coming back. I care so much that I've started having whole conversations with you in my head because the real you is so rarely actually present. I care so fucking much, Soren. I just don't know how to say it in a way that doesn't sound like I'm trying to control you. Soren stared at him, and something in his expression cracked open. I'm terrified, Soren said, his voice rough. That if I let myself be here, really here, not just physically present but emotionally available, you're going to realize I'm not worth what you gave up. That I'm just some broken street rat who learned to survive by never needing anyone, and eventually you're going to get tired of trying to build something with someone who doesn't know how to build anything except walls. Kai crossed the small space and took Soren's hands. You know what I learned in the past 4 weeks? What? That I don't need you to be perfect or healed or emotionally available every moment. I just need you to keep trying. To keep showing up, even when it scares you. Even when every instinct you have is telling you to run. I am trying, Soren said. It's so much harder than I thought it would be. Being with someone. Letting someone see all the fucked up parts. I know. Trust me, I know. Kai squeezed his hands. Take the job. Do the work. And when you can come home, come home. That's all I'm asking for. Just, don't disappear. Don't let the physical distance become emotional distance too. Soren pulled him into a hug that was too tight, too desperate, the kind of embrace that said everything words couldn't. I'm trying not to, Soren said into Kai's shoulder. I'm trying so hard not to. I know, Kai said. I know you are. When Soren left 3 days later, pack on his back and coordinates for the Sector 9 collective loaded into his wristband, Kai stood at the window and watched him disappear into the morning crowds. The apartment felt instantly too empty, too quiet, and Kai had to resist the urge to send a message immediately just to confirm Soren was still reachable. Instead, he made tea and sat at the small desk they'd salvaged from Building Refuse, and started another letter. Dear Soren. You've been gone for 3 hours. I know that's ridiculous to even note, that 3 hours is nothing in the context of 3 weeks. But it already feels like longer. I want to tell you to come back. I want to tell you that I need you here, that the apartment feels wrong without you in it, that I'm already counting days until you said you might be able to visit. But I also know that's not fair. You're working. You're doing what you need to do to survive, same as me. The difference is I've figured out how to survive while staying. And you're still learning. I'm trying to be patient. To give you the space to figure this out at your own pace. But I'm also human, and I'm scared, and I miss you. Come home when you can. I'll be here. K. He folded the letter and added it to the box under the futon, a growing collection of unsent words that mapped the geography of Soren's absence. 3 days later, a package arrived with no return address. Inside, a charging cable for the terminal Kai was using for resistance work, a bag of the specific tea he preferred when he could afford it, and a note in Soren's handwriting. Still here, just not there. Give me time. S. Kai kept the note folded in his pocket and found himself touching it compulsively during long hours at the terminal, during the nights when the apartment was too quiet, during moments when the fear that Soren was slowly disappearing threatened to overwhelm him. The words became a talisman, still here, just not there. It wasn't enough. But it was something. And for now, something was all they had. Chapter 18, The Oath's Weight. The message came through Wei, who showed up at Kai's door at 6 in the morning looking like they hadn't slept in days. It's Soren, Wei said, and Kai's heart stopped. He's fine, he's not hurt. But he sent me to get you. Says it's about Lien and it's urgent. Lien? Kai had heard the name before, in passing, but Soren had never elaborated. The woman who saved his life when he was 16. Pulled him out of a collapsed building in the condemned districts. Wei's expression was grim. She's dying. For real this time. And she asked for both of you. Kai was dressed and out the door in 5 minutes. They met in what was left of the old district where they grew up, buildings hollowed out by corporate acquisition but still standing like tombstones to a world that no longer existed. Soren was waiting on a corner that used to be a transit stop, and he looked wrecked, older somehow, though it had only been 3 weeks since Kai had seen him last. Kai, Soren said, and there was relief in his voice. Wei said it was urgent. Yeah. Soren's hands were shaking slightly. Lien's been declining for months, but her system started failing 2 days ago. She doesn't have long. She asked to see us both before she goes. Us both? Kai asked. Why me? Because she knows you. Knew you, when you were kids. Before everything fell apart. Soren started walking, and Kai fell into step beside him. She ran an underground clinic in the lower districts back then. Patched up kids who got hurt and couldn't afford corporate healthcare. Your mom brought you there once when you broke your arm, you remember? Kai did, distantly. A woman with kind eyes and sure hands, a basement clinic that smelled like antiseptic and something herbal, the way she'd set his arm while telling him stories to keep him distracted. I remember, Kai said quietly. Lien's apartment was in Sector 6, a mid-level building that had seen better days but was still standing. Wei was already there when they arrived, along with someone Kai didn't recognize, a younger person with sharp eyes and the kind of alertness that suggested they'd grown up knowing when to run. That's Tay, Soren said quietly. One of Lien's people. Part of he gestured vaguely. The chosen family. They climbed 3 flights of stairs in silence, and with each step Kai felt the weight of something he didn't fully understand. This was Soren's world, the 15 years Kai hadn't been part of, the community that had kept Soren alive when Kai's family had sold his contract and left him behind. Lien's apartment was small but clean, filled with the kind of accumulated life that spoke to decades of existing in one place. Medical equipment took up one corner, not the sleek corporate kind but older, well-maintained pieces that looked like they'd been salvaged and repaired countless times. Plants lined the windows, thriving despite the contaminated air. Photographs covered one wall, faces Kai didn't recognize, people at different ages, evidence of a life spent witnessing others. Lien herself was in a bed near the window, propped up on pillows, her body visibly failing but her eyes still sharp and kind. She looked older than Kai remembered, but then she would be. 15 years was a long time. Kai Voss, she said, and her voice was weaker than it had been but still carried warmth. Look at you. All grown up and still carrying the world on your shoulders like it's your job. Kai didn't know what to say to that. Come here, both of you, Lien gestured, and Kai and Soren moved closer to the bed. Sit. I need to see your faces while I still can. They sat, Kai in the chair beside the bed, Soren perched on the edge of the mattress where Lien could reach him. Do you remember the oath? Lien asked, looking between them. The one I made you swear when you were 12? Kai's memory surfaced slowly, a day in the clinic basement, his arm freshly set, Soren there with split knuckles from some fight, Lien making them promise something. The specifics were fuzzy, lost to time and trauma. Vaguely, Kai admitted. I remember, Soren said quietly. What was it? Kai asked. I made you promise to look after each other, Lien said. To watch each other's backs. To not let the city grind you down alone. She smiled slightly. You were 12. The world was falling apart around you. And I was watching too many kids try to survive completely isolated, and it was killing them. So I made you swear. Kai looked at Soren, who was staring at his hands. I told you to take it seriously, Lien continued. Told you that oaths mattered. That promises between kids in a city like this were sometimes the only thing keeping people alive. And you did take it seriously, too seriously, maybe. Lien, Soren started, but she cut him off with a gesture. Let me finish. I'm dying, Soren. Let me say what I need to say. She took a breath that sounded labored. I've been watching you two since you found each other again. Wei tells me things. Tay keeps me updated. And I've seen what that oath has been doing to you, how it's been strangling you both. You made us promise to protect each other, Soren said, his voice tight. That's what I've been trying to do. No, you've been trying to protect Kai from his own choices while martyring yourself in the process. That's not what I meant. Lien's eyes were gentle but unflinching. And Kai, you've been letting him do it because some part of you thinks that's what love looks like, someone else making decisions to keep you safe. The observation landed with uncomfortable accuracy. The oath was made by children, Lien said. 12-year-olds who didn't know what they were promising, who couldn't possibly understand what it would mean to try to keep that promise in a city that spent the next 15 years trying to kill them in different ways. She reached out and took Soren's hand. I release you from it. Both of you. The promise is void. Soren stared at her. You can't just. I can. I made you swear it, I can release you from it. Lien squeezed his hand. Listen to me. Loyalty that costs you your actual life isn't loyalty, it's martyrdom. And I didn't save you when you were 16 just so you could spend the rest of your life destroying yourself in the name of protecting someone who doesn't need that kind of protection. Kai needs, Soren started. Kai needs a partner, not a protector. He needs someone who trusts him to make his own choices, even when those choices are terrifying. He needs you to stop hiding behind obligation and start choosing him because you want to, not because you swore to when you were 12. The words hung in the air, and Kai watched something crack open in Soren's expression. I don't know how to do that, Soren said, and his voice was rough with something that might have been grief or fear or both. How to want without obligation. How to choose without duty as armor. You learn, Lien said simply. The same way you learned everything else. By trying and fucking up and trying again. She turned her attention to Kai. And you need to stop accepting protection as a substitute for partnership. Stop letting people make choices for you in the name of keeping you safe. Soren's been using the oath as armor, but you've been using compliance as armor for just as long. Kai felt something twist in his chest, uncomfortable and true. They stayed for hours as Lien drifted in and out of lucidity, sometimes telling stories about them as kids, sometimes talking about her own life, sometimes just breathing and letting them sit with her. Wei and Tae moved in and out, bringing tea, adjusting equipment, being present in the way that mattered. When Lien was lucid, she talked about the years after they'd scattered, how she'd watched both of them survive in different ways, how she'd been proud of Soren's resilience and Kai's endurance, how she'd hoped they'd find each other again someday but hadn't been sure they would. The city tries so hard to keep people isolated, she said at one point, her voice fading. Tries to convince you that connection is weakness, that caring is liability. And I've spent 40 years running a clinic trying to prove that wrong. Trying to show that care can be radical resistance. You did, Wei said from the doorway. You showed us all. Lien smiled. Good. That's good. She died 3 days later, in the early morning hours when the city was as quiet as it ever got. They were all there, Wei and Tae, Soren and Kai, and a handful of others who'd been part of Lien's chosen family. She slipped away peacefully, her augmented systems finally giving up the fight they'd been waging for decades. The memorial was held in Paz's rooftop garden, because Lien had always loved growing things and Paz had known her for years through the underground medical network. 20 people showed up, more than Kai expected, a testament to how many lives Lien had touched. They told stories. Wei talked about how Lien had taught them medical skills when they were 17 and desperate for purpose. Tae shared how Lien had given them safe space when their family had kicked them out. Paz spoke about resistance and care and how Lien had embodied both. When it was Soren's turn, he stood silent for a long moment before speaking. Lien pulled me out of a collapsed building when I was 16, he said, his voice rough. Patched me up, gave me work, taught me that survival didn't have to mean being alone. And then she made me promise to look after Kai, because she knew we'd need each other. He paused. 3 days ago she released me from that promise. Told me loyalty that costs your life isn't loyalty. Told me to stop hiding behind obligation and start choosing. He looked at Kai then, and there was something raw and vulnerable in his expression. So I'm choosing. Not because I swore to. Not because I owe a debt. But because I want to. Because Kai matters to me in ways I don't have language for, and I'm done pretending that's anything other than what it is. It wasn't a declaration of love. It wasn't romantic or dramatic. But it was honest in a way that cut through all the performance and armor they'd been wearing for months. After the memorial, Kai and Soren stood at the edge of the rooftop garden, looking out at the city that had tried so hard to kill them both and had failed. "I've been using the oath as a shield," Soren said quietly. "Telling myself I had to protect you because I'd promised, because Lien made me swear. But the truth is I wanted to protect you because the alternative, letting you make your own choices, trusting you to handle your own risks, was more terrifying than any physical threat." "And now?" Kai asked. "Now I'm terrified anyway, but I'm trying to let go. Trying to trust that you know what you're doing, even when I think you're making choices that could hurt you." Soren's hand found Kai's. "Trying to choose you because I want to, not because I swore to when I was 12. Kai interlaced their fingers. "I've been using compliance as a shield for just as long. Letting corporate make my choices, letting you try to protect me, letting everyone else decide what I should want because making my own choices was too scary. And now? Now I'm still scared, but I'm making choices anyway. And I'm choosing this," he gestured between them. "Whatever this is. Not because it's easy or safe or looks like anything recognizable. But because it's real." They stood there for a long time, hands linked, and Kai thought about Lien's words about loyalty and martyrdom, about care as radical resistance, about choosing instead of being chosen for. "The engagement," Soren said finally. "It was supposed to be bureaucratic convenience. But somewhere along the way it became performance. We were trying to make what we are fit into a shape that made sense to systems that don't actually care about us." "Yeah," Kai agreed. "What if we stopped performing?" Soren asked. "What if we just let this be whatever it actually is, without trying to make it legible to anyone else? Then we'd be choosing each other without the armor of labels or official status or any of the things that are supposed to make relationships valid." "That terrifies me," Soren admitted. "Me too," Kai said. "But maybe that's the point. Maybe choosing someone without the safety net of defined roles is the most honest thing we can do." They didn't dissolve the engagement that night. Didn't make any grand decisions or declarations. Just stood on the rooftop holding hands while the city pulsed below them, two people learning that sometimes the bravest thing you could do was choose someone without the armor of obligation or duty or legally binding contracts. Just choice. Pure and terrifying and real. When they finally left the garden, the city seemed different somehow. Or maybe they were different. Maybe grief and permission and the weight of oaths released had changed something fundamental in how they moved through the world. At the door to their tiny squad in Sector 7, Soren paused. "I'm coming in through the door tonight," he said. "Not the window." It was a small thing. But it felt significant, choosing visibility, choosing to stop hiding behind the skills that had kept him alive but also kept him isolated. Kai smiled. "Good." Inside, they made tea and sat at their salvage table with the window garden between them, basil and tomatoes and all the small green things they'd been nursing back to life from cuttings. "Lien was right," Soren said. "About everything. About how I've been using obligation as armor, about how you've been accepting protection instead of partnership." "She usually was," Kai said. "I want to do better. Be better. Actually choose you instead of just promising to protect you. I want that too. And I want to stop letting you make choices for me in the name of keeping me safe. So we're doing this. Actually doing this. Building something undefined and terrifying and completely ours." "Yeah," Kai said. "We are." And in the small hours of the morning, lying on their terrible futon with Soren's breathing steady beside him, Kai thought about oaths made by children and oaths released by dying women and the difference between promising and choosing. Thought about how love, in whatever form it took, was always going to be terrifying when you did it honestly. But maybe terrifying was better than safe. Maybe terrifying meant you were finally alive. Chapter 19, Reconstruction. The resistance network started fracturing within a week of Lien's death. It shouldn't have been surprising. Lien had been the anchor, the person who connected different factions and collectives through sheer force of trust she'd built over decades. With her gone, the careful alliances she'd maintained started pulling apart under the weight of competing interests and old grievances. And suddenly everyone wanted Soren. He had Lien's technical knowledge, understood her security protocols, knew which contacts were reliable and which were corporate plants. More importantly, he'd been present at her deathbed, which carried weight in communities where witness and presence mattered more than official documentation. The first offer came 3 days after the memorial, a message from a faction leader Kai had never heard of, proposing protection and steady work in exchange for Soren's skills and access to Lien's network. Soren showed it to Kai over breakfast in their tiny squat, his expression unreadable. "You going to take it?" Kai asked. "I don't know. The work is good, the pay is better than what I've been getting through Frost. But," Soren gestured at the message, "the protection comes with strings. They'd want me on site most of the time. Exclusive contract, no outside work. Sounds like corporate with different branding." "Yeah. That's what I thought too." The second offer came 2 days later. Then a third. By the end of the week, Soren had received 7 different proposals ranging from protection for service to outright coercion, one faction leader showing up at their door at 2 a.m. to make it clear that neutrality wasn't actually an option. Kai watched from a distance as Soren navigated the offers, trying to find some middle path between employment and exploitation. Watched him get progressively more tense, more withdrawn, making decisions that would affect both their lives without consulting Kai because old patterns died hard. On the 8th day, Kai came home from a data analysis shift to find Soren packing. "What are you doing?" Kai asked, already knowing the answer and hating it. "Meeting," Soren said, not looking up. "With the Sector 9 faction. They've got the best offer, steady work, protection for both of us, access to resources we can't get anywhere else." "And the catch?" "I have to go to their warehouse. Tonight. To negotiate terms." Soren finally looked at him. "Alone?" They were very specific about that. Every instinct Kai had was screaming that this was wrong. Dangerous. A setup designed to isolate Soren and extract compliance through leverage and threat. "Don't go," Kai said. "I have to. We need the work, Kai. The money from Frost's network isn't enough to keep us stable long-term, and you know it. We'll find another way." "There isn't another way. Not one that doesn't leave us vulnerable." Soren's voice was tight with frustration. "I know you want me to consult you on every decision, to make this a democracy. But sometimes survival means making hard choices quickly, and this is one of those times." "No," Kai said, and his voice came out harder than he intended. "This is you making a choice that affects both of us without actually including me in the decision. This is you deciding what we need and how to get it without asking what I want. What you want isn't always practical. Maybe not. But it's still what I want, and you don't get to dismiss that just because you've decided you know better." They stared at each other across the small room, and Kai could see Soren's internal war playing out, the need to protect versus the commitment to partnership, old patterns versus new promises. "Fine," Soren said finally. "What do you want?" "I want to come with you. To the negotiation. As your partner, not as someone you're protecting." They said alone. "Then we tell them I'm non-negotiable. That we're a unit and they deal with both of us or neither." Kai crossed the space between them. "Lien released you from the oath 2 weeks ago. Released you from the obligation to protect me at the cost of making decisions for me. So stop protecting and start partnering." Soren looked at him for a long moment, and something in his expression shifted. "Okay," he said. "Okay, you're right. We go together." "You're sure?" "No. I'm terrified that bringing you into this negotiation is going to make you a target. But I'm more terrified of making the same mistakes, of using protection as an excuse to keep you at arm's length." Soren reached out and took his hand. "So yeah. We go together." The warehouse in Sector 9 was exactly what Kai expected, industrial, poorly lit, the kind of space where corporate law didn't reach and violence was just another negotiating tool. A dozen people were already there when they arrived, arranged around a makeshift table with the territorial precision of factions who'd spent years competing for limited resources. The faction leader, a woman named Kara with augmented eyes that tracked movement like weapons systems, looked at Kai with obvious displeasure. "I said alone," Kara said to Soren. "And I'm saying we're a unit," Soren replied. "You want my skills and access to Lien's network, you negotiate with both of us." "He's a liability. Former corporate, flagged in multiple systems, no technical skills worth mentioning." Kara's augmented eyes focused on Kai with unsettling intensity. "What's he bring to this arrangement besides making you vulnerable?" Before Soren could answer, Kai spoke. "Corporate systems knowledge. 15 years of data processing and optimization work. Understanding of how tracking algorithms work, what patterns trigger investigation, how to move through corporate infrastructure without getting flagged." He kept his voice level, professional. "Soren knows how to break systems. I know how to work within them without breaking them. Different skills, both useful." Kara studied him for a moment, then smiled slightly. "Interesting. Lien never mentioned you had a brain behind that compliance training." "Lien saw a lot of things people tried to hide," Kai said. "She did." Kara turned her attention back to Soren. "Fine. You're a unit. Here's the offer: steady work, protection for both of you, access to our supply chains and safe houses. In exchange, you provide technical support, security system maintenance, and," she paused, "information about what other factions are offering you." "You want me to spy on potential competitors," Soren said flatly. "I want you to be smart about where your loyalties lie. We're offering you stability in exchange for exclusive contract. That means not playing multiple factions against each other." Kai watched Soren's jaw tighten, watched him calculate the cost of accepting versus refusing. Watched him start to make a unilateral decision before catching himself and glancing at Kai. "Can we have a moment?" Kai asked Kara. 5 minutes. Don't waste them." Kai and Soren moved to the far corner of the warehouse, out of earshot but still visible. "What do you think?" Soren asked quietly. "I think it's a trap," Kai said. "Not an obvious one, but a trap nonetheless. Exclusive contract means we can't take other work, which means we're completely dependent on them. And the information sharing requirement means they're watching our other connections, making sure we're isolated. But the protection is real. The resources are real. We need both. At what cost? How long before exclusive contract becomes you work for us or we make life impossible?" Kai shook his head. "This is corporate control with different branding. Same mechanisms, different aesthetic." Soren was quiet for a moment. "So what's the alternative?" "We counter. Offer limited contract instead of exclusive. Project-based work, not ongoing obligation. And we keep the right to take other jobs as long as they don't directly conflict with this faction's interests." "They're not going to like that." "Probably not. But we're not going to like being owned by another system that sees us as assets instead of people." Kai met his eyes. "You spent 15 years learning to survive by not needing anyone. I spent 15 years being owned by systems that told me what to want. Neither of us should be signing up for that again." Soren looked at him with something that might have been pride or might have been fear. "You know they could refuse. Could make us enemies just for pushing back. Then we find another way. We've been doing that for weeks now. We can keep doing it." "Okay," Soren said. "We counter together." They returned to the table and Kai let Soren take the lead on the negotiation, but every time Kara tried to isolate Soren or address him separately, Kai interjected, making it clear they were operating as a unit. When Kara pushed back on the limited contract proposal, Kai pulled up data on his wristband showing market rates for technical work and resource costs, demonstrating that exclusive contracts in the current market were exploitation masquerading as protection. It was the most aggressively Kai had advocated for himself in years, and watching Kara's expression shift from dismissal to grudging respect felt like vindication. They didn't get everything they wanted. The final agreement was still more restrictive than Kai preferred, still required information sharing that made him nervous. But it was limited term, project-based, and included clauses that protected their right to refuse specific jobs. More importantly, they'd negotiated it together. As actual partners, not as protector and protected. Walking back through neon-sick streets afterward, Soren was quiet in a way that suggested he was processing something large. What? Kai finally asked. Nothing. Just, you were amazing in there. Completely terrifying, but amazing. Soren's voice carried something like awe. I've never seen you advocate for yourself like that. Never seen you push back that hard. I'm learning, Kai said. Slowly. Lien was right, I've been letting people make choices for me for too long. Using compliance as armor because it was easier than fighting. Well, you fought tonight. And we got a better deal because of it. We got a better deal because we did it together, Kai corrected. Because you actually consulted me instead of making unilateral decisions. Yeah. Soren took his hand, fingers interlacing with comfortable familiarity. That was hard. Every instinct I have was screaming at me to keep you out of it, to protect you by making the decision alone. But you were right. Partnership means actually partnering. Even when it's terrifying, Kai said. Especially then. They walked in silence for a while, the city humming around them with its usual chaos and desperation. So what are we doing, Kai? Soren asked finally, echoing a conversation they'd had months ago. What is this, actually? Kai thought about the question, about all the ways they'd tried to define what they were to each other and all the ways those definitions had failed. I think we're figuring it out as we go, he said. Building something that doesn't fit existing categories. Something undefined and terrifying and completely ours. That's what you said before. When we were still engaged and pretending we knew what we were doing. Yeah, but now I actually mean it. Before I was saying it because I didn't have better language. Now I'm saying it because I'm starting to understand that maybe we don't need better language. Maybe the lack of definition is the point. Soren was quiet for a moment. I don't know how to do undefined. My entire survival strategy has been about clear boundaries and explicit contracts. Mine too. Corporate taught me that everything needed to be categorized and quantified. But maybe that's exactly why we need to learn to exist without categories. Because the systems that raised us use definitions as control. So we're rebelling by refusing to define what we are to each other? Maybe. Or we're just being honest about the fact that what we are doesn't fit into romance or friendship or any single category. That we're building something that exists in the spaces between definitions. They reached their building and climbed the stairs to their tiny squat on the 4th floor. Inside, Kai made tea while Soren checked their security system, such as it was, and they settled into the comfortable domesticity that had somehow emerged from months of proximity and crisis and learning to share space. I've been thinking about the engagement, Soren said into the quiet. About whether we should officially dissolve it or just let it exist as this weird legal fiction that doesn't actually mean anything anymore. What do you want to do? Kai asked. I want it to mean something different than what it started as. I want it to be about choice instead of bureaucratic convenience. But I don't know if that's possible when the engagement was always performance. Kai thought about Officer Chen's audit, about standing in their tiny kitchen practicing being engaged, about the way the performance had slowly become something real without either of them noticing. What if we dissolved the legal engagement but kept the actual commitment, he suggested. What if we chose to be partners without the corporate stamp of approval or the municipal validation? You'd give up the housing benefits? The legal protections? We already lost those when I got terminated. The engagement's just empty documentation now. But the partnership, the actual showing up for each other, the choosing to build something together, that's real. That matters more than the chrome ring ever did. Soren looked at him with an expression Kai was learning to read, vulnerability mixed with hope mixed with terror. So we're doing this, Soren said. Actually choosing each other. Without contracts or obligations or official documentation. Just, he gestured helplessly. Just choosing. Yeah, Kai said. We are. That's terrifying. Completely. But you're sure? I'm sure I want to keep building this with you. I'm sure I want to keep learning how to partner instead of perform. I'm sure I'd rather have something undefined and real than something categorized and hollow. Kai reached across the small space between them. I'm sure about you. Soren pulled him close, and they sat together on their terrible futon while the city pulsed outside their window, two people learning that sometimes the most radical act was refusing to make things legible to systems that wanted to control them. We should probably talk about practical things, Soren said after a while. Like how to manage the faction contract, and whether we need to find better housing, and what we're doing about income long term. We should, Kai agreed. But not tonight. Tonight he searched for words. Tonight we just exist. No planning, no crisis management. Just being together. I can do that, Soren said. I think. They fell asleep like that, wrapped around each other on the futon, and Kai thought about Lien releasing them from childhood oaths and Kara's reluctant respect and the way Soren had actually consulted him instead of making unilateral decisions. Thought about how partnership was something you built incrementally, through small choices and mutual terror and the commitment to keep showing up even when it would be easier to run. Thought about how love, in whatever undefined form they were building, was always going to be work. But maybe work worth doing. Maybe work that made you more yourself instead of less. Maybe that was all anyone could ask for. Chapter 20, The Threshold. The message from SinnerCorp came 6 weeks after Kai's contract termination, forwarded through official channels with the corporate seal that used to make his hands shake. Employment Reinstatement Opportunity Employee ID, CC, 4782, Voss, K. Review status, approved conditional. Kai stared at it for a full minute before opening the attached documentation. They were offering him his job back. Not the same position, that would have required admitting the termination was unjust, but a lateral transfer to a different facility with full reinstatement of benefits, housing subsidies, and corporate status. The catch was in the third paragraph, mandatory surveillance protocols for employees with flagged associations. His communications would be monitored. His movements tracked. Anyone he associated with would be documented and cross-referenced against corporate security databases. Which meant any contact with Soren, any messages, any visits, any proximity, would be logged and analyzed and potentially used as leverage against them both. Kai read it 3 times, the corporate language translating in his head to what it actually meant. Come back to us. Accept that we own you. Let us surveil every aspect of your life and we'll give you the illusion of security in return. And if you refuse, we'll make sure everyone knows you're unreliable. Unemployable. A risk not worth taking. The job offer sat on their salvage table for 3 days while Kai stared at it and calculated impossible equations. With the corporate job, financial security, housing stability, healthcare access, all the things he'd been working towards since he was 13. But also surveillance, control, the constant awareness that every choice he made was being monitored and documented and assessed for compliance. Without it, freedom to make his own choices, to associate with who he wanted, to build a life outside corporate control. But also precarity, instability, the grinding stress of never knowing if they'd make rent or eat something other than ration bars or survive the next crisis. He showed it to Soren on the 3rd night, when Soren got back from a repair job in Sector 11 looking exhausted and covered in grease. Soren read it in silence, his expression going progressively darker. They want you back, Soren said finally. With strings attached. Strings that make me a liability. Any contact with me gets documented and assessed. They're basically telling you that having me in your life is something they'll be watching for evidence of poor judgment. That's one interpretation. It's the only interpretation. Soren set the tablet down carefully. You should take it. Kai felt something cold settle in his stomach. What? You should take the job. Get your life back. Get security and stability and all the things you need to actually survive long-term instead of just scraping by day to day. And you? I'll manage. I always do. Soren's voice was carefully controlled. We can figure out a way to stay in contact that doesn't trigger their surveillance. Or we can just, he stopped, unable or unwilling to finish the sentence. Or we can just what? Kai demanded. End this? Go our separate ways? Pretend the past year didn't happen? If that's what it takes for you to have the life you deserve, yeah. Maybe. Kai stared at him, frustration and something that felt like grief boiling in his chest. You're doing it again. Doing what? Making unilateral decisions about what I need. Deciding that you know better than I do about what's good for me. Using protection as an excuse to push me away. Kai's voice was getting louder, harder. We just had this conversation. We just negotiated with Kara as partners, and now you're right back to telling me what I should do without actually asking what I want. I'm trying to give you an out, Soren said. Trying to make it easier for you to choose security over this, he gestured between them. Over whatever fucked up undefined thing we've been building. I don't want an out. I want you to stop deciding for me what I should want. Even if what you want is going to destroy any chance you have at stability? Yes. Even then. Kai crossed the small space and took Soren's hands. Listen to me. I already made this choice once. I already chose autonomy over security when I refused the promotion and lost everything. And I'm making that same choice now. I'm choosing me, the version of me that gets to make my own decisions instead of letting corporate dictate my life. And that version of me wants you. Wants this. Wants to keep building something undefined and terrifying instead of accepting surveillance in exchange for stability. Soren looked at him with an expression that was raw and desperate. You don't know what you're giving up. I do, actually. I know exactly what I'm giving up. Financial security. Corporate housing. Healthcare that doesn't require bartering with underground medics. All of it. I know. Kai's hands tightened on Soren's. But I also know what I'd be giving up if I took that job. My autonomy. My ability to choose who I spend time with. The freedom to build a life that's actually mine instead of one that fits corporate specifications. And I'm not willing to trade those things for the illusion of security. It's not an illusion. It's actual, tangible security. It's compliance with surveillance. It's letting them own me again in exchange for meeting basic needs. And I'm done with that. I spent 15 years being owned, Soren. I'm not going back. Soren was very still, and Kai could see him struggling with something, the instinct to protect versus the recognition that Kai was making his own choice, the fear of loss versus the need to respect autonomy. What if you regret this? Soren asked quietly. What if 6 months from now we're barely surviving and you're miserable and you realize you made the wrong choice? Then I'll deal with that when it happens. But at least it will be my choice to regret, not a choice someone else made for me. Soren stopped, shook his head. That's possibly the most stubborn thing I've ever heard. I learned from the best. Soren laughed, the sound rough but genuine. You're really not taking this job. I'm really not. Even though it means more instability, more precarity, more uncertainty about whether we can actually build something sustainable. Even though. Kai pulled him closer. We've been doing unstable for weeks now and we're still here. Still figuring it out. And I'd rather keep figuring it out together than go back to being stable and alone. You wouldn't be alone. We could find ways to stay in contact even with the surveillance. Stolen moments and encrypted messages and always being aware that we're being watched. That's not partnership, Soren. That's performance again, just with corporate as the audience instead of housing authorities. Kai shook his head. I'm done performing. I want real. And real means choosing you over security, even when it terrifies me. Soren pulled him into a hug that was too tight, too desperate, and Kai felt him shaking slightly. I'm so fucking scared, Soren said into Kai's shoulder. That I'm not worth this. That you're giving up everything for someone who spent years being convinced he doesn't deserve to be chosen. You're worth it, Kai said. Not because you're perfect or healed or always make the right choices. But because you keep trying. You keep showing up even when it terrifies you. You're learning to partner instead of protect. That's worth everything I'm giving up. They stood like that for a long time, holding onto each other while the city hummed outside their window, and Kai thought about all the thresholds they'd crossed, the engagement that started as bureaucratic convenience, the housing loss that forced them into precarity, Lien's death releasing them from childhood oaths, the negotiation with Kara where they'd learned to actually partner. This was another threshold. The choice between security and autonomy, between compliance and self-definition, between accepting what systems offered and building something outside those systems entirely. When they finally pulled apart, Soren's eyes were wet. "What do we do now?" he asked. "We send the refusal. We keep working the resistance jobs. We figure out how to survive outside corporate systems." Kai managed a smile. "We keep doing what we've been doing, figuring it out as we go." "Together," Soren said, and it sounded like a promise. Together. Kai sent the refusal that night, short and professional. "Thank you for the opportunity. After careful consideration, I'm declining the position. I wish you well." The response came within an hour, noted. "Please be advised that this refusal will be documented in your permanent employment record as declined reinstatement. This may affect future employment opportunities." It was corporate speak for, "You're blacklisted. No one in the corporate sector will hire you now. You've chosen to be unemployable." Kai showed the message to Soren without commentary. Soren read it and shook his head. They really hate losing control of people. Yeah. They really do. Any regrets? Kai thought about it honestly. Terror, yes. Regret, no. Ask me again in 6 months when we're figuring out how to eat on whatever Frost's network and Kara's faction are paying us. I will, Soren promised. Every 6 months. Any regrets yet? It'll be our new tradition. Sounds terrible. Most traditions are. They spent the rest of the evening in comfortable domesticity, Kai working on data analysis for one of Paz's collectives while Soren repaired a salvage tablet they'd gotten in trade. The window garden was thriving now, basil and tomatoes producing actual food that supplemented their ration bar diet. Small green proof that things could grow even in hostile conditions. Around midnight, Soren looked up from his repair work and said, "We should dissolve the engagement." Officially. Kai's hands paused over his keyboard. You sure? Yeah. It was always performance, legal fiction to get around housing requirements. And we don't need it anymore. We lost the housing, we're not trying to prove anything to municipal systems. The engagement served its purpose, but now it's just, Soren gestured vaguely. Empty documentation of something that was never real. The partnership is real though, Kai said. Yeah. But the partnership doesn't need official status or municipal validation. It just needs us choosing to show up for each other. And we're doing that with or without the chrome rings. Kai twisted the ring on his finger, cheap chrome that had started leaving a green stain months ago, encoded with biometrics that no longer mattered to any system that tracked such things. Okay, he said. Let's dissolve it. They filed the dissolution paperwork the next morning at the same municipal kiosk where they'd registered the engagement 9 months ago. The process was faster than the registration, no interview, no verification of cohabitation, just a simple acknowledgement that the partnership was ending. The clerk processed it with the same bored efficiency she'd probably used to process hundreds of dissolutions. They left the kiosk with the strange lightness of having shed something they'd been performing for too long, the chrome rings still on their fingers. The clerk hadn't asked for them back, and neither Kai nor Soren had thought to offer. How do you feel? Soren asked as they walked back through chemical rain. Lighter, Kai admitted. And terrified. And relieved. All at once. Yeah. Same. We're really doing this. Building something undefined. No official status, no legal protections, no validation from any system that matters. Just us choosing each other. Every day. Without obligation or duty or the armor of categories. Soren took his hand, fingers interlacing with familiar ease. Yeah. We're really doing this. They reached their building and climbed the 4 flights to their tiny squat. Inside, Kai noticed the space looked different somehow, or maybe he was seeing it differently. Not as temporary shelter while they figured out next steps, but as home. Actual home, built from salvage and choice and the stubborn refusal to let the city grind them down. That night, lying in the dark with Soren warm beside him, Kai thought about thresholds and choices and the difference between security and autonomy. Thought about himself at 13, contract sold to corporate by parents who'd called it opportunity, learning to survive through compliance. Thought about Soren at 13, learning to survive through self-sufficiency and isolation. Thought about both of them at 28, learning to survive through partnership and mutual terror and the commitment to keep showing up. Still here, Soren murmured in the dark, half asleep. Still here, Kai echoed, and the words felt like everything they'd been building toward, not romance, not friendship, but something that existed in the undefined spaces between categories. Something that was theirs. Something worth every threshold they'd crossed and every choice that terrified them. Something that felt like the first honest thing either of them had built in years. In the morning, they'd figure out how to survive another day. How to make rent, how to find work, how to navigate the precarity they'd chosen over stability. But tonight they just existed, 2 people who'd learned that sometimes the bravest thing you could do was refuse to be legible to systems that wanted to control you. 2 people who'd chosen each other without the safety net of official status or defined roles or any guarantee this would work. 2 people building something in the spaces between definitions. And that felt like enough. That felt like everything. Chapter 21, The Oath Surfaces. Soren came through the window at 3 a.m. Kai woke to the specific sound of the latch being jimmied, a skill Soren had perfected over months of refusing to use doors like a normal person, and sat up to find Soren silhouetted against the ambient city light, his expression unreadable. "Hey," Kai said, his voice rough with sleep. "Didn't know you were coming by tonight." "I wasn't planning to." Soren climbed through and closed the window behind him, but he didn't come closer. Just stood there in the small space, radiating tension in ways Kai had learned to recognize. "I need to ask you something. And I need you to hear the whole thing before you answer." Kai felt something cold settle in his stomach. "Okay." Soren crossed to the window and looked out at the city for a long moment before speaking. "The Resistance Network has an operation planned. Data extraction from SynnerCorp's central servers, the conglomerate that used to own your contract. Information that could expose their contract practices, their exploitation patterns, everything they've been doing to people like you for decades." "Sounds important," Kai said carefully. "It is. It could actually make a difference. Force regulatory attention, give people leverage to break contracts, maybe even trigger investigations." Soren's hands were clenched at his sides. "But the operation requires a staging ground. Somewhere in the mid-districts with specific network access points and line of sight to corporate infrastructure." Kai understood before Soren finished. "You need to use this apartment." "Yeah." "For how long?" 3 days. They'd install equipment, run the extraction, then remove everything. You wouldn't be here during the actual operation, they'd relocate you for safety, but your apartment would be the access point." Soren finally turned to look at him. "And if anything went wrong, if they traced the breach back to this location, you'd be implicated. Corporate accessory charges, possible detention, definitely permanent blacklisting from any legitimate employment or housing." Kai processed this, his mind already calculating angles the way 15 years of corporate conditioning had taught him. "What happens if I say no?" "They find another staging ground. The operation takes longer to set up, higher risk of detection, but they make it work." Soren's voice was carefully neutral. "Your choice doesn't break the operation. It just makes it harder." "And you? What do you want me to say?" "I want you to say no." The words came out rough, honest. "Every instinct I have is screaming at me to protect you from this, to not even ask, to tell them to find another location and never mention that this was an option. But you're asking anyway. Because Lien released me from the oath. Told me I had to stop making decisions for you in the name of protection. And this, he gestured helplessly. This is the test, isn't it? Whether I can actually let you make your own choice instead of trying to shield you from risk. Kai got up and crossed to where Soren was standing. In the ambient light from the window, he could see the tension in Soren's jaw, the way his hands were shaking slightly. Tell me what you're really afraid of, Kai said. That you'll say yes. That you'll take on this risk because you think it's the right thing to do, and something will go wrong, and I'll watch you get destroyed because I asked you to make a choice instead of protecting you from having to make it in the first place. And if I say no? Then I'm relieved and guilty in equal measure. Relieved you're safe, guilty that I'm relieved, terrified that I'm still trying to control outcomes through how I frame the question. Kai took Soren's hands, feeling the tremor in them. You know what I see when I look at this situation? What? You, actually trusting me. Actually believing I'm capable of assessing my own risks and making my own decisions. That's, Kai's voice caught. That's huge, Soren. That's you doing the hardest thing you've ever done. It doesn't feel like trust. It feels like gambling with your safety. Because you've spent years equating trust with abandonment. Believing that if you weren't actively protecting someone, you were failing them. Kai squeezed his hands. But real trust means believing I can handle the consequences of my own choices. Even when those consequences terrify you. Soren was quiet for a long moment. So what's your answer? I don't know yet. I need to think about it. But I need you to understand something first. Kai met his eyes directly. Whatever I decide, it's my decision. Not yours. You're not responsible for protecting me from the consequences, and you're not failing me by letting me choose. That's easy to say when the consequences are abstract. Harder when they're detention and permanent blacklisting. Yeah. But that's what actual partnership looks like. Trusting each other to handle our own choices, even when we disagree with those choices, even when we're terrified of the consequences. Soren pulled him into a hug that was too tight, almost desperate. I hate this. I hate that the right thing to do feels like abandoning you. You're not abandoning me. You're respecting my autonomy. There's a difference. They stood like that for a while, holding each other in the small apartment while the city hummed outside. Finally Soren pulled back enough to look at Kai's face. I should go, he said. Let you think about it without me hovering and radiating anxiety. You could stay. I could. But I think I need some distance right now. Need to sit with how much I want to take this choice away from you and how much I know I can't. Soren managed a weak smile. I'll be at Frost's if you need me. Take however long you need to decide. He left the way he came, through the window, and Kai stood there for a long time after he was gone, thinking about the question Soren had asked and the question underneath it. The surface question was simple. Would you let the resistance use your apartment as a staging ground, knowing the risks? But the real question, the one that made Kai's chest tight and his hands shake, was harder. Can we build something real if Soren keeps trying to shield me from my own choices? And can I trust someone who sees me as something to be protected rather than a person capable of assessing my own risks? Kai made tea he didn't drink and sat at the small table with the window garden between him and the rest of the apartment. The basil was thriving now, the tomatoes producing small fruit that tasted like actual food instead of synthetic approximation. Small green proof that things could grow even in hostile conditions. He thought about the data that would be extracted, contracts like his, exploitation patterns, the systematic ways Cinecorp had been destroying lives for profit. Thought about how many people were still trapped in those contracts, still believing compliance was the only path to survival. Thought about himself at 13, signing away his autonomy because his parents had decided his contract value was worth more than his personhood. Thought about who he'd been for 15 years after that, compliant, productive, slowly dying inside while telling himself it was the price of security. Thought about who he was now, unemployable by corporate standards, living in a squat, doing resistance work that paid barely enough to survive. but making his own choices. Building his own life. The operation was dangerous. The risks were real. If something went wrong, he could lose the fragile stability he'd built, could end up detained or worse. But he'd already lost stability when he refused corporate reinstatement. He was already flagged in their systems as unreliable, unsuitable, a problem to be managed rather than an asset to be cultivated. And the alternative, saying no to protect himself, letting someone else take the risk, staying safe while others fought battles that mattered, felt like backsliding into the compliance that had nearly killed him. Around dawn, Kai sent a message to the contact Soren had given him for the resistance network. "I'm in. When do you need the apartment?" The response came within minutes, confirming. "Team will brief you tomorrow, 1800 hours. Thank you for your service." Service. Like he was contributing to something larger than his own survival. Like his choice mattered. Kai sent another message, this one to Soren. "I said yes. We should talk." Soren showed up 20 minutes later, looking like he hadn't slept. He climbed through the window and just stood there, staring at Kai with an expression that cycled through fear and resignation and something that might have been pride. "You said yes," Soren said. "Yeah. Even though you knew I wanted you to say no. Even though you knew it would terrify me. Because it's the right choice for me. Not the safe choice, but the right one." Kai stood up from the table. "And I need you to be okay with that. Not happy about it, not comfortable with it, but able to accept that I made this decision for my own reasons." Soren was quiet for a long moment. "I'm not okay with it. I'm fucking terrified. Every instinct I have is screaming at me to convince you to change your mind, to protect you from this choice. But you're not going to do that. No. Because you're right, real partnership means trusting you to assess your own risks. Even when I think you're underestimating those risks. Even when every fiber of my being wants to wrap you in bubble wrap and hide you somewhere corporate can never touch you again." "That's growth," Kai said, trying for lightness and not quite achieving it. "That's terror masquerading as growth." Soren crossed the space between them. "But I'm trying. I'm trying to let you make your own choices instead of making them for you in the name of protection." "I know. And that means everything." They stood close in the small apartment, not quite touching, and Kai thought about all the ways love could manifest, as protection, as control, as terror, as trust. Thought about how Soren had spent years learning that caring meant shielding, and how hard it must be to unlearn that pattern. "What happens now?" Soren asked. "I meet with the resistance team tomorrow. They brief me on the operation, relocate me during the actual extraction, remove all evidence afterward." Kai's voice was steady even though his hands wanted to shake. "And you sit with the fact that I made this choice and you can't protect me from the consequences. That's the hard part. Not the operation itself, but sitting with my own helplessness." "Yeah. But that's what partnership looks like when it's real instead of protective. Trusting each other to handle our own choices, our own risks, our own consequences." Soren pulled him close, and Kai went willingly, wrapping his arms around Soren's waist and holding on. "I love you," Soren said into Kai's hair, and the words were raw and unguarded. Not in the romantic way, not in any way that has a name, but I love you in this bone-deep way that makes the thought of losing you feel like losing a limb. "I know," Kai said. "I love you too. In whatever undefined way this is. And that terrifies me." "Me too." They stood like that until the sun started rising, painting the chemical smog in shades of orange and pink, two people learning that loving someone meant trusting them to make their own choices even when those choices felt like knives in your chest. When Soren finally left, climbing back through the window into morning light, Kai felt the weight of what he'd agreed to settle over him like something physical. 3 days. An operation that could expose corporate exploitation or destroy what little stability he had left. But it was his choice. And that made all the difference. Chapter 22, What Honesty Costs. Kai didn't tell Soren he'd made the decision without consulting him. Not exactly. Soren knew about the operation, he'd been the one to ask in the first place. But what Soren didn't know was that Kai had said yes immediately, without the deliberation Kai had implied he needed, without the careful weighing of risks that Soren assumed had happened. Kai had made the choice in the 30 seconds after Soren left through the window at 3 a.m., before doubt or fear could talk him out of it. The resistance team came at 1800 hours as promised. 3 people, 2 Kai didn't know and Tae, who'd been at Lien's memorial. They moved through the apartment with professional efficiency, assessing sight lines and network access, marking where equipment would go, explaining the timeline with the kind of detail that suggested they'd done this before. You'll relocate to a safe house in Sector 10 during the actual extraction, Tae said, pulling up schematics on a portable display. 72 hours from setup to breakdown. Once we're clear, you come back. Apartment looks exactly like you left it, no evidence we were ever here. And if something goes wrong? Kai asked. Then you weren't here. You were in Sector 10 visiting a friend. We fabricate location data, communication logs, everything you need to establish alibi. Tae's expression was serious. But ideally, nothing goes wrong and this conversation stays theoretical. They left an hour later with coordinates for the safe house and a timeline, equipment installation in 2 days, extraction the day after, breakdown the following morning. Kai sent Soren a message, team briefed me. I'm clear on the plan. Everything's set. Soren's response was immediate, can I see you tonight? Yeah. Come over. Soren arrived through the door instead of the window, which felt significant somehow. He looked exhausted, like he hadn't been sleeping, and Kai felt a pang of guilt for the worry he was causing. How was the briefing? Soren asked. Professional. Thorough. They know what they're doing. Kai gestured to the futon. Sit. I'll make tea. In the tiny kitchen that barely qualified as a kitchen, Kai went through the familiar ritual, water, leaves, waiting for the steep, while Soren sat in careful silence. When Kai brought the tea over, Soren took the mug but didn't drink, just held it like he needed something to do with his hands. I've been thinking, Soren said finally. About the operation. About you agreeing to this even though you knew it terrified me. And I realize I never actually asked you why. I asked if you'd do it, I told you the risks, but I never asked what made you say yes. Kai sat down across from him, cradling his own mug. Because it's the right thing to do. Because the data they're extracting could help people still trapped in contracts like mine. Because I'm tired of choosing safety over doing something that actually matters. Those are good reasons, Soren said. Principled reasons. But I keep wondering if there's something else. If maybe you're trying to prove something. Like what? Like you're not the compliant corporate drone you spent 15 years being. Like you're capable of risk and resistance and all the things corporate conditioned you to believe were dangerous. Soren's voice was gentle but unflinching. Like you're trying to prove to me, or to yourself, that you're brave enough to deserve this undefined thing we're building. The observation landed uncomfortably close to truth. Maybe, Kai admitted. Maybe I am trying to prove I'm more than what corporate made me. But that doesn't make the choice wrong. No. But it makes me wonder if you're assessing the actual risks or just reacting against 15 years of being told what to want. Kai felt frustration flare hot in his chest. So what, you think I'm being reckless? Making choices to rebel instead of making choices because they're right? I think you're learning to make your own choices for the first time in your adult life, and I don't know if you've had enough practice to differentiate between autonomy and reaction. Soren finally met his eyes. And I'm terrified that this operation is going to destroy you not because the risks are too high but because you're not actually ready for the consequences you're choosing. That's rich, Kai said, his voice harder than he intended. Coming from someone who spent years making unilateral decisions about what I could handle. Now I'm making my own choices and suddenly I'm not ready for the consequences? That's not what I'm saying. Then what are you saying? Because it sounds like you're trying to protect me again. Just using different language this time. I'm saying I'm scared, Soren said, and his voice cracked slightly. I'm saying I don't know how to trust that you know what you're doing when I'm not sure I trust myself not to try to save you if things go wrong. I'm saying this is harder than I thought it would be. They sat in tense silence for a moment, the tea cooling between them untouched. When did you make the decision? Soren asked finally. Really? Not the performance for my benefit, but when did you actually decide? Kai felt something cold in his stomach. What do you mean? I mean you told me you needed time to think about it. That you'd carefully weigh the risks and make an informed decision. But I'm wondering if you'd already decided before I even left your apartment that night. The accuracy of it made Kai's chest tight. Does it matter? Yeah. It matters. Because if you made the decision immediately and then pretended you were deliberating, that means you were performing consideration instead of actually considering. And I need to know if you're making real choices or just reacting. I made a real choice, Kai said. It was fast, but it was real. And I didn't tell you immediately because I knew you'd react exactly like you're reacting now, questioning whether I'm capable of assessing my own risks, whether I'm ready for consequences, whether I'm being reckless instead of brave. So you lied about needing time to think. I didn't lie. I didn't correct your assumption that I needed deliberation when I'd already decided. That's semantics, Kai. That's choosing not to be honest because you knew I'd push back. Yeah, Kai said, frustration boiling over. I chose not to be completely honest because I knew you'd try to talk me out of it. Because even though you say you're trying to trust my choices, you're still trying to protect me from consequences you think I can't handle. Maybe because you're not handling them, Soren shot back. Maybe because you're making impulsive decisions and calling them autonomy, and I'm watching you walk toward consequences that could destroy you and I don't know how to not try to stop you. By respecting that they're my consequences to walk toward, Kai said. By accepting that I get to make choices you disagree with. By actually trusting me instead of just performing trust while secretly trying to manage outcomes. Soren stood up abruptly, setting his tea down with enough force that some sloshed over the rim. You want to know what I'm really afraid of? Tell me. I'm afraid that you're going to get hurt, really hurt, detained or worse, and it's going to be because I asked you to make a choice instead of making it for you. And I'm going to have to live with the fact that letting you be autonomous meant letting you walk into danger I could have prevented. That's the cost of actual partnership, Kai said, standing to face him. The cost of treating me like an equal instead of someone to be protected. Sometimes people you care about make choices that terrify you, and you have to sit with that terror instead of controlling outcomes. And what's the cost for you? What are you risking with this choice? Everything. My safety, my stability, any chance of ever getting back into legitimate work. All of it. Kai's voice was steady even though his hands wanted to shake. But I'm risking it with my eyes open, making a choice I believe in, and I need you to trust that I understand what I'm doing. What if I can't? Soren asked, and there was something raw in his voice. What if I can't sit back and watch you risk everything and just accept it? What if every instinct I have is screaming at me to protect you and I don't know how to not listen to those instincts? Then you learn, Kai said. The same way I'm learning to make my own choices instead of accepting what systems tell me to want. You learn to trust instead of protect, to respect instead of control. And if I can't learn fast enough? If this operation goes wrong before I've figured out how to let you make your own mistakes? Then we deal with that when it happens. But you don't get to take this choice away from me in the name of protection. You don't get to decide I'm not ready just because you're scared. They stared at each other across the small apartment, all the unspoken tensions of the past months finally erupting into the space between them. I've been in love with you since we were kids, Soren said suddenly, the words tumbling out rough and unguarded. Since before I knew what love was, since before the districts were restructured and your family sold your contract and everything fell apart. And every decision I've made since finding you again has been colored by that love, by wanting to keep you safe, wanting to protect you, wanting to make sure nothing hurt you the way the world hurt you when we were 13. Kai felt something crack in his chest. Soren. I'm not finished. Soren's hands were shaking. I thought the engagement would be a way to keep that love close without having to examine what it actually was. Thought if we were legally bound it would be enough. But it wasn't, because what I feel for you isn't romantic in any traditional sense. It's deeper than that. More essential. And more terrifying, because I don't know how to love you without trying to save you. I don't need saving, Kai said quietly. I need partnering. I need you to trust me. I'm trying. I'm trying so fucking hard, Kai. But watching you walk into danger feels like failing you. Like I'm not doing enough to keep you safe. Keeping me safe isn't your job. It never was. Lien released you from that oath. I know. But the oath was just an excuse. The real reason I've been trying to protect you is because the alternative, letting you make your own choices, trusting you to handle your own risks, is more terrifying than any physical threat. Soren's voice cracked. Because if I'm not protecting you, what am I to you? What's my purpose in this undefined thing we're building? Partner, Kai said. Equal. Someone who trusts me enough to let me be fully myself, risks and all. That's what I need from you. Not protection, not saving, just trust. What if trust isn't enough to keep you safe? Then I'm not safe. But at least I'm whole. Kai crossed the space between them. I've spent so long being saved, by corporate, by systems, by you, that I don't know who I am when I'm allowed to be complete. And I'm asking you to let me find out. Even if it terrifies you. Even if it feels like abandonment. Soren pulled him close, and Kai felt him shaking. I don't know if I can do this. Watch you risk everything and just trust that you know what you're doing. You don't have to know. You just have to try. They stood like that for a long time, holding each other while something shifted between them, not resolution exactly, but acknowledgement of the impossible equation they were trying to solve. When they finally pulled apart, Soren's eyes were wet. The operation is in 2 days, he said. Yeah. And you're not changing your mind. No. Then he stopped, struggling for words. I need you to promise me something. What? That you'll actually assess the risks. Not just react against 15 years of compliance, but genuinely think about what you're choosing and why. Soren's voice was rough. And if at any point you realize you're in over your head, you'll extract yourself. You won't push through out of stubbornness or pride or the need to prove you're brave. I can promise that, Kai said. As long as you promise to trust that I'm capable of making that assessment. That I'm not a child who needs protection but an adult who can evaluate my own limits. I'll try. That's all I'm asking. Just try. Soren stayed that night, and they lay in the dark on the futon talking through everything they'd been too careful to say for months. About Soren's terror of loss and Kai's need for autonomy. About the ways they'd been performing partnership instead of practicing it. About the difference between loving someone and trying to save them. I'm going to fuck this up, Soren said into the darkness. I'm going to slip back into protection mode and try to control outcomes and treat you like you need saving. Probably, Kai agreed. And I'm going to make impulsive choices sometimes and call them autonomy when they're really just reactions against being controlled. So we're both going to mess this up. Yeah. But at least we're being honest about it. Kai found Soren's hand in the dark. And we can mess it up together instead of pretending we have it figured out. That's possibly the least romantic thing anyone's ever said. Good thing this isn't romance then. Soren laughed, the sound rough but genuine. No. It's something more terrifying. Something undefined, Kai said. Something ours. They fell asleep like that, hands linked, and Kai thought about how loving someone meant trusting them to make their own mistakes, and how terrifying that was when you cared so much that the thought of losing them felt like losing yourself. But terror meant you were doing something that mattered. And what they were building mattered more than safety ever could. Chapter 23, The Dissolution. The operation went exactly according to plan, which was almost worse than if it had gone wrong. Kai spent 3 days in the Sector 10 safe house while the resistance team used his apartment to extract data from Synarcorp servers. 3 days of waiting and wondering and resisting the urge to check in constantly. 3 days of Soren being visibly terrified but respecting Kai's choice to participate. When Kai returned, the apartment looked exactly as he'd left it. No evidence of equipment or presence or the fact that his home had been used to expose corporate exploitation. The team had been thorough. The data they'd extracted was already circulating through resistance networks, contract terms, exploitation metrics, evidence of systematic abuse that Corp and a dozen other conglomerates had been hiding for years. It wouldn't bring down the corporations. Nothing short of revolution would do that. But it gave people information, leverage, ways to fight back against systems that had been controlling them. Kai's participation had mattered. But it had also created a distance between him and Soren that felt like physical weight. 2 weeks after the operation, Soren sent a message, "Can we meet?" Paus's garden. Kai climbed to the rooftop garden 40 stories above the neon-choked streets, and found Soren already there, standing among the bioluminescent ivy and salvaged plants that Paws had been cultivating for years. The garden was thriving despite the contaminated air, despite corporate indifference, despite everything the city threw at it. Proof that things could grow in hostile conditions if someone was stubborn enough. "Hey," Kai said. "Hey." Soren turned to look at him, and there was something in his expression that made Kai's chest tight. "Thanks for coming." "Of course." They stood in careful silence for a moment, surrounded by green things that shouldn't survive but did anyway, and Kai thought about how they'd been doing this for months now, meeting, talking, circling around what they actually were to each other without ever landing on language that fit. "I've been thinking," Soren said finally. "About the engagement. About what it was supposed to be and what it actually became." "Yeah?" "It was supposed to be bureaucratic convenience. A way to secure your housing, give me legal status, solve practical problems with official documentation." Soren reached into his pocket and pulled out the cheap chrome ring he'd been wearing since they dissolved the legal engagement 2 months ago. But somewhere along the way it became performance. "We were trying to make what we are fit into a shape that satisfied everyone else's expectations." Kai felt his own ring, identical cheap chrome, heavy in his pocket where he'd been carrying it since the dissolution. "We were trying to be legible to systems that don't actually care about us." "Yeah." Soren looked at the ring in his palm. "And I've been thinking about Lien. About what she said before she died, that loyalty that costs your actual life isn't loyalty, it's martyrdom. That we'd been trying to honor a promise made by children and it was strangling us. She was right about that. She was right about a lot of things." Soren's voice was rough. "Including the fact that I've been in love with you since we were kids, but I thought the engagement would be a way to keep that love close without examining what it actually was." Kai crossed to stand beside him, close enough that their shoulders almost touched. "And what is it actually? Not romance. Not in any traditional sense. Not the kind of love that comes with scripts and expectations and clear definitions." Soren turned to look at him. "But bone-deep intimacy. Caring that goes beyond categories. Wanting to build something with you that doesn't fit into neat boxes." "I love you too," Kai said quietly. "In whatever undefined way this is. But not in the way the engagement was supposed to represent. Not in a way that needs official validation or municipal approval." "So what do we do with that?" Soren asked. "How do we hold on to what's real while acknowledging that the container we built for it is wrong?" Kai thought about Officer Chen's audit, about performing for housing authorities, about the ways they'd been trying to make their relationship legible to systems that only recognize specific categories. "We dissolved the engagement," Kai said. "Not the legal status, we already did that. But the emotional weight we've been carrying around. The idea that what we are needs to fit into that framework. And then what? We just exist in undefined space?" "Yeah. We build something that doesn't have a name but has a shape. Something that's ours." Kai pulled his own ring from his pocket, looking at the cheap chrome that had left a green stain on his finger for months. "Something that doesn't need official documentation to be real." Soren held up his ring, catching the bioluminescent glow from Paz's plants. "Should we, I don't know. Do something ceremonial? Make it feel significant? I think just saying it is enough." Just acknowledging that what we are doesn't fit the engagement framework, and that's okay. They stood there in Paz's garden, holding the rings that had symbolized a relationship neither of them wanted, and Kai felt lighter than he had in months. Maybe years. I don't know what we are to each other, Soren said, his voice steady. I don't know if it's partnership or friendship or something that exists in the spaces between categories. But I know it's real. I know it matters. And I know I want to keep building it without trying to force it into shapes that don't fit. Me too, Kai said. And I'm okay with not having language for it. I'm okay with it being undefined as long as it's honest. No more performance, Soren agreed. No more trying to be legible to systems that don't care. Just us. Whatever that means. Kai reached out and took Soren's free hand, their fingers interlacing with familiar ease. So we're doing this. Dissolving the emotional engagement. Choosing each other without the armor of official status. Yeah, Soren said. We are. Neither of them cried. Both of them were breathing easier than they had in months. What do we do with the rings? Kai asked. Soren looked at the chrome in his palm, then at the garden around them. Leave them here? Let them be part of Paz's garden. Proof that something ended so something else could begin. Paz would probably have thoughts about the symbolism. Paz has thoughts about everything. Soren smiled slightly. But I think they'd get it. The idea that sometimes you have to let something die so something new can grow. They found a spot near the bioluminescent ivy, the plants that glowed in the dark, that survived contaminated air through mutation and stubbornness, and buried the rings in the soil there. Not deep, just enough to cover them, and Kai thought about how they'd started this whole thing in a municipal kiosk that smelled like disinfectant, and they were ending it in a garden that smelled like life. You think they'll corrode? Soren asked. The rings, in the soil? Probably. Cheap chrome doesn't last. Kai brushed dirt off his hands. But that feels right somehow. Letting them break down and become part of something that grows. They stood there for a while, surrounded by plants that shouldn't survive but did, and Kai thought about all the ways people tried to make love legible, contracts, ceremonies, official documentation, labels that fit neat categories. I'm scared, Soren admitted. Of building something without definition. Without knowing what shape it should take or how to explain it to anyone else. Me too, Kai said. But I'm more scared of forcing what we are into shapes that kill it. Of performing relationship instead of living it. So we do this. Build something undefined. Something that's ours. Something that doesn't need validation from systems that don't care about us anyway. Yeah. Soren pulled him close, and Kai went willingly, wrapping his arms around Soren's waist and holding on. They stood like that while the city pulsed below them and the bioluminescent plants glowed in the gathering dark, two people learning that sometimes the bravest thing you could do was refuse to categorize love, refuse to make it legible, refuse to perform for audiences that would never understand anyway. What happens now? Kai asked into Soren's shoulder. We figure it out as we go, Soren said. Same thing we've been doing since the beginning, except now we're being honest about not having a plan. That's terrifying. Completely. But also, Soren's voice softened. Also maybe the most honest thing we've done. When they finally pulled apart, the sun was setting, painting the chemical smog in shades of orange and pink. Paz appeared from the garden's other end, carrying a watering can and looking completely unsurprised to find them there. You two look lighter, Paz observed, setting down the can. Something shift. We dissolved the engagement, Kai said. The emotional weight of it, not just the legal status. Acknowledged that what we are doesn't fit that framework. And buried the rings in your garden, Soren added. Hope that's okay. Paz smiled. More than okay. Gardens are good places for letting things transform. Death and growth and all that. They tilted their head, considering. You two figured out what you actually are yet, or still working on that? Still working on it, Kai said. Probably always will be. Good. The ones who think they have it figured out are usually lying to themselves. Paz picked up the watering can again. Dinner's in an hour if you want to stay. Nothing fancy, just whatever the garden gave us this week. But you're welcome. We'd like that, Soren said, and Kai nodded agreement. They helped Paz water the plants as the sun set completely, talking about nothing important and everything that mattered, crop yields and contamination levels and the ways resistance could be practiced through growing things in hostile soil. And later, sitting around Paz's small table sharing food that came from the garden they just helped tend, Kai thought about how community could be built from undefined relationships and mutual care and the stubborn refusal to let the city grind you into isolation. Thought about how he and Soren had been trying to build something alone, trying to make their relationship legible to systems that didn't care, when what they actually needed was to exist in community with people who understood that love didn't have to fit categories to be real. When they left the garden that night, walking back to the squat they'd been sharing for months now, Kai felt different. Lighter. Like he'd shed armor he didn't realize he'd been carrying. No regrets? Soren asked as they climbed the stairs to their floor. No regrets. You? Relief, actually. And fear. And this weird sense of possibility. Soren unlocked their door, using keys instead of jimmying the lock, another small change. Like we finally stopped trying to be something we're not and can start being whatever we actually are. Whatever that is, Kai said. Whatever that is, Soren agreed. Inside their small apartment with its window garden and salvaged furniture, they fell into familiar patterns. Tea, quiet companionship, the comfortable domesticity that had emerged from months of proximity and crisis and choosing each other again and again. And lying in the dark later, Soren's breathing steady beside him, Kai thought about the engagement they'd dissolved and the undefined thing they were building in its place. Thought about how the scariest thing wasn't not knowing what they were to each other. The scariest thing was trusting that not knowing was enough. That presence without definition, care without categories, choosing each other without the safety net of official status, that all of that could be enough to build a life on. Still here, Soren murmured in the dark. Still here, Kai echoed. And for now, that was everything. Chapter 24, What We Salvage. 6 months after the engagement ended, Kai woke to the sound of the window latch being jimmied. It was 2 a.m. on a Tuesday, the city humming with its usual chaos, and Soren was climbing through the window with the practiced ease of someone who'd perfected the skill over years of refusing to use doors like a normal person. Hey, Kai said, not bothering to get up. Didn't know you were coming by tonight. Wasn't planning to. Soren closed the window behind him and started shedding layers, jacket, boots, the kind of methodical undressing that meant he was staying. Finished a repair job in Sector 11, was heading back to Frost's, and he paused, like he was trying to find words for something that didn't have language. Wanted to be here instead. Good, Kai said, and meant it. 6 months, and they still hadn't figured out how to define what they were to each other. 6 months of Soren showing up some nights and not others, of falling asleep back-to-back on the futon they'd salvaged from building refuse, of building something that looked nothing like romance or friendship or any single category the world recognized. 6 months of being undefined and finding that undefined was enough. Soren crawled onto the futon and settled against Kai's back, not quite touching but close enough that Kai could feel his warmth, his presence, the steady rhythm of his breathing. Good night? Kai asked. Long. The repair was more complicated than they'd described. Client tried to shortchange me on payment. Soren's voice was rough with exhaustion. But I got what was owed and the job's done, so I'm calling it a win. That's becoming more common. Clients trying to underpay. Yeah. Economy's getting worse. People are desperate. Soren shifted closer. How was your day? Data analysis for 3 different collectives. One of them paid in actual food instead of credits. Got eggs and tomatoes and something that might be lettuce. Kai smiled in the dark. Window garden is producing enough now that we have surplus to trade. That's good. Real food is getting rare. They lay in comfortable silence, and Kai thought about how this had become their pattern over the past 6 months. Soren working jobs across the city, Kai doing resistance work from the apartment, both of them surviving in the margins and cracks of systems designed to grind them down. Some nights Soren came by, some nights he didn't, and they'd stop trying to predict or control it. Just let it be whatever it was on any given day. Frost asked about you, Soren said after a while. Wanted to know if we were still, he paused. I told them we're still figuring it out. What did they say? That figuring it out is better than pretending you have it figured out. Soren's voice carried something like amusement. And then they asked if we'd come to dinner sometime. Both of us. They want to meet their chess partner's kid who's apparently teaching them about actual vegetables instead of nutrient paste. Kai laughed quietly. We can do that. When? I'll ask. Soren's hand found Kai's in the dark, fingers interlacing with automatic ease. You good? You seem, I don't know. Lighter than usual. I am lighter. Got a message from the Resistance Network today. The data we helped extract is being used in contract disputes across 3 sectors. People are breaking free from Corp and other conglomerates using evidence we helped surface. That's, Soren's voice caught. That's huge, Kai. Yeah. It's not revolution. It's not bringing down the whole system. But it's people getting free. People like I was, trapped in contracts that were slowly killing them. Kai squeezed Soren's hand. The operation mattered. The risk was worth it. I'm glad. And Soren sounded like he meant it, even though Kai knew the operation had terrified him. I'm glad you did it. Glad you trusted yourself to make that choice even though I was scared. You did good too. Letting me make it instead of trying to protect me from the consequences. I'm still learning. Still having to fight the instinct to shield you from every risk. I know. But you're trying. That's what matters. They fell asleep like that, back to back with hands linked, and in the morning Soren was still there, which wasn't guaranteed, wasn't promised, but was becoming more common as months passed and Soren slowly learned that staying didn't have to mean weakness. Around 9, Kai made tea while Soren checked the window garden, examining the tomatoes with the kind of attention that suggested he was actually starting to care about growing things. These are doing well, Soren said, touching a cluster of small fruit. Better than last month. Paws gave me better soil. And I've been reading about cultivation in contaminated conditions. Kai brought over 2 mugs of tea. There's a whole science to it. Kinds of plants that actually thrive in toxic environments if you set them up right. Like us, Soren said, accepting the mug. Like us, Kai agreed. They spent the morning in comfortable domesticity, Soren repairing a salvage tablet they'd gotten in trade, Kai working through data analysis for one of Paz's collectives. Around noon, Kai's wristband pinged with a message from Wei, free for lunch? Have news. They met Wei at a dispensary in Sector 7 that served actual food instead of just synthetic rations. Wei looked tired but pleased with themselves, which usually meant they'd accomplished something that mattered. You look smug, Soren observed when they sat down. I am smug. Wei gestured to the server, ordered for all of them without asking, then turned back with a grin. Remember that underground clinic I've been trying to get funded? The one that would actually serve people instead of just triaging them and sending them back out to die slowly? Yeah, Kai said. Got the funding. Not from corporate, obviously, but from a coalition of resistance networks and community organizations. Enough to actually build something sustainable. Wei's smile was fierce. We break ground next month. Sector 8, Old Warehouse District. Space for actual treatment instead of just emergency care. That's incredible, Kai said, and meant it. It's something. It's resistance through care instead of destruction. It's proof that community infrastructure can exist outside corporate control. Wei's expression softened. And I wanted to tell you too specifically because you've been doing the same thing. Building something outside official categories. Making it work anyway. Soren looked at Kai, and something passed between them, recognition, maybe, or acknowledgement that what they were doing mattered even if it didn't fit legible patterns. After lunch, they walked back through streets slick with chemical rain, and Kai thought about how 6 months ago he'd been terrified that dissolving the engagement meant losing Soren entirely. Thought he'd needed the official documentation, the legal status, the chrome ring encoded with biometrics to prove what they were to each other. But Soren still showed up. Still chose him, again and again, without contracts or obligations or the armor of defined categories. And Kai had stopped apologizing for needing him in ways that didn't fit narratives of moving on or being independent or any of the other stories people told about what healing should look like. That evening, they climbed to Paz's rooftop garden, the place where they'd buried the engagement rings 6 months ago, where bioluminescent ivy now grew over the spot like nature reclaiming what humans had discarded. Paz was there with Cass, Bex, and a handful of others from the collective, all of them helping with the harvest. The garden was thriving despite the city's best efforts to kill it, proof that stubborn care could create abundance even in scarcity. Kai, Soren, Paz called out when they arrived. Good timing. We're about to have more tomatoes than we know what to do with. That's not a problem I thought we'd ever have, Cass said, grinning. Actual surplus. In this city. It's practically revolutionary. They spent the evening harvesting and talking and eating food that came from soil they'd tended together, and Kai thought about how this was what resistance looked like when it was sustainable, not grand gestures or dramatic confrontations, but community care practiced consistently over time. As the sun set, Kai and Soren found themselves on the edge of the rooftop, looking out at the city that had tried so hard to kill them both and had failed. You ever think about how we ended up here? Soren asked. From 12-year-olds in the lower districts to, he gestured at the garden, at the city, at the space between them. This. Sometimes, Kai admitted. Usually when I'm trying to sleep and my brain won't shut up. And I think we got lucky. In the worst, most painful way possible. We survived when so many didn't. We found each other again when the odds were against it. We built something real when everything was pushing us toward isolation. Luck's a weird word for 15 years of trauma and barely surviving. Yeah. But we did survive. And we found each other. And we're here. Kai took Soren's hand. That feels like something. The smog had lifted slightly that night, one of those rare occasions when you could actually see stars instead of just light pollution and chemical haze. They stood on the fire escape that had become their spot, sharing synth protein noodles from the dispensary and watching the sky emerge from behind the usual murk. Kai's hair had grown out over the past months, falling into his eyes the way it had when they were kids, and he'd stopped apologizing for it. Stopped apologizing for needing Soren in ways that didn't fit narratives of autonomy or independence. Stopped apologizing for the fact that what they were building didn't have a name. Soren reached over without thinking and tucked the hair behind Kai's ear, a gesture so casual it didn't register as significant until Kai felt the catch in his throat. The sudden awareness that this undefined thing they'd built, this presence without labels, this choosing each other without conditions, was what he'd been trying to name all along. Not romance in any traditional sense. Not friendship, though it contained elements of friendship. Something that existed in the space between categories, something that asked them both to be brave enough to stay visible, to keep showing up for each other without the armor of official status or the false security of defined roles. You okay? Soren asked, noticing Kai's expression. Yeah. Kai's voice came out rougher than intended. Just thinking about how far we've come. From that first night when you recognized me in the alley to here. To this. It's been a hell of a year. Understatement. Soren smiled, and there was something soft in his expression. You know what I learned? What? That being fully seen doesn't have to mean being destroyed. That you can show someone every ugly corner of who you became to survive and they won't flinch. Soren's hand found Kai's. That attachment doesn't have to mean weakness. That letting someone matter is terrifying but worth it. I learned that too, Kai said. Along with the fact that autonomy doesn't mean isolation. That I can make my own choices and still need people. That wanting someone in ways that don't fit categories doesn't make the wanting less real. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, and Kai thought about the engagement that had started as bureaucratic convenience and become performance and finally dissolved into something more honest. Thought about how they tried to force what they were into shapes that satisfied external systems, when what they actually needed was to exist without definition. I love you, Kai said into the quiet, and the words were easy now. Natural. Not romantic or dramatic, just true. In whatever undefined way this is. I love you too, Soren said. In the way that doesn't have language but has presence. In the way that means I want to keep building this even though it terrifies me. Still terrifying. Every day. But less than it used to be. Soren squeezed his hand. And the terror means it matters. Means I'm doing something real instead of just performing safety. The city pulsed below them, neon and chemical rain and the constant hum of systems designed to grind people into productivity or dust. But up here on the fire escape, eating terrible noodles and watching rare stars emerge, Kai felt something that might have been hope. Not the naive kind that believed things would magically improve. But the stubborn kind that said they'd survived this long, they'd found each other, they'd built something real in a city designed to prevent exactly that. And if they could do it, maybe others could too. Maybe that was all resistance ever was, stubborn care practice consistently, refusing to let the systems win, growing things in contaminated soil because the alternative was giving up. What are we doing tomorrow? Soren asked. I've got data work in the morning. You? Repair job in Sector 9. Should be done by evening though. Soren paused. Want to do something? Maybe check out that collective pause mentioned, the one growing mushrooms in the old transit tunnels? Yeah, Kai said. I'd like that. It was such a small thing, making plans for tomorrow, assuming they'd both be alive and available and willing to spend time together. But it felt significant after months of Soren being unable to commit to anything beyond the immediate moment. Felt like trust. Like believing in a future that included both of them. They finished the noodles and sat there a while longer, watching the stars that had emerged from behind the smog. And Kai thought about the ending Lien had given them, not happily ever after, but something more honest. Two people who'd crawled out of the same wreckage, choosing each other without conditions or the comfort of knowing what shape this would take tomorrow. Two people learning that being fully seen didn't have to mean being destroyed. Two people building something in the spaces between definitions, in the gaps between categories, in the undefined territory that systems couldn't quite quantify or control. It wasn't romantic in any traditional sense. It wasn't neat or legible or easily explained to anyone who asked. But it was real. And it was theirs. And it was enough. Soren reached over and tucked Kai's hair behind his ear again, the gesture casual and tender, and Kai leaned into the touch without thinking about what it meant or what category it fit. Just accepted the care. The presence. The warmth of another person who'd chosen to stay. Still here, Soren said quietly. Still here, Kai echoed. And in the small hours of a Tuesday morning when the smog had lifted enough to see actual stars, two people who'd learned to survive in a city designed to kill them sat on a structurally unsound fire escape and practiced the quiet revolutionary act of being present for each other. No labels. No definitions. No armor. Just two people who mattered to each other, figuring it out as they went, building something that didn't have a name but had a shape. Something that settled in like warmth after a long winter. Something that didn't erase the hard edges of the world but made them survivable. Something that was, finally and completely, enough. The book closes on that image, Soren's hand ghosting against Kai's cheek, the shared container of noodles between them, the impossible softness of the moment against the hard edges of the world they inhabit. Not a happily ever after. But something more honest. Two people who've seen each other's depths and chosen presence without labels, warmth that doesn't erase the winter but makes it survivable, love that doesn't announce itself with fireworks but settles in like the first thaw after a long freeze. The quiet, revolutionary hope that being fully seen doesn't have to mean being destroyed. And the stubborn belief that choosing each other, again and again, without the safety net of categories or the comfort of defined roles. That might be enough. That might be everything.